Chapter 576. Jiao Sero is dead. Duan Wuji is wounded. All generals, hear my order. Ignore Long Qinba. Attack with all your strength and destroy the Mengshi Yusang army. As the Tang soldiers were pursuing that Mengshi Zhao soldier, a thunderous voice exploded in the air, echoing in all directions. Everyone was extremely familiar with this voice. It was none other than Wang Chong's voice. If the Mengshi Yusang army had been unmoved the first time, then when Wang Chong spoke in the language of Uzun and Mengshi Zhao a second time, everything changed. Bang! There was a massive boom, and after a brief silence, the entire Great Tang army began to undergo a complete transformation. All the Tang dynasty phalanxes suddenly abandoned Long Qinba, acting as if the leader of the 5 tiger generals, Uzun, did not exist at all. They suddenly turned and charged down the mountain. Kaiyil. At the same time, the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Annan Protectorate Army that had been waiting for orders halfway up the mountain suddenly began to roar and charge down the mountain like a tide. When Jiao Sero led the Uzun army out, when Long Qinba appeared on the mountain, the nature of the battle changed. This was no longer a probing attack, but a true battle. Buzz. The soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army that had been pursuing Wang Chong finally began to show signs of fear. Even some of the fiercest soldiers showed fear in their eyes when they saw the fresh army of the Tang dynasty charging down the mountain like a flood of steel. That voice had been completely correct. Duan Wuji had been heavily injured and had left, Jiao Sero had been killed, and the only person who could still fight and command, Long Qinba, was still on the mountain ambushing Zhao Wujiang. The White Stone Legion and the Uzun army were truly leaderless. No matter what Long Qinba's initial plan was, when he began to infiltrate the Tang army and pursue Zhao Wujiang, he had already left his army. Long Qinba's existence was practically non-existent. Damn it! In the roiling tide of people, Long Qinba's body was like that of a behemoth, his tyrannical aura intimidating. But at this moment, when he saw that flood of steel howling down the mountain, Long Qinba couldn't help but grimace, a hint of apprehension appearing in his heart. Even ants could bite an elephant to death. Given the current situation, no matter how strong he was, if he could not retreat in time, once he went too deep, it would be too late for him to retreat when people at the level of Wang Yan and Xianyu Zhongtong appeared. Although Wang Chong had said that he was ignoring him, this made Long Qinba even more apprehensive. No matter what, let's kill Zhao Wujiang first. Long Qinba's expression hardened as he finally made his decision. No matter what decision the Tang dynasty made, he had to kill Zhao Wujiang first. Jiao Sero was dead, and Zhao Wujiang had to die as well. Moreover, he was heavily injured and not far from death. Buzz. Long Qinba brought his palms together. Clang clang clang. There was a shrill clattering of metal like the turning of gears. Behind Long Qinba, a massive 10-armed Bodhi tree appeared. The 10 sword-like dark golden arms spread open like a dark golden sun, blooming in the void. At the same time, a series of grinding sounds came from under Long Qinba's feet. Supported by the light of the black thorn, Long Qinba seemed like a demon god. Boom! Long Qinba's body swayed, and then a black storm swept through the area. Boom boom boom! Fierce winds swept through the area, sending Luoji, Su Anduan, the other core members of the Black Dragon Bandit, and even the surrounding warriors of the Annam Protectorate of the Tang dynasty were all sent flying. Long Qinba's strength had already reached a level that would make anyone pale in shock. Clang! A cold light flashed through the air as Long Qinba leaped forward, his Uzun scimitar leaving a long scar in the air as he slashed at Zhao Wujiang 10 sumjang away. This scimitar was swift and fierce, and the moment it appeared, it stirred up a fierce gale that seemed capable of tearing apart the sky. After suffering Long Qinba's sneak attack and the injuries he had suffered while fighting Jiasiluo, Zhao Wujiang had already exhausted all of his stellar energy and was powerless to dodge. Just as Zhao Wujiang was about to die to Long Qinba's scimitar, boom! There was a flash of light as a sword filled with stellar energy collided with Long Kinba's scimitar. The enormous energy sent both man and sword flying back, but Long Kinba's surekill strike had also been deflected off course. Thump thump thump. A muscular Annam Protectorate general was forced to take several steps back, the blood in his chest in turmoil. It was clear that he had suffered quite a bit. Lin Wushou, Luoji softly called out, a look of pleasant surprise on his face as he, Su Onduan, and the other core members of the Black Dragon Bandit charged forward. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the high-ranking Annam Protectorate general called Lin Wushou, blocking Long Kinba's path. It's useless. None of you can stop me. Long Kinba's eyes flashed with a savage light as majestic stellar energy surged through his body like a storm. He didn't have much time left, but it was enough for him to kill a few people. Luoji, Su Onduan, Zhang Hu, attack his right ribs together. Lin Wushou, Sword of Annihilation, move the Bai Wei above your head 2 inches to the left. Just when Long Kinba was preparing to go on a killing spree, he suddenly heard a voice. Boom. Before anyone else could react, Luoji was the first to react. Boom. In a flash of light, a halo appeared under Luoji's feet, and he instantly became one with his spear. The thick silver spear in his hand shot through the air and stabbed at Long Kinba's ribs. Lin Wushou also reacted. Boom. A ray of light stabbed at Long Kinba's head. My lord. Young master. The last to react were Su Shiping, Zhang Hu, and the other core members of the Black Dragon Bandit, finally recognizing Wang Chang's voice. Clang clang clang. The 7 of them shot forward, their Wuzi steel weapons stabbing at the muscular Long Kinba. After the 7, the last to act was Wang Chong. Clang. A ray of light zigzagged through the crowd, and before anyone could react, Wang Chong had become one with his sword and used his strongest technique. Leaping Dragon Art. A massive flood dragon flew through the air like a bolt of lightning. When it reached a certain height, it suddenly shot down like a bolt of lightning, slamming into Long Kinba's head. Boom. There was a heaven-shaking boom as Luoji's spear, Lin Wushou's sword, Wang Chong's leaping dragon art, and the attacks of Su Onduan and the others were all blocked by an invisible barrier. In a flash, a majestic and firm wall of stellar energy expanded from Long Kinba's body. His gasps could be heard, and all the Annam Protectorate warriors who saw this sight felt a chill run down their back. Long Kinba's stellar energy had reached an inconceivable level. Although he didn't have a tough avatar like the Zifadon Jiao Sero, he was able to rely on his thick stellar energy to achieve a similar effect. Swish. While everyone was stunned by Long Kinba's powerful stellar energy, there was a flash of bloody light. Without the slightest warning, a sword chi pierced through Long Kinba's stellar energy, heading straight for his head. In a flash, Long Kinba's head tilted to the side, narrowly avoiding this fatal blow. The sword chi struck his back, and with a swish, a bloody wound appeared on his back, blood gushing out. Stellar Energy Piercer. Wang Chong's attack had actually triggered the rare effect of Stellar Energy Piercer. What sort of martial art is this? Long Kinba roared. Even with his usual composure, he couldn't help but pale at this moment. Even though he had come from the Great Snow Mountain Temple and had seen many martial arts, he had never seen anything like this. His stellar energy had clearly blocked Wang Chong's attack, but that sword chi had inexplicably pierced through it. Not even Luoji had been able to do this, but the unworthy Wang Chong had. If he hadn't reacted so quickly just now, Wang Chong's stellar energy would have pierced his head. Bzzz. Wang Chong didn't answer. His left hand suddenly reached for his waist, pulled out a sword, and thrust it at Long Kinba. The more times the stellar energy piercer was attacked, the more times it would trigger. Although there was no way to determine the effect, there was one thing that could be confirmed. As long as one attacked 4 times, the stellar energy piercer would definitely trigger once. This was the best way to deal with a martial artist with thick stellar energy like Long Kinba. It was also the only way Wang Chong could threaten him. But this time, before Wang Chong could strike, Long Kinba pushed out his arms, unleashing a fierce and tyrannical wave of stellar energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Boom! The air exploded with a heaven-shaking boom. Wang Chong, Luoji, Lin Wushou, Su Andu and everyone was sent flying. Long Kinba's strength had reached an inconceivable level. But this time, there was no joy on Long Kinba's face, much less any of his previous composure. Damn it, this brat's skill in the art of war is one thing, but just where did he learn this bizarre technique? Long Kinba stood like an iron tower on the slope, his frightening eyes fixed on Wang Chong, making no attempt to conceal the killing intent in them. With Wang Chong's participation, this battle had suddenly become extremely disadvantageous to him. It wasn't just because of Wang Chong's bizarre and indefensible stellar energy piercer. More importantly, all of the places that Wang Chong had pointed out were weak points that he had yet to master. The martial arts of the Great Snow Mountain Temple were famed for their formidable prowess, but they were also famed for their difficulty in cultivating them. Long Kinba had cultivated for 10-some years and had long ago reached the level of major success, but he was clearly still some distance away from the level of perfection. And below his ribs and at the top of his head were precisely the weak points that he had yet to master. Anyone else would have been fine, but Wang Chong had even pointed out 2 inches to the left of the baihui above his head. Long Kinba couldn't help but feel apprehensive, because that was where his fatal weakness lay. In a flash, Long Kinba's heart seethed with killing intent. But Wang Chong had apparently anticipated this move. He was standing behind Luoji and Lin Wushou, making it impossible for Long Kinba to strike even if he wanted to. Long Kinba, retreat! All of a sudden, a thunderous voice rang out. At the base of the mountain, Huoshu Huaitsong, who had been standing like an immovable mountain this entire time, suddenly stepped forward and gave an order in Tibetan. Buzz! This order was so sudden that let alone Long Kinba, even Wang Chong was shocked. Chapter 577. What a pity! Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh as he watched Long Kinba suddenly charge down the mountain. That's right. Truly a pity. If he had waited just a little longer, Long Kinba wouldn't have been able to escape. Although he didn't react in time, Huoshu Wuzong reacted. Luoji added, "What a pity for this chance." A voice came from nearby. In the rear of the army, 50-some zhang from Wang Chong's group, one figure after another slowly walked out. Now that Long Kinba had left, these people no longer needed to conceal their auras. Storm after storm of energy began to rise from their bodies. All of them had an aura that was not one bit inferior to that of Luoji or Lin Wushou. It was obvious that these people were the highest-ranking generals of the Annam Protectorate. The Annam Protectorate didn't have many other things, but it had the most high-ranking generals. If Long Kinba had reacted just a little later, the 10-some generals working together with Wang Chong, Luoji, and the thousands of Annam Protectorate elites around them would have been more than enough to keep Long Kinba here. Kail. Only after escaping from the battle and hearing the roars of fighting did they realize the thick aura of the battlefield. Without Duan Wuji, without Jiao Sero, and even with Long Kinba's retreat, the remaining White Stone Legion and Uzun cavalry could no longer hold against the charge of the Annam Protectorate and began to retreat down the mountain like the receding tide. "Young master, what do we do now?" Everyone turned to Wang Chong. If Huoshu Wuzong wants to retreat, do you think he can retreat without leaving something behind? Wang Chong, still wearing the armor of the Mengshi Zhao soldiers, sneered as he looked down the mountain. In the previous defeat, the Mengshi Yusang army had been so densely packed that they had reached the midpoint of the mountain. On the surface of the mountain were 80 to 90,000 Mengshi Yusang soldiers. Wang Chong's initial strategic goal had been achieved. At a time like this, Huoshu Wuzong would be underestimating him if he wanted his army to retreat easily. Activate the plan. Generals, return to your positions and begin the harvest. Yes, young master. Everyone had complete trust in Wang Chong. One by one, they turned around and left. Even Luoji had left. At least Zhao Wujiang and Su Shiping, who were seriously injured, would be taken care of. Shouts and shouts could be heard from the base of the slope. The Tang dynasty soldiers charging down from the summit had already delayed a large number of Mengshi Yusang soldiers. Almost there. Wang Chong smiled coldly, and then began the most important scene of this battle. Bang! Wang Chong raised his right foot high and then stomped it down. Rumble! The entire world fell silent, and even time seemed to stop. As Wang Chong's right foot descended, ripples began to spread out from Wang Chong's foot. Wherever these ripples passed, the Tang dynasty soldiers showed no reaction. However, 100 zhang from Wang Chong, a Mengshi Zhao soldier's foot flashed, and a milky white halo suddenly appeared. Then a second, a third, a fourth. In the end, the halo spread from the entire White Stone Legion to all the Uzun soldiers on the mountain. Without any warning, all the Mengshi Yusang soldiers on the surface of the mountain suddenly dropped in strength, their cultivation dropping by several levels. What's going on here? Everyone paled in fright. The Mengshi Yusang soldiers had originally been around the same level as the Annam Protectorate soldiers, but now their strength had dropped by several levels. Their strength, speed, and dexterity were all reduced, and even their speed of escape was clearly reduced. No one had expected this. On the other side, all the Tang dynasty soldiers of the Annam Protectorate were invigorated. As mortal enemies of the southwest, the Mengshi Zhao soldiers and the Uzun soldiers were all too familiar with each other. The change in the Mengshi Yusang army was immediately sensed by the Annam Protectorate of the Tang dynasty. Kaiyil! Kaiyil! A heaven-shaking war cry resounded through the sky. All the Annam Protectorate soldiers were invigorated and began to madly attack. Bang bang bang! One after another, Mengshi Zhao and Uzun soldiers fell. These opponents who had been like gods of slaughter suddenly became incredibly weak. Their defeat and the massive drop in strength meant that in just a few moments, the Mengshi Yusang army had lost nearly 10,000 soldiers. Welcome to my WeChat account and Weibo. You can search for Huang Fuqi. There is much content not found in novels, including characters. Run. Panic spread through the Mengshi Yusang army like a plague. Even the valiant Uzun cavalry began to panic. Kill. The Mengshi Yusang army fled in a frenzy, while the Annam Protectorate soldiers pursued from behind. Corpses piled up on the ground, blood gushing out like rivers. There was no need for Wang Chong to direct or push the army. Daluan Ruozhen, let's see what you do next. With a cold smile, Wang Chong turned his back and began to stride toward the summit. At his side, the fully armored Tang soldiers surged forward like a tide, but when these soldiers got close to Wang Chong, they would automatically move to the sides. Young master! On the summit, Chen Shusun was completely convinced and respectfully bowed. This attitude was even more respectful than when he was facing Xianyu Zhongtong or Wang Yan. In this aspect, Chen Shusun was completely subservient to Wang Chong. Daluan Ruozhen had arranged for Long Qinzan to infiltrate the army in order to gain the upper hand by a show of strength and kill the great Tang commanders, but in the end, he had failed by a single move. Not only had his plan been foiled, he had even lost Jia Siluo. Jiao Sero had escaped calamity after calamity, finally retreating to the ranks of the Mengshi Yusang army. He was only several zhang away from his mount, but in the end, he had still fallen in front of Wang Chong. From start to finish, he had never been able to escape Wang Chong's schemes. This valiant Uzun general, who had killed countless Tang dynasty soldiers since the War of the Southwest, had ultimately fallen to Wang Chong. If Wang Chong had not killed him, who knew how many more people would have died at his hands? There's no need for such courtesy. Wang Chong waved his hand, taking off the Mengshi Zhao helmet from his head and tossing it to the side. In the battle with Fengjie, he had obtained several pieces of Mengshi Zhao armor, and now they were finally put to use. In the war between the Tang dynasty and Mengshi Zhao, Mengshi Zhao had disguised themselves as Tang people many times to gather information, spy, and even assassinate. Mengshi Zhao knew how to use this tactic, and Wang Chong was simply giving them a taste of their own medicine. After taking off the Mengshi Zhao armor, Wang Chong extended his right hand to the banner on the summit, to the other Wang Chong standing motionless on the banner. "Young master, this subordinate has succeeded." The guard pretending to be Wang Chong lowered his head, took off his helmet, and respectfully placed it in Wang Chong's hand. Although Wang Chong was very young, no one in the army dared to look down on him because of this. "General Chen, are you ready for what's coming next? The Mengshi Yusang army has suffered a loss and definitely won't let the matter rest. This war is far from over." Wang Chong took the armor from the thin guard's hands and slowly put it on. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the nearby summit, where the brave and skilled elites of the Tang dynasty were still standing like a forest of spears, motionless. These 40,000 soldiers were Wang Chong's final trump card, his final reliance. Now was not yet the time to use them. "Young master, be at ease. Everything has been ordered," Chen Shusun sternly said. He was currently treating Wang Chong like a god. No matter what order Wang Chong gave him, even if he was told to jump off a cliff, Chen Shusun would do it without hesitation. Wang Chong only smiled and gave a slight nod of his head, saying no more. "Dalian Ruozhen, it's your turn." Zhao Wujiang and Jiao Sero had only been the first clash between Wang Chong and Dalian Ruozhen, the intelligent Uzun. This was only the second. Wang Chong was well aware that he had completely attracted the attention of this Uzun Prime Minister of the Ngari royal lineage. Long Qinba's appearance was the best proof of this. "I'm truly looking forward to it. Dalian Ruozhen, with me here, you will never succeed." Wang Chong once more stood on the summit, gazing at that figure at the base of the mountain, wearing a wide-sleeved robe and a feather fan. Even to great generals of the Central Plains like Geshu Han and Fomin Linta, Dalian Ruozhen was an extremely difficult existence to deal with. In the War of the Southwest, it was said that Uzun had moved south at the request of the king of Mengshi Zhao, Jelifeng. But to Wang Chong, even without Jelifeng's request, Uzun would still have moved south. The more than 200,000 cavalry had left the plateau and descended had all been orchestrated by Dalian Ruozhen. Huashu Wuzong was nothing more than a sharp blade in his hands. The southwest was far from his goal. Unlike Jelifeng, Dalian Ruozhen's ambitions were far greater, and what he wanted was far from what Jelifeng could give him. If no one came to stop him, Dalian Ruozhen would become a mortal malady for the Tang dynasty. "So, come. This will be your final stop, Dalian Ruozhen." Wang Chong's robes flapped in the wind as he stared at that figure down the mountain, his eyes shining with a scorching light. Meanwhile, at the base of the mountain, Dalian Ruozhen stood in the midst of the fierce winds, every strand of his hair blown about in the wind. At this moment, Dalian Ruozhen was as restless as the turbulent winds. On the summit, large swathes of the Mengshi Yusang army were toppling like weeds, their corpses rolling down the mountain. This sight left everyone deeply stunned. At this moment, the 500,000 soldiers of the army could clearly sense the strength of the 100,000 soldiers on the summit. But it was different for Dalian Ruozhen. Dalian Ruozhen could sense a wordless challenge in the air. "He's challenging me." As Dalian Ruozhen gazed at that figure on the summit, his expression slowly turned grave. No one had ever dared to use this sort of method to challenge him on this battlefield. Not even Zhangqiu Jianqiong had done this. But this youth from the capital of the Tang dynasty had done it. Jiao Sero's death was not an isolated incident. This was a silent declaration and challenge. Chapter 578. All soldiers, hear my order. Prepare to attack. On the mountain, both the White Stone Legion and the Uzun cavalry were being routed. At this time, even a fierce general like Long Qinba was powerless. As countless soldiers of the coalition army were being cut down like weeds, Huashu Wuzong finally gave the order. Wait a moment. Dalawan Ruozan suddenly came to his senses and called out to Huashu Wuzong. There's no need to send any more soldiers. There's no meaning in sending any more soldiers. Didn't we get a batch of celestial wolf bows from the Western Turks not long ago? Prime Minister means. Huashu Wuzong suddenly understood Dalawan Ruozan's meaning. It's about time to use those celestial wolf bows. Have them enter the field. Dalawan Ruozan said. This time, Huashu Wuzong did not object. Although Dalawan Ruozan, as a civil minister, was somewhat overstepping his bounds by intervening in the war, Huashu Wuzong was well aware that this person had never been a purely civil minister. Even the military books of the Central Plains that Wang Chong had been obtained by him. Dalawan Ruozan's method might not have been suitable at other times, but it was completely appropriate at this moment. It was just that his methods were a little cruel. Didn't you hear? Celestial Wolf Cavalry, hear my order. Prepare to fall into line. Huashu Wuzong's eyes flashed as he quickly made his decision. Galloping galloped through the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. A few moments later, a fully armored Uzun cavalry galloped out from the vast army. Unlike the other Uzun cavalry, each member of this army carried a massive celestial wolf bow on their back. These celestial wolf bows were made from high-quality nanmu, each of them 4 to 5 feet long and more than half their height. The gray wolf skin used to wrap the bow clearly indicated the bow's identity. Only the Western Turks, who occupied the steppe and desert lands of the northwest of the Tang dynasty, would use this bow. Although the Western Turks were far inferior to the Tang dynasty in smelting metals and forging weapons, and they had always been lacking in metals, they were far superior to the Tang dynasty when it came to the creation of bows. Even though the bows of the Western Turks were far inferior to the ballistae of the Tang dynasty and did not have the technology to use them, they still possessed a power beyond the ballistae. And even better than ballistae, they were much easier to make. Get ready! With a high-pitched sound and a creaking sound, the serious bows were pulled taut to the extreme. Countless arrows were as dense as a forest, and all of them were aimed in the direction of the mountain peak. Release! Pang! Pang! With a series of deafening explosions, tens of thousands of arrows streaked across the sky like rain. After drawing arcs in the air, they fell toward the battlefield on the surface of the mountain. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream. A Mengshi Zhao soldier had barely taken 2 steps when he was struck dead by a sharp arrow. The arrow had pierced through his throat, pierced through his collarbone, and struck his organs. The Mengshi Zhao soldier only had time to take 2 steps before he fell to his knees, soaking in his own blood. And this was like a signal, swish swish swish. Right after this arrow, thousands upon thousands of sharp arrows, flickering with cold light, covered the sky and covered the earth. They were as dense as rain, shooting down from the sky. Mengshi Zhao's men, Uzun's men, Tang dynasty's men. Huashu Wuzong's assault had encompassed everyone. The area where Mengshi Zhao's, the Tang dynasties, and the Uzun's entanglement formed a rain of arrows. Regardless of friend or foe, regardless of who was the target, everyone within this range was the target of the attack. Ah! Screams resounded over the mountain as countless Mengshi Zhao's, Uzun's, and Tang peoples fell to this sudden volley of arrows. Enemy attack! Careful! When they realized that the arrows were not coming from the Tang dynasty, but their own camp, all the Mengshi Zhao soldiers who were still entangled were dumbfounded. Shooting at the Tang dynasty's Annam Protectorate soldiers was understandable, but why were they also being targeted? What's going on here? Soldiers and servants collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide open. It's the Turks' celestial wolf bows and celestial wolf arrows. Careful! Dodge! On the mountain, all the Annam Protectorate soldiers dodged the attacks of the Uzun's celestial wolf bows. The attacks behind them also came to a halt. Your Majesty, what are the Uzuns doing? Have they gone mad? Why are they attacking their own people? Damn it, these madmen! Seeing the White Stone Legion soldiers falling to their own arrows, the eyes of the Mengshi Zhao generals turned red. The White Stone Legion soldiers had been the main force in this attack. The Uzun soldiers on the summit had only brought 10,000 some soldiers at most. The majority of those killed in this attack were Mengshi Zhao's. Moreover, the Uzun soldiers wore plate armor, the strongest in the region. Not even the armor of the Tang dynasty's Annam Protectorate could compare, much less the soldiers of Mengshi Zhao. The Uzun soldiers had always been few in numbers, and with the addition of plate armor, the casualties were even lower. Your Majesty, allow me to take some men to negotiate with the Uzun. Otherwise, I can take the army to rescue my brothers. The Mengshi Zhao generals were extremely excited to see the casualties on the mountain. There's no need. Jelifeng waved her sleeves, her expression extremely cold. With the White Stone Legion in such a state, it doesn't matter whether we send troops or not. The Uzun's method is the best one. Only with this method will we have the least casualties. Otherwise, the White Stone Legion will really be wiped out. Ah! The group of generals opened their mouths in shock. Your Majesty is right. This is indeed the best way now. A cold voice suddenly came from behind. Hearing this voice, the generals fell silent. It was fine if His Majesty said so, but even the great general said so, which meant that it was probably true. Jelifeng is indeed a good partner. On the other side, Daluan Ruozhen saw that the Mengshi Zhao generals had calmed down very quickly. He smiled and nodded. Although Jelifeng was ambitious, she had the vision of an ambitious person and could see the essence of the problem at a glance. There were many things that didn't need to be said too much. As a partner and ally, Jelifeng was indeed very suitable. Get ready. The probing is over. Next, it's time for the real battle. As Daluan Ruozhen spoke, he slowly turned his head to look at Huashu Wuzong. As the saying went, benevolence does not command wealth, and compassion does not command troops. A general needed a cold heart and always put the bigger picture above all else. Although the battle on the mountain peak seemed unusually intense, for Daluan Ruozhen and Huashu Wuzong, it was far from the beginning. This was all just the foreplay. After saying this, Daluan Ruozhen quickly turned around and walked back. Just as he turned around, a loud and clear voice came from the peak of the mountain far behind him. Ready, fire! Daluan Ruozhen fiercely turned around, just in time to see a volley of arrows descending like locusts. But this time, it was not a dense volley of arrows, nor did it come from the Uzun army. Rather, it came from the Annam Protectorate on the mountain peak. Ah! Screams filled the air as the Mengshi Yusang army collapsed at the base of the mountain. Daluan Ruozhen froze for a moment, and then he glanced at that thin figure on the summit, a hint of surprise in his eyes. But he quickly grinned, waved his sleeve, and vanished into the army. Congratulations to User! You have killed 7,780 Uzun soldiers. Congratulations to User! You have killed 69,861 Mengshi Zhao soldiers. On the summit, a string of voices howled out of Wang Chang's mind. As he gazed at the Mengshi Yusang army at the base of the mountain, a faint smile slowly appeared on Wang Chang's lips. Chapter 579. Young Master, we've won. On the mountain, Chen Shusun was overjoyed at the sight of the tens of thousands of Mengshi Yusang soldiers fleeing in disarray. This was no small battle. Now that the Mengshi Yusang army had retreated, the mountains and plains were covered in corpses, their bodies piled high like a sea. The war banners of the White Stone Legion were strewn across the battlefield, their corpses sticking out of the ground. This cruel scene was the best symbol of the Tang dynasty's victory. 100,000 Annam Protectorate soldiers against 110,000 Mengshi Yusang soldiers, 40,000 of whom were stationed on the summit and had not taken part in the battle. But in the end, 70,000 soldiers died, nearly 80,000 soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army. On the Arai plains, the White Stone Legion that had once caused the Annam Protectorate a great deal of trouble and killed many Tang soldiers, was almost crippled. Even Duan Wuji had been heavily injured. To the soldiers of the Annan Protectorate, this was an unimaginable victory. And in this battle, the Tang dynasty had lost less than 10,000 soldiers. This was simply unimaginable to those who had experienced the cruel battles on the shores of the Arai. On the summit, the eyes of the guards flashed, their gazes on Wang Chong brimming with respect, even worship. Although Wang Chong was only a teenager and his figure was extremely thin, in the eyes of the crowd, the voice of the youth before them seemed to be unprecedentedly majestic, as if it was a heavy mountain. Reporting. The old general has sent word. On the battlefield, one must not be arrogant and conceited. He hopes that Milord can guard against arrogance and continue to maintain it. Reporting. Lord Protector General, a message has been sent. Young Master's achievements are obvious to all. This seat will report everything that happened today to the Imperial Court and recommend young Master. 2 messengers with banners on their backs appeared on the summit one after the other, passing on the will of the 2 highest commanders of the Southwest Army. Hearing these words, Wang Chong subconsciously turned around and looked at the dense and motionless army not far away from the mountain peak. Although the summit was crowded with soldiers, Wang Chong was still able to recognize the backs of his father and Annan Protector General Xianyu Zhongtong at a glance. The 2 of them, one on the east and one on the west, faced each other with their backs to him. Although he couldn't see their expressions and they hadn't even glanced in his direction, Wang Chong could sense that their gazes had always been focused on him. Father, Wang Chong looked at his father's tall and sturdy back that was as heavy as a cliff, and his heart was filled with warmth. His father rarely praised him, and it was not in his nature to say such things. There wasn't a hint of praise in the words the orderly conveyed to him, but Wang Chong knew very well that given his father's personality, it was already a great compliment. There was no doubt that his father had also seen his own merits. In those few words, Wang Chong could sense his father's deep support. Young Master, look. What's that? Suddenly, a startled voice interrupted Wang Chong's thoughts. Ah Zhong turned his head, but before he could clearly see what was going on, Ah Zhong could hear the rumbling of thousands of people shouting at the same time. From his vantage point on the summit, he could see countless porters, peasants, and laborers busying about in the Mengshi Yusang army. It's Mengshi Zhao's people. This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind. Uzan was a long distance away, and the people of Uzan made a living as herders. If they wanted porters, peasants, and laborers, they could only recruit Mengshi Zhao's people. Milord, what are they doing? On the summit, Luoji and the Black Dragon bandit members walked up, their eyes filled with confusion as they looked down the mountain. Because of the distance and the cover of the army, even from the summit, they couldn't see what was happening clearly. Wang Chong said nothing, countless thoughts flitting through his mind as he stared at the distant shouts. It's a siege weapon. Suddenly, as he saw half a piece of wood flash by, Wang Chong suddenly realized something. What? Qin Shusan's expression flickered at Wang Chong's words. Siege weapons? Wasn't that what the Mengshi Yusang army had used in Lion City? But siege weapons were large and cumbersome, making them extremely inconvenient to transport. As a result, many armies used local materials, abandoning them after a single use. But there weren't any large siege weapons in the area, much less any trees that could be used as materials. Where had the merchants gotten siege weapons? Daluan Ruozan truly is formidable. Wang Chong was not as confused as Chen Shusun. After a moment's thought, Wang Chong understood. Modular assembly was a technology that belonged to another world. The steel walls that Wang Chong had set up on the mountain had been built using this technology. Every tall steel wall was actually made up of countless small steel modules. Daluan Ruozan's technology was clearly not that advanced, nor did his siege weapons need to be so complex and advanced. But there was no question that he was thinking along the same lines as Wang Chong. The Tang dynasty was renowned for its valiant infantry and defensive formations, and Xianyu Zhongtong was even more skilled in city defense. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Dalawan Ruozan had undoubtedly predicted this in Lion City, which was why he had dismantled those siege weapons and brought them here to reassemble them. Without a doubt, the current situation was exactly as he had predicted. The steel walls that Wang Chong had brought here had transformed this place into a massive city, even larger than Lion City. At the very least, Lion City had not been this tall, nor had it been this tall. Even if Uzun's cavalry had charged into the city, they would not have been so heavily restricted and weakened. As expected, he's a formidable foe, Wang Chong said to himself. If the commander today had been Xianyu Zhongtong, the Annam Protectorate would have been doomed. But unfortunately, he had run into him. Pass on my order. Have the entire army get ready, Wang Chong said with a wave of his sleeve. Yes, your subordinate will obey. Layers upon layers of orders were passed down from the top of the mountain. Dalawan Ruozan, let's see who's more formidable. My friend, let's see how you destroy my city wall formation. Whoosh! A fierce wind blew, and at some point, dark clouds had gathered in the sky. These dark clouds shone over the Annam Protectorate and the mountain. Winds foretold a storm, and at this moment, the great Tang army was deathly still. Deep within the enemy army, the shouts and chants were growing more and more ear-piercing. A stifling atmosphere pervaded the air. Although the war had come to an end, at first it was already over, but the tension that followed was simply suffocating. Rumble! After what seemed like an instant but also like countless eons, there was a flash of light from the Mengshi Yusang army. A massive ball of fire rose up from the enemy ranks like a blazing sun, and then it began to grow in size as it flew toward the mountain where Wang Chong's forces were. 1. Chapter 580. But before any of the fireballs could hit the ground, massive fireballs began to rise up from the rear of the Mengshi Yusang army, and then they began to fly toward the mountain where the Mengshi Yusang army was located. Time seemed to slow down countless times as the massive fireballs floated in the air, slowly making their way toward the summit like snails. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dozens of huge fireballs were scattered all over the place, interweaving into a scorching sea of fire in the sky. Even the dark clouds in the sky were dyed with a layer of red light. Enemy attack! Dodge! A wave of screams came from the summit. Even though all the soldiers were dumbfounded by this sight, all the commanders, the high-ranking generals, the small groups of 5, 10-man squad leaders, 5-man squad leaders, all of them maintained absolute calm. Everything that could possibly happen had already been transmitted down layer by layer from the top of the mountain. Although no one had expected Meng Shizhao and Uzun to attack in this manner, Wang Chong had already made detailed plans to deal with the possibility of a siege attack or a rain of arrows. Everyone, dodge! Pay attention to concealment! Voices that were full of energy and sounded like a great bell rang out one after another on the surface of the mountain range. Rumble! In an instant, all the Tang dynasty soldiers reacted. Using square formations as units, all the Tang dynasty soldiers charged toward the massive steel walls of the mountain. The mountain had always been sloping, and Wang Chong's modular steel walls had even been equipped with horizontal bunkers. At this moment, all the steel walls immediately revealed their other function. Boom! A huge fireball fell from the sky and heavily crashed into the mountain behind them. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and the flames raged. The rolling dust rose more than 10 feet high, and the whole mountain trembled violently under this attack. Feeling the power of this attack, everyone's expression changed. The power displayed by this fireball was enough to instantly turn any soldier of any level into ash. No true martial realm warrior could withstand such a blow. Even a high-ranking captain like Su Onduan might not be able to withstand it. On the mountaintop, Luoji and the other generals of the Annam Protectorate also changed their expressions. This kind of attack from Uzun's people was enough to pose a threat to generals of their level. Each of those huge fireballs weighed thousands of kilograms. Falling from such a great height, one could only imagine how powerful they were. However, this was only the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. Time seemed to have sped up at this moment. Countless huge fireballs fell from the sky. Boom. A huge fireball fell from the sky and smashed into a steel city wall that was several meters tall. The incomparably hard steel city wall caved inwards, and a huge depression instantly appeared. The immense power contained in the fireball even caused the entire steel city wall to sway and tremble violently, as if it would be overturned at any moment. These fireballs are too powerful. Behind the steel city walls, the Tang dynasty elites all paled. They felt like these massive fireballs could topple over the steel city walls at any moment, pulverizing the soldiers hiding behind them. Young master, watch out! On the summit, a massive fireball suddenly descended from the sky, hurtling toward Wang Chong. Chen Shusun was alarmed and immediately pushed Wang Chong away with a palm. Rumble! The fireball struck a spot several zhang behind Wang Chong, sending a rain of fire mixed with shrapnel exploding in every direction. The place where Wang Chong had been standing was now a massive pit, its interior scorched black, billowing with thick smoke. Arabian fire oil. A powerful ring of stellar energy as tough as steel enveloped Wang Chong, blocking out the rain of fire and shrapnel. Wang Chong quickly retracted his stellar energy and walked out, his expression grave as he gazed at the still burning pit in the ground. Arabian fire oil was a product of the Far West, a product unique to Arabia and Karak Spazinu. Based on Wang Chong's memories, this product was still a small-scale existence that had not been fully developed. Even Arabia and Karak Spazinu probably didn't have much of it. Uzun was located on the plateau, separated from Arabia and Karak Spazinu by Sin. Logically speaking, this product should never have appeared in the Uzun army. The current situation could only mean one thing. Uzun had already colluded with Arabia. The two sides were still far from reaching the level of Uzun and Mengshi Zhao's alliance, but there was no doubt that Arabia and Karak Spazinu were supporting Uzun from behind the scenes. Arabia's ambitions in the Central Plains have probably started even earlier than I imagined. As Wang Chong gazed at the pit, countless thoughts flitted through his mind. The true conflict between Arabia and the Central Plains had actually occurred a very long time ago. In Wang Chong's memories, before his conflict with Gao Xianji and Feng Chongqing of the Anxi Protectorate, the Abbasid Caliphate and Karak Spazinu had never displayed any ambitions for the interior of the empire. Arabian fire oil should have been a strategic resource that would only appear a very long time later. But now, the situation had clearly changed. The official account's exclusive video titled War God So Young Sun 1 has been uploaded. Everyone, please follow it. Add the WeChat account and search for Huang Fuqi. Click at the bottom, so Young Sun will be able to see it. Right now, there are only two possibilities. The first is that my appearance caused this change that doesn't conform to history. The other is that Uzun and the Abbasid Caliphate and Karak Spazinu have been secretly communicating and colluding with each other for a very long time. This Arabian fire oil was sent to Uzun long ago. However, Xianyu Zhongtong and the Annam Protectorate simply didn't have the right to make Uzun use these siege weapons, and they were completely wiped out on the Arai Plains. Thus, the Tang dynasty never knew that Uzun possessed fire oil. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. The war in the southwest had undergone a massive change due to his intervention. At the very least, he had never heard of a war of the southwest lasting for so long, nor had he heard of a war with the Annam Protectorate requiring Uzun to use siege weapons. But no matter what the truth was, there was no doubt that the Abbasid Caliphate and Karak Spazinu had sent reinforcements to Uzun. The Abbasid Caliphate and Karak Spazinu definitely harbored malicious intentions toward the Tang dynasty. Boom boom boom. In the rear of Uzun and Mengshi Zhao's armies, one colossus after another rising into the air. Massive fireballs were hurled from the rear of the army, crashing into the mountain with thunderous speed. These fireballs kept exploding on the mountain. The flames spread and burned rapidly on the mountain peak. In a short time, the entire mountain peak was turned into a sea of fire. All the corpses and horses on the mountain began to burn. The flames were so large that even the distant Uzun and Mengshi Zhao armies at the base of the mountain could feel the waves of heat. Ha ha ha! We've completely suppressed the Tang people. The generals of Mengshi Zhao's army began to laugh, their expressions much more relaxed. The pressure from the previous battle had almost suffocated them. Although it had been the White Stone Legion and Duan Wuji who had taken part in the battle and not them, the teeth would feel cold without the lips, and the dogs would be cooked after the cunning hare was killed. The White Stone Legion was one of the top-class armies of Mengshi Zhao, but even they had been beaten into such a state. With less than 30% of the army remaining, one could easily imagine the pressure on the other generals. The power of these fireballs is truly not bad. It's no wonder we mobilized so many peasants, laborers, and porters to make so many thunderstone. As the sea of fire burned, all the Mengshi Zhao generals became excited as they gazed at the blazing mountain range. Although the kerosene had been provided by the Uzun, the entire plan, including the mass production of these siege weapons, had also been the idea of Daloin Ruozhen and Uzun. Daloin Ruozhen had even provided the blueprints for the improvement. But when it came to the actual operations, the fireballs, and the construction of the siege weapons with the half-nomadic, half-agricultural nature of the Highlanders of Uzun, it was impossible for them to produce such things. Without Mengshi Zhao's cooperation, even if Daloin Ruozhen was said to be the most intelligent of the Ngari royal lineage, and even Zhangqiu Jianqiong was said to be somewhat afraid of him, even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook a meal without rice. Not to mention that the things the Tang people had built on the mountain were meant to deal with the Uzun cavalry. As for the Mengshi Zhao people, they were mainly infantry, so they weren't affected much. Don't celebrate too early. These fireballs have only suppressed them. It's still too early to talk about victory. Jelifeng looked at the mountain and suddenly said. His brows were deeply furrowed. In the distance, the flames soared into the sky, and the burning mountain looked like hell, suppressing all the Tang people. As far as he could barely see any Tang people, but Jelifeng was far from relaxed. This young man is more difficult to deal with than I thought. Jelifeng thought to himself. He could see far more than the others. The mountain in front of him was a sea of fire, and he could hear the shrill cries of death from time to time. But if he thought about it carefully, the number of Tang people who actually died in the fireball attacks was actually much fewer than he had imagined. The actual lethality of the fireballs was unbelievably low. In such a dense rain of fire, it was inconceivable that the 100-odd siege weapons that Uzun and Mengshi Zhao had spent a great deal of effort to build would die in such a battlefield. Zheluofeng's gaze swept over the mountain peak, then quickly returned to the steel walls that were scattered like stars in the sky and covered the entire mountain like fish scales. Each of these steel walls was several feet tall and weighed thousands of kilograms. Thousands of such steel walls, layer upon layer, from top to bottom, covered the entire mountain, forming a solid defense and barrier for the Annam Protectorate. That was why there were 100,000 versus 500,000. Duan Wuji led 100,000 White Stone Legion soldiers up the mountain, but they lost less than 30,000 of them. Even he himself was seriously injured. Thinking back to yesterday, when it was raining cats and dogs, this place was actually bare. But today, it was only a day's delay. In just one night, these magnificent steel walls appeared like a miracle. Chapter 581. Lion City, a strange art of war, and those steel fortresses on these mountains. Jelifeng had no idea how many more secrets this Tang dynasty youth had on him, how many more unknown things he was hiding. Everyone says that Wang Jiuling is the pillar of the Tang dynasty. As long as Jiuling doesn't fall, the Tang dynasty won't fall. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems that if we want to deal with the Tang dynasty, we first have to eradicate the Wang clan. Jellyfeng slightly closed her eyes, an irrepressible killing intent surging in her heart. He had met Duke Jiu once when he was in Shangjing, but at the time, she had only met him briefly. She had always felt that his face was mediocre and only so. Moreover, he was too benevolent, completely different from Duke Jiu's way of doing things. Later on, she had not taken it to heart. But Jellyfeng had not expected that many years later, his son and grandson would all become stumbling blocks in her campaign to unify the Southwest and conquer the Tang dynasty. Moreover, they were the most powerful ones that could not be ignored. "Father, let me lead an army. Now is the best time to deal with the Tang people." A voice rang out by his ear, bringing Jellyfeng back to the present. Fengjie was seated on the back of a majestic white horse, his eyes spitting vengeance as he stared at the summit. As the crown prince of Mengshizhao, Fengjie had always been far-sighted. In his eyes, there were only imperial great generals like Huishu Wuzong, Zhangqiu Jianxiong, Geshu Han, Gao Xianji, Zhang Shogue, and Wang Zongxi. Fengjie had never imagined that he would place any importance on a youth who was only 10-some years younger than him. Moreover, this fellow was a nameless nobody. But Wang Chong had succeeded in all of this. "You want to avenge Jiao Sero?" Jellyfeng's eyes widened. Although she showed no emotion on her face, she felt a deep displeasure in her heart. Jiao Sero was one of Uzin's people. No matter how close Fengjie was to Jiao Sero, this fact would not change. If someone were to say that Jiao Sero was seeking revenge, it should be the people of Uzin, not the crown prince of Mengshizhao Empire. This was simply putting the cart before the horse. If Fengjie was willing to lead the people of Mengshizhao into danger for the sake of a valiant general from a foreign country, then he truly would have to reconsider who the future successor to the Mengshizhao Empire would be. "Yes, father. But not all of them." Fengjie stared blankly for a moment before sternly replying. "Oh!" Jellyoj's brows twitched, and his expression relaxed. "Imperial Father, my relationship with Jiao Sero is a private matter, and I can distinguish between public and private matters. If Jiao Sero had died somewhere else or for some other reason, even if this child wanted to help, he would have done so alone. But this time, our Mengshizhao is fighting against the Tang dynasty. Jiao Sero died on the mountain while helping us attack the Tang dynasty. His death was not a private matter, but a public matter. Jiao Sero died for the public, so I, Fengjie, am absolutely duty-bound to avenge him." Fengjie's words caused both Jellyfeng and Duan Gechuan to instantly have a whole new level of respect for Fengjie. "Not bad. For you to be able to think of this, your father's high regard for you is not in vain. However, it is not our turn yet. In our previous contact, we have already probed and nearly lost the entire White Stone Legion. Now, it is Huishu Wuzong and his Uzin army's turn. It's not that I don't want you to avenge Jiao Sero, but now is not the time for you to do so. In the future, we will have even more opportunities to cooperate with Uzin. You must learn to look further and see a higher level." Jellyfeng said. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, even if you want to help, appearing at this time will only make things worse. It will make Uzin think that we are looking down on them. This will only be detrimental to our future cooperation." Duan Gechuan also spoke up from behind. It was like he didn't exist, forever standing in Jellyfeng's shadow. "Just look at Uzin's side and you'll understand." Fengjie turned his head and saw a fierce Uzin general at Huishu Wuzong's side, a saber hanging from his waist in one hand, bowed and then walked out. Although he was short, not even Mengshizhao, let alone the Tang people, this Uzin general exuded a fierce aura that was like the wind or fire, like the mountains or the sea. "It's him." But the aura exuded by this Uzun general was like the wind or the fire, like the mountains or the sea, a stark contrast to his short stature. It's him. Fenjie's mind jolted as this thought flitted through his mind. In this battle, almost all of Hwashu Wuzong's generals had been killed or wounded. Of the 5 tiger generals, only the strongest, Long Kinba, remained. But this didn't mean that he didn't have any soldiers under his command. The people of the plateau like Uzun were completely different from Mengshi Zhao and the Central Plains. The fact that their empire was divided into 4 royal lineages that controlled 4 major regions was strange enough, but what was even stranger was their foundation and base. When it wasn't at war, the Uzun were actually divided into tribes, each tribe doing its own thing and having its own leader. Normally, they weren't subject to any jurisdiction. Only when a large-scale war involving the Yusang Empire and the other empires was called upon would they gather from all over and form a massive army. In normal circumstances, if this method was used, whether it was the Tang dynasty or Mengshi Zhao, their morale would crumble and they wouldn't be able to fight at all. But the Uzun were different. Their people were valiant and they took pride in fighting and fierce battles, even more so than the Turks. The Turks were fierce by nature, while the Uzun revered ferocity and longed for war. The two were completely different, but their fighting prowess was equally outstanding. Thus, the fighting prowess of the Uzun soldiers was not affected in the slightest. Their fighting prowess was on the level of an army. Moreover, although the tribes of the Uzun Empire were usually scattered throughout the lands, their way of life was not very different from that of an army. From birth, each person would begin military training, cultivating the military martial arts passed down from the Great Snow Mountain Temple. Thus, despite this strange tribal system, the Uzun soldiers were by no means weak in terms of fighting prowess. The only problem with this system was that Hwashu Wuzong, as the great general of the Ngari royal lineage, was unable to control all the generals of the Ngari royal lineage. Only the 5 tiger generals under his command were able to provide him with a high punishment. But the Uzun actually had many fierce generals. Chapter 582. In terms of pure strength, Tumi Sangza might not be on the level of Long Kinba, but he was definitely not one bit weaker than Jiao Sero, and he was even more ferocious than Long Kinba. He was also a fierce general of the Uzun. Fenjie had tried to get in touch with him, but this person refused to speak and seemed very difficult to deal with. Jiao Sero once said that although Hwashu Wuzong doesn't have many subordinates, as the great general of the Ngari royal lineage, he has the right to choose his subordinates. This is how the 5 tiger generals were originally chosen, but as long as the 5 tiger generals are present, Hwashu Wuzong has no right to make a new choice. But now that most of the 5 tiger generals have been killed, this Tumi Sangza is definitely one of them, Fenjie quietly said to himself. Clang. While Fenjie was still speculating about Tumi Sangza's strength, Tumi Sangza sat on his horse, his dantian sinking. Clang. With a metallic clang, a massive black halo of thorns descended and spread to the entire army. This was not the halo of fortress that the Uzun were accustomed to, but a pure and powerful offensive halo. Soon after, Tumi Sangza reached out with his hands and slowly pulled out 2 curved scimitars. Attack! Rumble! Tumi Sangza took the lead, charging forward without the slightest hesitation. Behind him, the thousands of Uzun cavalry roared as they transformed into a black flood of steel. Aided by the massive fireballs, they charged up the mountain with thunderous speed. Kail! Kail! Behind him, the thousands of Uzun soldiers swiftly spread out into formation. 1 echelon, 2 echelons, 3 echelons, hundreds of echelons aimed at the gaps between the steel walls and charged up the mountain. This time, there were no Mengshi Zhao soldiers on the mountain, nor were there any of the Tang people's shieldmen. There was nothing left to stop the hooves of the Uzun cavalry. The victor is king and the loser is a thief. Those who retreat die. Tumi Sangza's killing intent soared to the heavens as he led his vast army up the mountain. Kail! Kill! Kill! Under the attack of the huge fireballs that were as dense as rain, the entire mountain was shrouded in a sea of fire. The Annam Protectorate was almost suppressed to the point that it could not even lift its head. The army led by Tumi Sangza was like a sharp blade stabbing towards the Tang people. Although Wang Chong had hidden nearly 100,000 soldiers on the mountain, they could not unleash their full power at this moment. Now let's see how the Tang people deal with it. Feng Zheluo, Duan Gechuan, Fenjie, Huashu Wizang, Long Qinba, and all the other Mengshi Yusang officers in the army were focused on the mountain. The first wave of probing had ended, and now it was time for the real attack. Although the commanders of the Annam Protectorate were Wang Yan and Xianyu Zhongtong, everyone now knew that the only person who could truly threaten the Mengshi Yusang army was that youth on the summit. Aim the fireballs at the midpoint of the mountain and divide the front and back so that the Tang people can't send any soldiers. Kill all the Tang people below the midpoint of the mountain, and then deal with the army on the summit. I'd like to see just what this youth will do next. In the rear of the army, where the massive siege weapons were erected, Daluan Ruozan stood, his gaze locked with Wang Chong on the distant summit. Last night, he and Huashu Wizang had come up with all the offensive plans. Wave after wave of attacks would come like a tide, and they would continue until the Tang people's army was drowned out and the remnants of the southwest were destroyed. This plan could not be said to be his, nor could it be said to be Huashu Wizang's. It was the crystallization of their wisdom. Huashu Wizang's military strategy and his own intellect. This was a tacit understanding that the two of them had developed over a very long time. Long ago, the two of them had relied on this method to subdue the ambitious Zhangzhou Jianxiong and his 180,000 Annam Protectorate. Now, Zhangzhou Jianxiong had been transferred to the capital, and his target had been that teenager on the other side of the mountain. 50 zhang, 30 zhang. The distance was getting shorter and shorter, but there was still no sign of activity on the mountain. When the distance was only 20 zhang, rumble. Suddenly, a rumble came from the mountain. Just when the Uzan cavalry were about to charge up the mountain, the Annam Protectorate soldiers suddenly appeared in the gaps between the steel walls. At the same time, a huge steel object was pushed out. Barricade! The Uzan soldiers' eyelids twitched at the sight of the metal object that had suddenly been pushed out. The object that had suddenly been pushed out was a massive steel platform. On the inclined surface of the platform were rows of long, chilling teeth that looked like the sharp teeth of a giant beast. All of them were aimed at the foot of the mountain. Thousands of these heavy steel barricades appeared in everyone's field of vision, circling around the mountain. This is impossible. The army had already charged to the foot of the mountain. Seeing these heavy metal barricades, even the ferocious Tumi Sangza couldn't help but pale. He had clearly seen the battle from the foot of the mountain. Duan Wuji had led so many warriors of the White Stone Legion and Jiao Sero had led 10,000 cavalry. So many soldiers had charged up the mountain, but they hadn't seen any barricades at all. Where did these barricades come from? Tumi Sangza's eyelids twitched. Let alone him, even the calm and steady Huashu Wizang couldn't help but raise his head to look at the mountain. This again. It seems like he's prepared. The steel walls had been created by Wang Chong overnight, and now, in front of everyone's eyes, he had created these heavy barricades. Huashu Wizang was rarely moved by anything, but the fact that Wang Chong had been able to create these heavy barricades in such a short time without anyone noticing, even a great general like Huashu Wizang couldn't help but be moved. There was no doubt that Wang Chong had been prepared. Huashu Wizang had fought for so long in his life and encountered all sorts of formidable opponents, but this was the first time he had encountered such a difficult opponent. Alas, my opponent is Tumi Sangza. A sharp light flashed through Huashu Wizang's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. At the same time, as if in response to Huashu Wizang, Tumi Sangza roared. Do you think this will work? Childish. Break for me. When everyone's speed slowed down in front of the barricades, Tumi Sungya gave a loud shout, his entire body erupting with a majestic aura. His speed did not slow down but instead increased, allowing him to stand out from the crowd. Rumble! The earth quaked, and invisible ripples spread out in all directions from Tumi Sangza. These black ripples seemed to have a life of their own. Through the void, they wrapped around the steel walls and the barricade. Black Iron Jin, get up! Tumi Sangza's eyes turned sharp as he roared and slammed down. Rumble! Boom! The entire mountain seemed to tremble. In front of everyone's eyes, the air became blurry, and huge steel walls that weighed several thousand jin and were nearly as tall as two people suddenly collapsed inwards, shrank and twisted. Roar! In front of both friend and foe, within a radius of several dozen feet around Tumi Sangza, 4 massive steel walls suddenly rose from the ground and transformed into 4 steel giants that were several dozen feet tall. Thick arms, huge heads, and terrifying strength. A storm-like aura emanated from these 4 steel giants. In a flash, everyone, including Wang Chong, who was supervising the battle from the summit, slightly paled. No one was more shocked than Mengshi Zhao's crown prince, Fenjie. This fellow's black iron halo has reached this level of cultivation. Fenjie had never known that Tumi Sangza cultivated the same black iron halo as himself, and most frightening of all was that Tumi Sangza's black iron halo had reached a higher level than his own. At the very least, Fenjie's ability had not reached the level where he could transform the Tang people's steel walls. Young master, what do we do? At the same time, Chen Shusun turned to look at Wang Chong. The greatest defense of this mountain were the steel modular walls that Wang Chong had laid down. Without these steel walls, Mengshi Zhao and Uzun's cavalry would have been able to charge all the way from the base of the mountain to the summit. Infantry were skilled at defense. Without these walls, the Annam Protectorate would not have been able to display its full strength. Chapter 583. There's no need to worry. On the summit, Wang Chong looked down in Tumi Sangza's direction. From a distance, he could see that Tumi Sangza was exuding an astonishing aura. His halo of black iron thorns enveloped the earth, and wherever it pressed down, countless bits of metal would emerge from the ground and quickly condense into metal soldiers. Tumi Sangza's halo of black iron thorns was even more powerful than Fenjie's, so he was able to summon more metal soldiers. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 metal soldiers had appeared around Tumi Sangza. Not only that, a group of Tang people infantry formed into a square formation and charged at Tumi Sangza. Before they could get close, their armor twisted and broke out of their bodies, transforming into metal soldiers. Their limbs transformed into swords, sabers, or spears as they swiftly began to battle with the Annam Protectorate soldiers. These metal soldiers did not have stellar energy to protect their bodies, but their advantage lay in their unpredictability. Their attacks were impossible to defend against, and they could not be killed. In a few short moments, before Tumi Sangza had even attacked, the metal soldiers he had summoned had thrown the battlefield into chaos. But most frightening of all was the damage that Tumi Sangza's halo of black iron was doing to the steel walls. Under the effect of Tumi Sangza's halo, the towering steel walls began to warp and transform into massive steel giants that charged up the mountain. Boom boom boom. Giant metal fists smashed down from the sky, each fist carrying the weight of 1,000 Jun, causing dust to roil and the earth to quake. After the Battle of Arai and the Battle of Lion City, the remaining Tang elites could not even take a casual blow from these metal giants. A casual blow from these metal giants, a smash, a fling, or a collision, would cause all the Annam Protectorate soldiers in front of them to scream and fly into the air. Not a single person on the mountain was a match for them, and Tumi Sangza was still summoning even more of these metal giants, working with the massive fireballs descending from the sky to suppress the Tang soldiers. It appeared that Wang Chong's painstaking preparations were about to be destroyed. But even so, Wang Chong still had a smile on his lips, his expression calm. Although I don't know the origins of this Uzun general or how he managed to cultivate such a powerful black metal halo, if he thinks that this is enough to destroy the steel walls I brought from the capital for this battle, then he's far too naive. Chen Shusun was dumbfounded, his face blank. To a certain extent, he had watched Wang Chong grow up. But at this moment, as he gazed at the smiling youth at his side, his every movement composed and imposing, Chen Shusun felt somewhat unfathomable. Although he was much older than Wang Chong, these steel modules have sturdy inscriptions on them. Every steel wall has sturdy inscriptions of various sizes. There are at least thousands of them. If that foreign general only wanted to transform 4 steel city walls, it would be fine. But if he wanted to twist all the steel city walls into his iron men, that would be wishful thinking. He's too naive, Wang Chong indifferently said as he looked down the mountain. Although he was young, Wang Chong's experience, vision, and knowledge left even a veteran general like Chen Shusun in the dust. If Chen Shusun knew that the body of this youth next to him contained the soul of the most powerful and revered war saint in the history of the Central Plains, he would probably be so shocked that he wouldn't be able to speak. The War of the Southwest was the Empire's first war, and also its most important. This was the place where the first domino would fall. This war concerned the future of the Tang dynasty and the Central Plains, so Wang Chong had no path of retreat and had to put all his strength into it. In this war, Wang Chong had not expected to encounter experts with metal element halos like Fenjie and Tumi Sangza, especially Tumi Sangza, whose black iron halo was far superior to Fenjie's, posing a massive threat to Wang Chong's strategy of turning defense into offense. But these steel modular walls were related to the life and death of the 100,000 Annam Protectorate soldiers and the safety of the nearly millions of civilians of the Southwest. Thus, when building these steel modular walls, Wang Chong had spent almost all of his wealth. Wang Chong had invested everything he had gained from the Hyderabad ore and the Wuxi steel swords. Not only that, in order to obtain enough money, Wang Chong had even sold the majority of his Spirit Vein Mountain, causing all the great clans of the capital, the rich and powerful, and even the scions of the imperial household to go crazy. The enormous wealth accumulated from these things was enough to make Wang Chong one of the wealthiest people in the empire. He had more than enough money to build a few cities like Lion City. But in the end, Wang Chong had invested all of it into these steel modular walls. Inside each seemingly ordinary steel city wall, each inch of narrow steel was added with a large number of inscriptions of various sizes when it was cast. Almost all the inscription masters of the capital had been summoned by Wang Chong to participate in this unprecedented operation. This sort of operation had never appeared in the capital before, and no one had ever done it before. One could say that the price of these steel modular walls was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This was an operation of wealth. Wang Chong did not have the manpower to change the course of a war, so he could only work from the aspect of wealth. If Tumi Sangza wanted to deal with Wang Chong, if he wanted to turn this mountain of steel walls into ash and create the steel army he desired, he first had to overcome the countless toughening inscriptions of various sizes that Wang Chong had added to the steel walls. Although this was no problem for someone of Tumi Sangza's abilities, it was impossible to accomplish this without paying a price. Buzz! The air twisted and blurred. Wherever Tumi Sangza's halo passed, the steel walls at the base of the mountain would twist and deform as if they were alive. This time, Tumi Sangza's halo of black steel had enveloped at least 10 steel walls. If he could do this, not only would the mountain gain 10 steel giants of boundless strength that could never be killed, a massive hole would also be torn in the Annam Protectorate's defenses. But a moment later, Tumi Sangza's face paled as if he had been dealt a heavy blow, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. And to his left and right, the steel walls that were on the verge of being deformed by Tumi Sangza's halo instantly returned to normal, as if their connection to Tumi Sangza had been severed. The process of transforming the steel giants had been severed. Although they were still a distance away and massive fireballs were crashing down, Chen Shusun quickly understood that Wang Chong was correct when he saw Tumi Sang's pale face turn to the summit as if he had seen a ghost. He really can't transform them. Chen Shusun's mind trembled as he suddenly understood. Not even a great general of Huishu Huaitsong's level might be able to transform all the steel walls I brought into metal element metalmen, much less this foreign general. With his abilities, 4 steel giants was probably his limit. In the future, each additional steel giant he summons will consume a vast amount of stellar energy. If an expert of his level is willing to do this, I would welcome him with open arms. Wang Chong smiled. In front of the mighty war saint, no one could be so calm and relaxed. Not even Daluan Ruozan could do such a thing, much less these foreign generals. War had to be fought step by step. If Uzun and Mengshi Zhao hoped to defeat him like this, it was impossible. On the other side, Tumi Sangza clearly understood this principle and quickly changed his strategy. Roar! With a heaven-shaking roar, pitch-black halos exploded from beneath Tumi Sangza's feet. All around him, the steel men fiercely fighting on the front lines seemed to be attracted by a magnetic force, rising into the air and sucking toward Tumi Sangza's body. Clang clang clang. With a shrill clattering of metal, countless steel men and metal scraps drifted out of the ground and attached themselves to Tumi Sangza's body. These steel men and metal scraps rapidly melted, transforming into a thick armor that wrapped around Tumi Sangza. Tumi Sangza's figure continued to rise higher and higher. In just a few short moments, Tumi Sangza had vanished, replaced by a stalwart steel giant that was 10 some zhang tall and seemed like a demon god. Dust roiled around him, soaring into the sky as a massive aura exploded from the steel giant's body. Where did this fellow come from? Isn't he too powerful? Not even Jiao Sero is as powerful as him? Uzun actually had such a powerful expert. At this moment, no one was more shocked than the people of the Mengshi Zhao Empire. After fighting side by side with Uzun for several months, they were most familiar with the 5 tiger generals under Huishu Wuzong's command. As for the man before them, although they had seen him a few times, the 5 tiger generals were the ones leading the charge. But when they charged and broke through enemy lines, the 5 tiger generals were the ones leading them, so none of them had any impression of this valiant general. Of the 5 element halos, the metal element is the least cultivated and also the most difficult. Its success rate far surpasses the other element. For this Uzun man to be able to use the halo of black iron to this level, he should have reached or perhaps even approached the higher level of the bronze halo. For this general to be able to think of this method in terms of defensive power, he has already surpassed Jiao Sero. Your Highness Crown Prince, you cultivate the same halo of black iron as him. You should pay special attention to this person's next actions and learn from him. Perhaps he will be of great help to you. A voice came from behind them. It was Mengshi Zhao's great general Duan Gechuan. Jiayi understands. Many thanks for great general's guidance. Fenjie sincerely said. Fenjie had always treated this great general, who had always been hiding behind the scenes, hiding in his father's shadow, with great respect. The surroundings quickly fell silent. Chapter 584. Bang! The 10 tall metal giant smashed down with his fist, sending a steel wall several dozen zhang high flying, sending 10 Manam protectorate warriors flying. Several dozen zhang away, the steel wall crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Jiao Sero, useless thing. Watch as I slaughter these Tang people. I'll show you what a true expert of the plateau is, a mighty eagle in the sky. Tumi Sangza's loud voice resounded through the sky in Uzun. With a single step, he crossed the distance of 28 zhang and began to ascend the mountain. Hong, he casually punched out again. Smoke and dust billowed, and another heavy piece of the city wall was sent tumbling away. At this sight, even Wang Chong couldn't help but widen his eyes. The metal element halo was known as the strongest of the 5 elements, and the fighting power Tumi Sangza displayed could be called abnormal. Although he was only using brute force, this method was even more troublesome and difficult to deal with than before. Not bad. At the base of the mountain, Huashu Wuzong stood tall and straight like a mountain. His imposing figure exuded a boundless and unshakable aura. Only he was not surprised by Tumi Sangza's performance. Jiao Sero and the fierce generals of the plateau like Tumi Sangza had always been at odds. This was a special selection method of the Uzun. The tribal generals and the 5 tiger generals would scheme against each other, and only the true experts would survive and assume the position of tiger generals. Whether it was Long Qinba, Jiao Sero, or those dead generals, they had all been selected in this manner. Thus, Huashu Wuzong did not care much about Jiao Sero's death. "Now, let's see what you do." A hint of a smile appeared in Huashu Wuzong's eyes as he looked up at the summit. Massive fireballs filling the sky and a fierce general like Tumi Sangza would render even Zhangzhou Jianxiong powerless. But Huashu Huaitsong felt a sliver of anticipation toward that youth on the summit who had consecutively defeated his subordinate. Politics was something only Daluan Ruozhen would consider. As a pure general and soldier, Huashu Wuzong was only interested in the appearance of a powerful opponent and the destruction of this opponent. "The eagle, it's your turn. Your cultivation should be almost done, right?" Wang Chong suddenly said. "Yes, young master." A familiar voice rang out. As the voice faded, a familiar figure walked out. It was the eagle who had been following Wang Chong for a long time. After not seeing him for a period of time, the eagle's spirit, energy, and spirit had all improved by a level, completely different from before. "Now I have completely broken through to the Xian martial realm and reached the 3rd or 4th Xian martial realm. I also know how to use the 6-armed Ksitigarbha Vajra. Now I should be able to compete with cultivators of the 6th or 7th Xian Qi layer." The eagle's eyes glowed with confidence. As an expert of the older generation of the capital, the eagle had been stuck at the 9th level of the true martial realm for the longest time among his companions. Because of his talent, he had never been able to break through. But it was also for this reason that his accumulation had reached a level that ordinary martial artists would find difficult to even dream of. Given the eagle's situation, no matter how much accumulation he had accumulated, it would be useless if he could not break through the threshold of the Xian martial realm. But the 6-armed Ksitigarbha Vajra had provided him with a chance to break through. Thus, the moment the eagle broke through, he was like mercury spilling into the ground. He didn't even need to go through Tier 1 or 2 of the Xian martial realm before exploding to Tier 3 of the Xian martial realm, approaching Tier 4. The eagle now possessed the ability to play an important role. This was also why Wang Chong had never used him before. "That foreigner is extremely powerful. Only our Wuzi steel sword can break his martial arts. But just you alone won't be enough. Luoji, you go as well." Wang Chong swept his gaze to the left and firmly said. "Yes, this general will go." Luoji bowed. No one in the Annam Protectorate dared to disobey Wang Chong's orders. Everyone treated Wang Chong as the Annam Protectorate's great benefactor. Without him, the Annam Protectorate would have been wiped out long ago. Moreover, Wang Chong had Zhangzhou Jianxiong's orders. "General Lin, you go as well." Wang Chong looked behind Luoji and said. "Yes, this subordinate will go." Lin Wushou immediately replied. Wang Chong was publicly acknowledged as the best and most suitable commander of the Army of the Southwest. Even General Wang and Protector General Xianyu had surrendered their authority to him, let alone anyone else. "But you alone won't be enough. Zhang Long, this subordinate is here. Give the Wuzi steel sword in your hand to General Lin." "Yes, this subordinate will go." In the Southwest Army, only Wang Chong's subordinates were equipped with Wuzi steel weapons, and only Wuzi steel swords could deal with an expert with a metal element halo like Tumi Sangza's. ordinary sabers and swords could be easily deformed in front of Tumi Sangza, snatched away, and turned into metal men that were completely unusable. Gallop. The Eagle, Luoji, and Lin Wushou equipped themselves with Wang Chang's Wuzi steel swords and the meteoric metal armor they had taken from the Black Dragon bandit members as they charged down the mountain. Boom boom boom. Massive fireballs rained down from the sky, creating a sea of fire on the mountain. But the Eagle, Luoji, and Lin Wushou were able to weave and weave as freely as the wind. At their level, these fireballs would not even be able to hit them, much less threaten them. The trio moved with incredible speed, and it only took a few moments for them to reach the base of the mountain. Foreign general, take this. With a heaven-shaking roar, the eagle's body blurred, instantly vanishing. In his place was a 6-armed Ksitigarbha Vajra guardian, each of his 6 arms holding 6 swords. Clang! With a flash, the 6-armed Ksitigarbha Vajra guardian leaped forward, its body inconceivably agile. The 6 Wuzi steel swords slashed down. Boom! A large amount of refined iron was immediately cut off from the metal giant that Tumi Sangza had transformed into. Ksitigarbha Vajra guardian! You took something from Batunlu. Tumi Sangza roared over the battlefield. Like a primordial beast, he fiercely punched at the eagle. You shouldn't have taken something from the Great Snow Mountain Temple. Return it to me. Careful. Only at close range could one sense the power of the metal giant that Tumi Sangza had transformed into. This power was simply irresistible, and the thick layer of steel made it difficult for any weapon to truly threaten Tumi Sangza. Bang bang bang! With a shout, Luoji and Lin Wushou charged into the sky, brandishing their Wuzi steel weapons. The 4 peak experts of the profound martial realm fiercely clashed on the battlefield. On the other side, nearly 10,000 Uzun cavalry were battling with the Annam Protectorate on the mountain. Get ready! Wang Chang's gaze only paused on Tumi Sangza, the Eagle, Luoji, and Lin Wushou for a few moments before looking away. As a commander-in-chief of an army, what he needed to pay attention to was never a battle between 2 generals. Rather, he needed to look at the entire situation and decide the outcome of a battle. Leading the army to victory was a matter of strategy. This was what a commander-in-chief should do. Tumi Sangza's side still isn't strong enough. It won't be long before Huashu Wuzong sends his cavalry to launch a large-scale attack. Pass on my order to reinforce the Uzun at any time. But young master, in the current situation, they're constantly using fireballs to attack. We simply can't get close. Chen Shusun worriedly said. Relax. It's not easy to prepare these fireballs. The southwest is a land of hills and plains, and it's very difficult for Daluan Ruozan to get many of them. Moreover, I don't know about anything else, but the Uzun definitely doesn't have many Arab kerosene soldiers. It won't take long for these fireballs to run out. From the very start, Huashu Wuzong's goal has been to destroy my defenses. Have Mr. Zhang get ready. Bring some craftsmen and use this time to repair the damaged steel walls. The Mr. Zhang Wang Chong spoke of was naturally Zhang Shouji of the Bureau of Works. The greatest advantage of the modular steel walls was that they were easy to dismantle, move, and repair. It was impossible for Huashu Wuzong and Daluan Ruozan to rely on these kinds of attacks to destroy his steel defense lines. Yes, I'll make the arrangements. Chapter 585. Huashu Wuzong's attack was far faster than expected. Serene Xiangxiong, you should go as well, Huashu Wuzong suddenly said as he gazed at the summit. Yes, General. A voice came from behind him. Amidst the clanging of armor, a fierce-looking Uzun general with a rough aura mounted his horse and galloped away. Follow me. With this order, the sturdy Uzun general known as Tsiren Xiangxiong leaped forward, the earth churning behind him as thousands of Uzun cavalry followed. Young master, the Uzun have moved out. Chen Shusun turned to Wang Chong. Once more, Chen Shusun felt an indescribable sense of admiration. Everything was going exactly as Wang Chong had predicted. Has the order been passed down? Wang Chong stood on the summit, his eyes calm. It has been passed down. Then let's begin, Wang Chong indifferently said. Rumble. Battle cries shook the mountain as thousands of Uzun cavalry surged up the mountain, madly charging at the barricades, the steel walls, and the Annam Protectorate. At the same time, massive fireballs smashed against the mountain, maintaining the front and back lines of the Annam Protectorate. Break down those barricades and use ropes to break them open. Some of you dismount and work together to push the barricades away. Go from General Tumi Sangza and attack them from the back. All the Uzun leaders and generals were madly shouting, hoping to completely tear apart the Annam Protectorate's defenses. At the same time, the Annam Protectorate at the base of the mountain was sacrificing their lives. Hold, hold. Milord has ordered that no one is allowed to retreat. Shieldmen, shieldmen. Hold the barricades. Don't let them drag us away. If they break through our defenses, all of us will die. The atmosphere was extremely tense. One side wanted to attack the summit and completely wipe out the obstacles in the southwest, while the other side wanted to desperately defend and survive. Neither side had a path of retreat. General Not. You go too. Huashu Wuzong looked at the fierce battle on the mountain and suddenly frowned. Yes, General. A valiant warrior from the Uzun Plateau quickly responded and left. Follow me. As soon as the order was given, dust and sand billowed. Another group of close to 10,000 Uzun iron warriors rushed up the mountain as fast as lightning. At this point, Huashu Wuzong had sent more than 30,000 soldiers to attack the mountain, which was a considerable number. The strength of the cavalry was far superior to that of the infantry. On the plains, these 30,000 cavalrymen were enough to deal with 300,000 infantry. But at this moment, their opponents were only the 10,000 Annam Protectorate soldiers on the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the horses colliding and kicking rang out incessantly. The shields let out loud chimes of defend as they shouted. An Annam Protectorate's shield was supported by at least 2 to 3 people, sometimes even 5 to 6. Everyone was squeezed together, using the strength of their bodies to resist the charge of the Uzun cavalry. Again. Huashu Wuzong frowned and ordered again. With the situation on the mountain, the force of 40,000 cavalrymen charging at the same time was enough to overturn the mountains and overturn the seas. No matter how many people there was no way they could get involved. At least not until the first line of defense of the Annam Protectorate was broken. Kill. Amidst the fierce battle cries, the 4th Uzun Army finally arrived on the battlefield. Looking down from the sky, the foot of the mountain was covered in a vast expanse of Uzun warriors. Kill them! Similar shouts in the Uzun language resounded over the battlefield. In the face of the wave after wave of Uzun attacks, the Annam Protectorate soldiers on the front lines were under unimaginable pressure. The fragile defense line could collapse at any moment. And the most fatal of all was the passage that Tumi Sangza had opened. An endless stream of Uzun soldiers charged up the mountain through that opening. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At this moment, time seemed to be incomparably long. The Tang dynasty's defense line swayed, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Increase the attacks. They can't hold on much longer. Wave after wave of Uzun attacks rained down on the Annam Protectorate's first line of defense, but the one who truly collapsed it was an unexpected person. Boom! At some point, Tumi Sangza had thrown off Luoji, the Eagle, and Lin Wushou and charged out of their encirclement, sending a heavy steel wall flying with a single punch. Bzzz. As if on some sort of signal, all the barricades and shields around him had been opened. The first line of the Annam Protectorate's defense line had been completely opened. Kill. After a brief moment of silence, all the Uzun cavalry seemed to realize something. Their spirits were roused, and even the Mengshi Yusang soldiers watching the battle from the base of the mountain were in high spirits. Wonderful! Kill them all! Everyone could smell the hope of victory. It seemed like they had finally found a way to defeat the Tang people. But a moment later, before the 40,000 Uzun cavalry could charge, and before the excitement and joy in the hearts of the Mengshi Yusang army could last very long, the greatest change occurred. When the barricades were torn down, the shields were destroyed, and the defense line was broken, the Annam Protectorate soldiers almost immediately took cover behind the steel walls. Swish! A thick arrow suddenly tore through the air, piercing through a charging Uzun horseman at the base of the mountain. In the neigh, the warhorse neighed and the rider reared. That precious and sturdy Uzun Highland steed didn't even have time to neigh before it, and its rider toppled to the ground. After piercing through them, the thick arrow continued to pierce through a second Uzun horseman, and then a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, as the Uzun madly attacked. A large number of Uzun cavalry had gathered at the base of the mountain, and it was impossible to tell just how many people there were in this small area. But at this moment, the Uzun's strategy had become a fatal error. Bang 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 bang! The arrow pierced through tensome Uzun horsemen, leaving behind a straight, bloody hole. Only then did it stop and fall from the sky. The Tang people's ballistae! A panicked voice rang out, a voice that made everyone tremble in fear. At this moment, all the Uzun soldiers gathered at the base of the mountain felt their blood freeze. The Uzun were famed for their thick plate armor, but this plate armor had a perfect nemesis, the ballistae of the Tang dynasty. The massive bolts fired from those ballistae could easily pierce through all the Uzun soldiers in a straight line. There was no mistaking that terrifying explosion just now. It was the sound of the Tang dynasty ballistae. Shio 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 shio. Just as everyone began to realize this, Wang Chong's hidden hand was also displayed. Halfway up the mountain, the sound of arrows piercing through the air could be heard. At this moment, countless ballistae lined up on the mountain began to fire. The blazing flames and the fireballs filling the sky could stop the Annam Protectorate soldiers on the mountain, but they could not stop the famous ballistae of the Tang dynasty. Pung pung pung. With a series of sounds, tens of thousands of crossbow bolts whistled down, piercing through countless Uzun Empire cavalry along the way. The densely packed Uzun cavalry did not even make a sound. They were like grasshoppers that had been sprang up, falling down from the front to the back like wooden stakes. The concentrated sounds of heavy objects falling caused everyone who saw and heard it to feel a chill in their hearts. As expected, the Uzun soldiers who appeared in front of the steel walls fell one after another. Harvest! This was a true harvest. In a few short moments, the number of Uzun soldiers who had fallen to the ballistae far exceeded the number of soldiers who had charged at the Tang dynasty's defenses. Crossbow bolts flew out one after another, callous and decisive. Chapter 586. Bastard! This brat is too crafty. In Meng Shizhao's army, Fenjie clenched his fists. He was sure that Wang Chong had arranged for these ballistae to be there when Tumi Sangza had attacked. In the previous battle, those ballistae had never been there. Even Meng Shizhao's sea of fire was used by him. This fellow is truly terrifying. The Wang clan is known as a clan of ministers and generals, but this sort of foundation is too frightening. The Meng Shizhao generals were also alarmed, a deep apprehension rising in their hearts. What sort of person was Daluan Ruozhen? What sort of person was Huashu Wizong? Although Meng Shizhao and Uzun weren't enemies, there was no one on the southwest border who didn't understand these two. If either of these two had appeared on Meng Shizhao's border, everyone would have felt as if they were facing a great foe. But this youth called Wang Chong was actually able to face them head-on, attacking and defending at the same time. Even Daluan Ruozhen's fireballs were being used by him to protect himself and neutralize the attacks of the Uzun. Everyone even suspected that this Wang Chong was intentionally luring the Uzun into gathering them at the base of the mountain. Once they reached the peak of their numbers, he would immediately take out the Tang dynasty ballistae. In normal circumstances, the Tang dynasty ballistae, no matter how formidable, would only be able to kill 3 or 4 people, and this was even when the enemy was charging at them. But now, against such a dense army of cavalry, a single arrow could kill more than 10 people. Some ballista bolts even pierced through and killed 15 or 16 cavalry in a straight line. In just a few moments, this volley of ballista bolts had killed at least 4,000 or 5,000 Uzun soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. Another wave of arrows whistled down from the top of the mountain. This time, the effect was not as obvious as before, but 2,000 to 3,000 Uzun cavalrymen and their horses fell heavily onto the hillside. Blood flowed down the mountain like a gurgling stream. The warhorse neigh's terrified cries rang out incessantly. The whole mountain was in a state of panic. This scene caused Huoshu Wuzong's eyelids to twitch madly. Even though he had been in the southwest for so long, had clashed with the Tang people many times, and had seen the power of these weapons of the Tang dynasty more than once, even though he was a veteran of battle, he still found it hard to remain calm when he saw the ballistae in Wang Chong's hands. Although the Uzun Gari royal lineage still had more than 200,000 cavalry and the loss of several thousand cavalry wasn't much, it had to be realized that the Uzun Empire had spent 30-some years and a great deal of time and energy to create these 200,000 cavalry. Even if the Uzun people wanted to create another one in such a short time, it would not be so easy. Change targets. Destroy those Tang dynasty ballistae. Huoshu Wuzong suddenly raised an arm and firmly ordered. Yes, General. Before the order could reach the rear, a new change occurred on the hillside. After 2 volleys of arrows, Tang dynasty ballista soldiers suddenly appeared and swiftly pulled the ballistae back behind the steel walls. In just a few seconds, the ballistae vanished without a trace, just as if they had just appeared. But at this moment Tumi Sangza, Siren Xiangxiong and Zhajiexiji, the 3 warriors of the Uzun 8 tribes, felt a deep sense of apprehension. The fact that the Tang dynasty had withdrawn the ballistae was far more worrying than if they had allowed them to continue firing. No one knew when the ballistae would reappear and fire again. This sort of feeling was almost impossible to guard against. Moreover, the ballistae of the Tang dynasty needed to be reloaded after firing 2 or 3 bolts. By withdrawing the ballistae, Wang Chong could use this opportunity to reload, and when they reappeared, they would be reloaded with bolts. At that time, it would be a new round of harvesting. Everyone who understood Wang Chong's strategy felt a chill in their hearts. This was not the first time the ballistae of the Tang dynasty had appeared, but no one had ever used them to such a terrifying degree like Wang Chong. Damn it! Delay them for me. As long as we can delay those Tang people, they won't be able to fire normally. Someone charge. Destroy those ballistae. Pay attention, use their steel walls to dodge. The Uzun army had no lack of intelligent people, and some of them immediately saw through the crux of this matter. If they tangled with the Tang people and began to fight, the Annam Protectorate would have some misgivings and would never randomly fire ballistae. In addition, the steel walls that Wang Chong had set up on the mountain could also be used to dodge the attacks of the ballistae. But the Uzun were famed for their cavalry charges, and they excelled at offense. Defense and positional warfare were things that only the infantry of the Tang dynasty excelled at. If the cavalry hid behind the steel walls, there would be no point in attacking. Bastard! Follow me! Tumi Sangza, wrapped in thick metal armor, suddenly roared. A pitch-black halo of thorns shook the area. Cries of alarm rang out as the armor of the Tang people soldiers burst out of their bodies, transforming into hundreds of metal men that charged into the sea of fire and the ballistae. At the same time, Tumi Sangza struggled to free himself from the attacks of the Eagle, Luoji, and Lin Wuguan. His mountainous steel body charged up the mountain. The blazing sea of fire didn't even reach the metal giant's knees and was completely incapable of harming him. Rumble! The entire mountain trembled beneath Tumi Sangza's footstep. But before Tumi Sangza could take more than a few steps, he seemed to sense something. His body shook and he raised his head. In the overcast sky, a massive ball of fire like a blazing sun grew larger and larger. With a boom, It crashed into a place 10 zhang away from Tumi Sangza. Flames, shockwaves, and explosions swept out in all directions. But as this massive ball of fire fell, the sky instantly fell silent. No more fireballs fell. At some point, the siege weapons in the rear had used up their last fireball. This dense rain of fireballs had finally come to an end. For a moment, the entire mountain was deathly still, not a single sound coming from it. It's over. On the summit, Wang Chong watched as the final fireball fell, a hint of a smile on his lips. Everything had gone as he had expected. No matter how monstrously intelligent Dalawan Ruozan was, no matter how meticulous he would never have predicted that he would be here, nor that he would have built a lion city and a steel fortress in the southwest. In such a short period of time, Dalawan Ruozan's reserves were bound to be insufficient. Thus, this fireball attack was bound to not last for too long. "Let's go," Wang Chong indifferently said as he looked down the mountain in the breeze. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the summit, as if time had stopped moving. In the blink of an eye, countless figures appeared on the previously empty summit. Now, it was the Annam Protectorate's turn to counterattack. Kail! Waves of roars shook the mountain and soared into the sky. The Annam Protectorate, which had been hiding behind the steel walls, suddenly charged out of their hiding place. Tens of thousands of them gathered into a flood of steel that surged toward the base of the mountain. Their momentum was overwhelming, capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas. "Foreign traitors! Hand over your life!" Fierce shouts came from the summit. Countless Annam Protectorate generals with powerful auras were mixed in with the storm of Annam Protectorate generals as they charged down the mountain. At this moment, even someone as arrogant as Tumi Sangza couldn't help but widen his eyes. Although the Tang dynasty had indulged in peace, and was no longer as powerful as before, a starving camel was still larger than a horse, and its army was still filled with talents. The number of generals it had far surpassed that of Uzun and Mengshi Zhao. One eagle, one Luoji, and one Lin Wushou were more than enough to deal with, and now there were so many of them charging at him. "Retreat! Retreat! Hurry and retreat!" Tumi Sangza bellowed. The 30,000-some Uzun soldiers could not stop so many Tang people, and without the support of the fireballs, they had lost their advantage in this battle. "Nay!" The warhorses neighed. After the ballista attacks, their morale had fallen to rock bottom, much less now. In a flash, the entire battle had been reversed. The first to flee were the farthest Uzun soldiers at the base of the mountain. Next, the cavalry on the mountain also turned and began to flee. Tumi Sangza and the others, after holding them back for a while, also began to flee down the mountain. In this kind of war, getting entangled in a battle like this would only mean death. Ha! Seeing the Uzun soldiers flee, the mountain exploded with cheers. Huashu Wizang also failed. In a place where no one was paying attention, Jelifeng stared at the summit, his eyes flashing. After a long time, he said nothing. His gaze was so profound that no one could tell what he was thinking. In order to construct these things, Dalawan Ruozan spent a great deal of our resources, but in the end, their killing power was limited. A cold voice came from behind Jelifeng. "It's not that Huashu Wizang is too weak." "Yes." Another voice echoed. "The crux lies in that child. That child is even more difficult to deal with than we imagined. The Tang dynasty is already powerful enough. One Duke Jiao was enough back then. There's no need for a second, or a third." A cold light flashed in Jelifeng's eyes. In truth, he had not experienced yesterday's battle, just like Dalawan Ruozan. He simply listened to the narration of those who had come back. However, there were some people whom a mere meeting was enough to make people want to kill them. In this battle, it's no longer important that the Southwestern Protectorate Army isn't completely destroyed, but that youth called Wang Chong must die. With these final words, Jelifeng's eyes shone with astonishing killing intent. "Your Majesty, be at ease," He won't be able to walk out alive. Chapter 587. The battle quickly came to an end. Uzun's forces did not launch a new wave of attacks, and the Annam Protectorate did not pursue. With the base of the mountain as the boundary, a seemingly invisible ravine had formed, completely separating the Annam Protectorate from the Mengshi Yusang army. Both sides minded their own business, but once one side crossed the boundary, a new round of battle was about to begin. How is it? Have you counted our losses? On the summit, Luoji, Lin Wushou, and the other Annam Protectorate generals had gathered together to take stock of their losses. From the start of the battle until now, we've lost a total of 8,764 men. Lin Wushou glanced at the book that the bookkeeper officer had sent over, then raised his head and said to the people around him, "In other words, we only have 91,000 men left." With these words, even the air seemed to grow heavier. From Lion City until now, almost everyone had been keeping track of the number of soldiers they had to face every day. In the first battle, they would almost always count the number of soldiers. The Mengshi Yusang army had far too many soldiers. Standing on the summit, one would find themselves surrounded by an endless sea of people. This sort of pressure was actually quite formidable. If the Annam Protectorate wanted to survive, it had to do its utmost to treasure every soldier it had. This was only the first clash, but they had already lost nearly 1/10 of their soldiers. This was a very heavy piece of news for them. How many enemy casualties? A one-armed general asked. Although he only had one arm, this general was extremely muscular and valiant. The aura he exuded was even stronger than that of Luoji and Lin Wushou. And the most special thing about him was that he was holding an extremely heavy broadsword in his hand. This broadsword was more than half a foot wide and 6 feet long, and its blade was extremely thick and heavy. It was obvious at a glance that it had been specially made. This person was called Qin Guanshuan, one of the high-ranking generals of the Annam Protectorate. His nickname was the Mountain and River Blade, and in terms of status, he was above Luoji. In terms of strength, he was definitely ranked in the top 5 of the Annam Protectorate's generals. Let me take a look. Lin Wushou flipped to the next page. The Mengshi Yusang army should have lost more than 80,000 soldiers, close to 90,000. According to the scribe officer, this is only a conservative estimate. Ah! Everyone's eyes lit up as they raised their heads. General Lin, are you sure you're not mistaken? One of the generals said excitedly. They only knew that the Mengshi Yusang side had probably lost many people in the previous battle, but no one knew exactly how many. But now that the result was out, it had to be said that this result was far beyond everyone's expectations. There's no mistaking it. You should know the military regulations of the Annam Protectorate. It's impossible to make such a mistake, Lin Wushou said in an unquestionable tone. The scribe officer was responsible for recording military merits and losses. This was a major event in the army, and if there was a mistake, he or she would be beheaded. A casualty ratio of 10-1, this is simply inconceivable. Even when Protector Zhangqiu was around, there wasn't such a record. That young master. The Annam Protectorate general was so excited that he couldn't speak. It wasn't that there were no military strategists in the southwest. Whether it was Zhangqiu Jianxiong or Xianyu Zhongtong, both of them were decent strategists, but compared to Wang Chong, they were on a completely different level. I suddenly understand why Lord Zhangqiu would pass his token to this young duke. Lin Wushou sighed. Does that young master know of this matter? Qin Guanshuan turned his head and looked toward the summit. Against the backdrop of the mountain, Wang Chong's figure seemed insignificant. Even though this was not their first time seeing him, they still had a completely different feeling. The scribe officer should have already sent the news to that young master. Luoji also spoke, his voice brimming with respect. Everyone's lives were in Wang Chong's hands. In the southwest, it was impossible to find a more skilled strategist than Wang Chong. No. It wasn't just the southwest. At this moment, everyone felt that the young master's mastery of the art of war was probably the highest in the Central Plains. Let's go. Let's go see the young master as well. Also, let's spread the news of the casualties. I'd like to see who else in the army dares to oppose the young master. If anyone still dares to be ignorant of the current situation, then don't blame us for being impolite, Lin Wushou said. Chen Guanshuan nodded. There were actually quite a few people in the army who were opposed to Wang Chong taking over the Annam Protectorate. Otherwise, Wang Chong would have been able to order around far more generals. However, these people didn't say it out loud. Thus, Wang Chong couldn't do anything about it. But in private, as a fellow member of the Annam Protectorate, Chen Guanshuan knew. Regardless of what had happened in the past, from this moment onwards, no one would be allowed to oppose Wang Chong's orders. This was the consensus of everyone. Turning around, the group quickly headed up the mountain. Young Master, Uzun's and Meng Shizhao's forces should only have around 400,000 soldiers left. On the summit, Chen Shusun was flipping through the book in his hand as he spoke. But we only have around 90,000 soldiers left. Wang Chong nodded, his eyes still looking down the mountain. The advantage of standing on the summit was that one could see all the movements of the Mengshi Yusang army. The last battle had already ended, but both Wang Chong and the generals of the Tang dynasty were keenly aware that this was far from over. Huashu Wuzong would not easily concede, nor would Daluan Ruozhen. Even Jelifeng and Duan Gechuan, these top-class figures of the Mengshi Yusang army, had yet to truly take action. His father and Protector General Zhangzhou Jianxiong were still standing on the summit. The top-class forces had not yet been mobilized, so this battle was far from reaching the point where the map had been drawn and the dagger revealed. The battle will only get even more intense from now on, Chen Shusun suddenly said as he looked down the mountain. That's for sure. Wang Chong nodded. In the beginning, Uzun and Meng Shizhao had only been probing each other. The weakest soldiers would always be the first to be sent out. Thus, neither the White Stone Legion nor the soldiers led by Jiao Sero were the strongest forces on either side. As the battle progressed, it would only get crueler and more intense. Young Master Chong, are you still not willing to come out and meet us? Suddenly, a loud voice came from the base of the mountain like a peal of thunder. The entire mountain fell silent. Wang Chong, Chen Shusun, and the eagle all stopped and looked down the mountain. Young Master, it's Daluan Ruozhen. The eagle looked at Wang Chong said. The moment the battle was over, he had returned to Wang Chong's side. Should we respond to him? Chen Shusun gazed at Wang Chong. Daluan Ruozhen is known as a wise minister, as intelligent as a fox. For him to invite young master at a time like this, he probably doesn't have good intentions. It's fine. Wang Chong waved his hand and faintly smiled. At a time like this, what tricks can he play? Besides, even if he wants to play some tricks, I have to be willing. As he spoke, Wang Chong's expression exuded extreme confidence. He knew that the one standing across from him was Uzun's wise minister, but the wise minister might not know that the one standing across from him was the war saint. No matter what sort of reputation Daluan Ruozhen had in the southwest or what sort of accomplishments he had, Wang Chong had nothing to fear. Wang Chong is here. Where is the Prime Minister? Wang Chong raised his robe and took 2 steps forward. Walala! At almost the same time, at the base of the mountain, the densely packed Uzun army parted. Daluan Ruozhen, dressed in a robe and waving his feather fan, calmly walked out. Is Wang Chong, young Master Wang, the descendant of the Tang dynasty's Duke Jiao? Daluan Ruozhen raised his head to the summit, his eyes fixed on Wang Chong. On the summit, Xianyu Zhongtong and Wang Yan trembled. The two glanced at each other and saw the same shock in each other's eyes. It was already impressive that Daluan Ruozhen could guess Wang Chong's name, but for him to guess that he was Duke Jiao's descendant, He had clearly thoroughly understood Wang Chang's identity and background. Correct. In front of the three armies, Wang Chong had no intention of hiding anything. Does the Prime Minister intend to ask for a truce at this time? Ha ha ha, young Master Wang really knows how to joke. Look around. Could it be that our Uzun and Meng Shizhao are the ones being surrounded? Daluan Ruozhen spread his arms and laughed. Haha, since the Prime Minister thinks that victory is already in his grasp, why waste your breath? Just attack. Wang Chong laughed. Ha, young master is full of vigor and vigor. Daluan Ruozhen admires you. However, I wonder if the Tang dynasty soldiers are like you, fearless and unafraid of death? I only have a heart that cherishes talent. Young master's talent is rare and your attainments in the art of war are even higher. It would be a pity if you were to die in the southwest. If young master can lead the Annam Protectorate's soldiers to surrender, I am willing to let young master, your father, and Protector General Xianyu live. Daluan Ruozhen looked at the summit and said sincerely, Prime Minister, that's a good plan. Then, what about the soldiers of the Annam Protectorate? Wang Chong sneered. Don't worry, young master. Daluan Ruozhen will naturally let them live. However, they are soldiers after all. Nurturing a tiger will only bring harm to the tiger. If they return to the Central Plains and rejoin the army, wouldn't that be releasing the tiger back into the mountains and making them our enemy again? So, if we can come to an agreement, as long as they are willing to lay down their weapons, I am willing to exile them to Uzun or Mengshizhao and let them live out their remaining years in peace. This is also a compromise. Daluan Ruozhen said with a sincere expression. Ha ha ha, Prime Minister, I have a better plan. Would Prime Minister like to hear it? Wang Chong couldn't help but laugh. I would like to hear the details. Chapter 588. If Prime Minister is willing to lead these Uzun cavalry into surrender and then have the Tsenpo enter the capital to beg for forgiveness from the Holy Emperor, he might be able to ensure the safety of Uzun and secure a corner of the Uzun plateau. Otherwise, a calamity will descend upon us. Wang Chong's words caused Daluan Ruozhen, Huashu Wuzong, and all the other generals of the Ngari royal lineage to pale. This was because Wang Chong had spoken in Uzun. Brat, how dare you? You dare to offend the Tsenpo? An Uzun general angrily bellowed, seemingly unable to restrain his rage. The other generals also had angry looks on their faces. Although the Uzun Empire was divided into 4 royal lineages, the Tsenpo possessed the supreme status. Even Daluan Ruozhen and Huashu Wuzong had to be respectful before the Tsenpo, not daring to overstep his bounds. Young Master Wang, I believed that you were a refined person and that we could have a chat. I didn't think that you would be so impulsive. It won't do you any good to offend the Tsenpo. Daluan Ruozhen said, a displeased look on his face. In Uzun, the Tsenpo's status was even higher than that of the Holy Emperor. The reason was very simple. Although the Uzun Empire seemed to be divided into 4 royal lineages, the Tsenpo's status surpassed all. The internal hierarchy was even stricter than that of the Tang dynasty. Ha, Prime Minister, do you think that I'm purposefully provoking you? Wang Chong grinned, utterly disdainful of the rage of the Uzun generals. The Prime Minister is blinded by greed and only sees victory and defeat, but Wang Chong sees Uzun and the Tang dynasty. In the 4 poles and 8 wastelands, the Tang dynasty was in the middle region, and its strength was above all the countries. Prime Minister wouldn't have forgotten about the past, right? Within the 4 seas, the 8 desolations, and the 6 harmonies, there is no empire that can contend against the Tang dynasty. Uzun can't either. Even if the Prime Minister gathered Mengshizhao and gathered 500,000 soldiers, so what? In the end, he still couldn't deal with a mere 100,000 soldiers. And the Annan Protectorate Manor is only one of the many. The Prime Minister only wants to gather the army to deal with the Tang dynasty today. I don't know if he has thought about what will happen when the Tang dynasty gathers the army to deal with Uzun in the future. As soon as Wang Chong finished speaking, the faces of Uzun and the others at the foot of the mountain changed. The strength of Uzun was inferior to that of the Tang dynasty, but no one had spoken as bluntly as Wang Chong. Moreover, even though they had no doubts about winning this war and occupying the southwest of the Tang dynasty, this involved the entire Tang dynasty. Not even Huashu Wuzong dared to speak carelessly. The Tang dynasty still had Geshu Han, Gao Xianji, Zhang Shogui, Wang Zongxi, and Zhangzhou Jianxiong of the capital and many, many more. This time, if not for Uzun's alliance and Jelifeng's defeat of the Tang dynasty at Arai, allowing the great powers to see the weakness of the Tang dynasty and feel that there was a chance, it would have been impossible for Uzun alone to challenge the Tang dynasty. This brat is truly more difficult to deal with than I imagined. Daluan Ruozun's brow creased. He could clearly sense the change in the morale of his troops, and this was not the result he wanted. This was completely different from his plan of summoning Wang Chong to break the morale of the Tang dynasty. Prime Minister, there's no need to waste any more words with him. This child isn't easy to deal with. A deep and powerful voice came from the side. Huashu Wuzong frowned as he gave a rare interjection. He rarely interfered with Daluan Ruozun's actions and plans, but this time, Huashu Wuzong had no choice but to intervene. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Daluan Ruozun, but that the strength of the Tang dynasty and Uzun was clear for all to see. This was something that no one could deny. Not even Huashu Wuzong dared to say that Uzun could surpass the Tang dynasty. If that was really the case, why would he form an alliance with Meng Shizhao? As the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down. Even if the current Tang dynasty wasn't as powerful as it used to be, it was still the most powerful empire on the continent. Its existence itself was a huge shadow to all the surrounding powers. Ha ha ha, young Master Wang, you're really good with words. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Young Master, if you have the time, you should worry about yourself. As for Uzun, in the past hundreds and thousands of years, Central Plains hasn't been able to conquer Uzun, so it's naturally impossible for them to do so in the next hundreds and thousands of years. Daluan Ruozun faintly smiled. Frankly speaking, Daluan Ruozun rather admired Wang Chong. Unfortunately, Wang Chong was a Tang people, an enemy of Uzun. Haha, the Tang people couldn't set foot on the plateau in the past, but that might not be the case in the future. In addition, if Uzun can flee back to the plateau, I wonder if King Jelifeng can as well? Wang Chong stood high on the summit, grinning as he turned his head in another direction. Buzz! Daluan Ruozun didn't react to Wang Chong's words, but Jelifeng, Fenjie, and the generals of the southwest all paled. They had been watching the clash between Wang Chong and Daluan Ruozun, but none of them had expected Wang Chong to suddenly turn his spear to them. The alliance between Meng Shizhao and Uzun had always had a hidden danger, and that was that Uzun and Meng Shizhao were different. Just as Wang Chong had said, if they couldn't win or if the situation changed, Uzun could retreat to the plateau at any time to protect themselves. But this was not the case for Meng Shizhao. The 6 Zhao of Arai occupied a certain geographical position. If Uzun withdrew, Meng Shizhao would have to confront the furious Tang dynasty alone. Meng Shizhao would never be able to respond with the strength of its country. Thus, from top to bottom, the Meng Shizhao Empire, including Jelifeng, had a secret concern. They were worried about Uzun, worried that Daluan Ruozun and Huashu Wuzong would not be willing to do their best and would withdraw at any time. But this matter was far too sensitive, so during the course of the alliance, no matter which side it was, they had cleverly avoided mentioning it. But now, Wang Chong had brought this matter that both sides feared the most into the open. King, this fellow has a sharp tongue. You can't answer him. Although Daluan Ruozun is known as a wise minister, he has truly found the wrong target this time. Next to Jelifeng, a fierce general of Meng Shizhao couldn't help but say. When Wang Chong and Daluan Ruozun were negotiating, they did not feel anything. But when Wang Chong pointed the spear at them, everything was different. Just one sentence was enough to make everyone's heart tremble. A strong sense of fear grew in their hearts. They felt that they would not be able to gain any advantage if they continued to negotiate with him. "It's fine." Jellyfeng's gaze was also fluctuating. But she quickly calmed her mind. She waved her hand and said, "He's just a teenager. Since he took the initiative to answer, if we ignore him, it would be too cowardly. If we don't even have this bit of courage, and are afraid before we even see the holy emperor of the Tang dynasty, then what right does our Mengshi Zhao have to compete with the Tang dynasty?" This, Jellyfeng showed no hesitation. As the hegemon of the Southwest, a titan, if he didn't even have this boldness, then he would be a fool to call himself a hero. "Young Master Wang is full of knowledge and talent. We are older than you by a generation, so we will not quibble with you. The Mengshi-Yusang alliance has its own principles, so young Master Wang need not worry. But now that I think about it, your Wang clan and I are old friends. I once met your esteemed ancestor in the capital, and now that I think about it, his conduct and demeanor are still worthy of admiration. If young master is able to return, please send my regards." "Young master, this Jellyfeng is a crafty old fox. You can't fall for his tricks." The eagle's eyes widened as he hurriedly tried to stop Wang Chong. After staying in the capital for so long, the eagle had been influenced by what he had seen and heard. If Jellyfeng's words were to reach the capital at dusk, the memorials of impeachment from the old imperial censors would fall like snowflakes. With so many people bearing witness, it was impossible for the Wang clan to escape the crime of colluding with Mengshi Zhao and rebelling against the Tang dynasty. Even if this crime was cleared in the future, it would forever be a stain on the Wang clan. Whether it was in the government or in the military, they would encounter many obstacles, making it difficult for them to rise. "It's fine." Wang Chong grinned. He had been in the capital for so long and was a scion of a great clan, so how could he not know what Jellyfeng was thinking? The imperial court had always been a place of groundless speculation, and the struggle for power was abnormally intense. In order to bring down their opponents, all sides would use any method they could think of. At the very least, if King Qi learned of this news, he would never let go of this chance and would use every possible method to suppress the Wang clan. Jellyfeng is also a titan of the Southwest. He's more familiar with the political tricks of the capital than anyone else. If I ignore him, something really will happen. The eagle, I know what you mean, but if we want to deal with Jellyfeng, there's no need to be so passive, and there's no need to fear him. As Wang Chong spoke, he took 2 steps forward. Even in front of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers on 3 sides, he still exuded a transcendent aura. There's no need for greetings. The old master has a wise eye for talent. When I was in the capital and listened to him evaluate the heroes of the world, I heard him say that Jellyfeng has a gentle face but a cold heart, a rebellious bone in his head. He seems benevolent but ruthless, and in the future, he will surely betray the Tang dynasty. Everything now confirms the old master's judgment. It seems that the old master has always loathed traitors like the king. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. In the future, the king should not bring up the matter of greetings again. Wang Chong loudly said to the vast army. "Rumble!" His voice echoed around the battlefield. Wang Chong had used a bit of stellar energy so that Wang Chong's voice could be heard for several li. Jellyfeng actually smiled at this sight. "Imperial Father, did Wang Jiuling really say this?" Fenjie said. Everyone in the world said that Wang Jiuling had an eye for talent. Whether it was Mengshi Zhao, the Abbasid Caliphate or Karak Spazinu, anyone who had visited the capital of the Tang dynasty would know the name of Duke Jiao, and there was no one who did not respect this name. The Tang dynasty's current prosperity was inextricably linked to Duke Jiao. Even in a distant foreign land, he knew of the stories between the holy emperor of the Tang dynasty and the virtuous prime minister Duke Jiao. As a hostage in the Tang dynasty, Fenjie naturally had the same respect for the name of Duke Jiu. In this aspect, he was completely different from Jelifeng. Humph, you also believe it? It's just that brat's nonsense. Chapter 589. If Zhang Jiuling was really that formidable, then he wouldn't be a human, but a god. Our Mengshi Zhao would never have a chance, so how could there be today's war? The Wang clan truly was famous, and the former prime minister of the Tang dynasty was even more so. However, Wang Chang's words could only deceive those who weren't in the know. To an ambitious and ruthless character like Jelifeng, Wang Chang's words were complete nonsense. It would be strange if he would even listen to a single word. Damn it! Fenjie immediately reacted, cursing in his heart. It was all because Duke Jiu's reputation was too great. Everyone said that Duke Jiu was virtuous and respected, and his reputation as a virtuous minister was even more so. Fenjie had a preconceived impression of Wang Chong and believed it to be true. This despicable and cunning fellow! There's no need to get angry at him. When two countries go to war, each side will use their own methods and will stop at nothing. This has always been the case. The urgent matter at hand is to think of a way to attack the Annam Protectorate. Jelifeng waved his hand. To tell the truth, if he didn't have to think of a way to sweep through the southwest as quickly as possible and capture this place, Jelifeng would have been rather interested in Wang Chong. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a formidable youth. Whether it was offense or defense, everything was seamless, leaving not the slightest opening. Given Jelifeng's background and the fact that he had set up such a grave crime as rebellion, anyone else would have fallen into his trap. But Wang Chong had instantly neutralized this most dangerous of political plot. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Putting aside the art of war, for him to be able to handle affairs and adapt to the situation to such a degree was truly not something an ordinary person could compare to. This was also the reason why Jelifeng had made the prompt decision to not pursue the matter any further. Follow me. Jelifeng unfolded his robe, turned around, and strode towards Daluan Ruozhen and Huashu Wuzong. Almost at the same time, Daluan Ruozhen and Huashu Wuzong led all the Uzan generals toward Jelifeng. Although they walked different paths in certain aspects as the leaders of the Southwest, the two of them shared the same line of thought. Does the Prime Minister have any ideas? Jelifeng went straight to the point and said in a deep voice. This kid is not easy to deal with. Daluan Ruozhen took a deep breath. Our top priority now is to remove his defenses on the mountain. Without those steel defenses, the less than 100,000 soldiers of the Southwestern Protectorate Army would be completely incapable of stopping our army. Yeah. Jelifeng also let out a long sigh. The Tang dynasty dominated the world with their infantry. Positional warfare and defensive warfare have always been their forte. The Wang clan seemed to be especially skilled in this aspect. In the Battle of Arai, we were able to completely defeat the Annam Protectorate, but it's impossible here. Jelifeng and Mengshi Zhao's army had the deepest understanding of the changes in the Tang dynasty. From relying on their advantage in numbers to swiftly rout the Great Tang, to losing nearly 70,000 soldiers on the mountain, the Annan Protectorate army had completely changed in the minds of the Tang. The difference between the Annan Protectorate army and the Great Tang army was like the difference between heaven and earth. We underestimated this kid. He came prepared. He's the one we underestimated the most in this war. A Mengshi Zhao general suddenly said. His words silenced everyone. Yes, rather than saying that they had underestimated the Annam Protectorate, it was more accurate to say that they had underestimated a single person. Whether it was Lion City, these scattered fortresses, or even the massive transformation of the Annam Protectorate, they had all been brought about by a single person. From a certain perspective, this war was a war between the Mengshi Yusang army and one person. That person from the Tang dynasty had only sent one person to completely tip the scales of this war, as well as alter the course of this war that should have been in the bag. Imperial Father, Prime Minister, and generals, I feel that we shouldn't overestimate that kid in this matter. Fengier suddenly spoke, a pensive look on his face. These words instantly attracted everyone's attention. Does your Highness Crown Prince have a wise opinion? Dalawan Ruozan faintly smiled, appearing to be all ears. I wouldn't dare to say that I have a wise opinion, but has everyone forgotten why the Tang people chose to break out of the encirclement? Fengier said pensively. Buzz. Fengier's words caused everyone's eyes to brighten. Indeed, in terms of safety, Lion City was even safer than this place. The Annam Protectorate had chosen to break out of the encirclement rather than remain in the city for a very simple reason. They ran out of food. A Mengshi Zhao general suddenly said, revealing the crux of the problem. That's right. The Annam Protectorate left Lion City because their food supply was about to run out. There are nearly 100,000 men and horses. The people and horses have to eat, drink, and poop. This is not a small number. Fengier's eyes shone with a sharp light, his gaze growing sharper and sharper. No matter how formidable that brat is, do you think he can conjure up enough food for 100,000 soldiers? The war in the southwest has only been going on for a little more than a month. Before the soldiers have moved, the rations have moved. This one once lived in the Tang dynasty, so I was fortunate enough to have some understanding of them. The Tang dynasty is different from us. Their territory is vast. In order to gather an army of 100,000 soldiers, they would need to gather them from all the prefectures and counties of the empire. The entire process is time-consuming and laborious, requiring a very long time. When I was studying in the capital during the Tang dynasty, I was fortunate enough to look up the historical records of the Tang dynasty. For the empires of the Central Plains, a 3-month war requires 3 years of food preparation and preparation. Moreover, the further north they go, the poorer the land and the lower the yield. They aren't like our Mengshi Zhao, where the sun is abundant, and we can produce more rice than them. Thus, I can be sure that the Tang dynasty cannot prepare enough food for 100,000 soldiers in a short period of time. Even if that brat has wings on both sides, he can't conjure up enough food for 100,000 soldiers. Even if they surround the summit so tightly that not even a drop of water can trickle through, as long as we surround them and don't attack, they will die without question. When the time comes, it won't be us who will attack them, but them who will have to think of a way to break out and leave. As he spoke, Fengier clenched his fists, his eyes blazing. Putting aside his status as the crown prince of Mengshi Zhao, no one had ever been able to outshine Fengier in front of so many people like Wang Chong. Although Fengier had never said it, he had long ago viewed Wang Chong as a thorn in his side. Your Highness the Crown Prince speaks correctly. Even if we don't do anything, as long as we don't let the Annam Protectorate escape, they will quickly collapse without enough food. No matter what, they have no chance of winning this war. A Mengshi Zhao general immediately agreed. Jelifeng slightly creased her brow, but she said nothing. Haha, Your Highness the Crown Prince's view coincides with this one's. But right now there is still a small problem. Dalawan Ruozan faintly smiled as he suddenly spoke. Oh! Fengier's brows rose, but he quickly lowered his head and modestly said, I would like to hear Prime Minister's wise opinion. Haha, Your Highness the Crown Prince is a dragon among men. It's already quite good that you have noticed this. The problem of food truly is the lifeline of the Tang people, but this war is somewhat different from the past. Why does Your Highness the Crown Prince believe that we can attack the Tang people without worrying about attacks from other sides? A look of hesitation appeared in Fengier's eyes. Prime Minister's opinion is? Just as that Wang Chong said, the Tang dynasty has 4 prefectures, Annan, Anshi, and Anbei, as well as 5 armies, Longshi's Big Dipper army. Right now, the other 4 armies have no time to deal with us because we have reached an agreement with the Abbasid Caliphate, Karak Spazinu, the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, the Goguryeo Empire, the Shi, and the Khitans. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be blown down by the wind. It's not just us who want to deal with the Tang dynasty, but them as well. Thus, this is the reason they are willing to help us restrain the Tang dynasty's forces. But if we drag things out for a long time and we can't take the southwest, then the situation will be completely different. Once they believe that the Tang dynasty is still the same Tang dynasty, undefeatable, they will retreat. At that time, all of you should know what we will be facing. Dalawan Ruozen's words instantly silenced everyone. In truth, this was not some profound problem. It was just that as generals, they would subconsciously consider the problems at hand, the problems of the military, and not the problems of the overall situation or strategy. With the war in the southwest having reached this stage, there was no time to waste. There was no time to wait for the Annam Protectorate to collapse on its own. The earlier they attacked the Annam Protectorate, the earlier they could settle the situation in the southwest. It would also allow the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates, Goguryeo, the Shi, the Khitans, and the other factions to settle down and join the war against the Tang dynasty. Time was fleeting, and the longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Mengshi Yusang army. On this point, Jelifeng was more anxious than anyone else. After all, Ozen's men had a path of retreat, but Mengshi Zhao's men did not. At this stage, costs were no longer considered. Thus, in the last 2 days of battle, Mengshi Zhao had lost so many soldiers, including the heavy losses suffered by the White Stone Legion, that Jelifeng had not even mentioned. As an ambitious and ruthless person, Jelifeng was undoubtedly qualified. But Fengjie clearly did not understand the anxiety in Jelifeng's heart. Let's talk about the Tang rations later. Jeluofeng suddenly interrupted at this moment. Prime Minister, do you have any wise ideas about the current situation? There's no other way at the moment. Dalawan Ruozen shook his head and decisively said. If we want to deal with the Annam Protectorate, it's very simple. We first have to remove those steel walls they've erected on the mountain. If we can't do this, we'll have to pay the same enormous price as before. But that Qilin's son of the Wang clan truly isn't simple. If my guess is correct, he's probably brought an entire team of craftsmen here so that they can repair those steel walls at any time. If we attack at any time, he can repair it at any time. If this continues, there's no way to proceed. If we try to forcefully attack, we'll have to pay an even greater price than we imagined. If Prime Minister is worried about those steel walls, then leave the rest to us. Duan Yangyan, I'll leave the rest to you. Chapter 590. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely complete the mission. The general named Duan Yangyan turned around and left amidst the clanging sound of his armor plates. Since Your Majesty has already made arrangements, then Dalawan Ruozen will wait for good news from Your Majesty. If Your Majesty needs anything, please let me know. Ozen will definitely do his best to help. Dalawan Ruozen said quickly. Well, Prime Minister, thank you for your hard work. It's time for us to do something. Jelifeng just nodded and separated from Dalawan Ruozen. She quickly turned around and left. Do you really believe what His Royal Highness said? Besieging but not attacking, and the Tang people will collapse? After leaving the meeting place, Huashu Wuzong suddenly said. When Dalawan Ruozen and Jelifeng were talking, he basically remained silent the whole time and did not intervene in their conversation at all. But at this time, he suddenly spoke. Some things are not easy to say in front of His Royal Highness. Think about it, since that brat came prepared and prepared so many steel walls, do you think he would have prepared sufficient military rations? Dalawan Ruozen waved his feather fan and said calmly. Huashu Wuzong was startled and immediately stopped. But soon, Huashu Wuzong caught up with him. But the Tang people's diet is completely different from ours. We can drink horse's milk, goat's milk, and only eat meat without rice, but they can't. And in such a short time, can they really do it? They have prepared for so long in Lion City, but it didn't take more than a month, did it? I don't know about this either. Hearing this, Daluan Ruozen stopped. But you have seen the result of the battle so far. That guy can't be judged by common sense. Although with the past practice of the Middle Earth dynasty, I don't believe he can gather so much food in such a short time. But I also don't believe he is not prepared at all. No matter what, we have to think of a way to conquer the Annam Protectorate first. As for the issue of food, we will soon find out how much food they have, how much food they have stored, and how much food they have prepared. After saying this, Daluan Ruozen quickly walked forward. Is everything fixed? On the summit, beneath the fluttering banner of the Great Tang, Wang Chong and Zhang Shouji stood facing each other. Zhang Shouji's face was full of sweat and he looked very tired. Ever since the construction of Lion City, he hadn't rested for a long time. Looking at Zhang Shouji's exhausted look, Wang Chong secretly felt sorry for him. But now, the fate of the soldiers of the southwest and the entire Tang dynasty rested on this battle. Wang Chong simply had no time to feel pity. He couldn't even say that he wanted to rest. Young Master's modular city walls are indeed exquisite. Although it looked like it had been smashed quite badly, many of the steel modules could be reused after some repairs. And this way, the damage won't be too severe. Based on Young Master's blueprints, we've already repaired nearly 90% of the walls. Zhang Shouji said. It's fine. It's fine as long as 90% can be used. Wang Chong nodded. The massive fireball attacks of Uzen's men had still had some effect. Nearly 10% of the walls had been damaged. But to Wang Chong, this was no longer important. As long as there was a war, there would inevitably be losses, and they were facing famed generals like Daluan Ruozen and Huoshu Wuzong. 10% of the damage was completely normal. Moreover, 90% of the steel walls was enough to defend the Annam Protectorate and not affect the rest of the war. In addition, Zhang Shouji smiled as he spoke, but before he could finish, his vision swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Grandmaster, are you okay? Wang Chong's heart tightened as he hurriedly went to support Zhang Shouji. Master! Master! Around them, a few of Zhang Shouji's disciples felt their hearts tighten as they hurriedly rushed forward to support Zhang Shouji. These were all Zhang Shouji's closest disciples, all of whom had been under his tutelage for more than 7 to 8 years. To Zhang Shouji they were like a father. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired and didn't rest well. Zhang Shouji waved at everyone with a smile on his face. It was at this moment that Wang Chong realized that under Zhang Shouji's dark and dusty skin, he was actually completely pale. Wang Chong's heart also ached as he hurriedly called out to the people behind him. Quick, pour some water for Grandmaster. Grandmaster has worked hard, you should rest well. Wang Chong helped him to sit down. Now that he thought about it, ever since he had met Zhang Shouji, if he wasn't having him build a city, then he was having him build a steel wall. Each of these things was a massive undertaking that required Zhang Shouji's constant supervision. In the entire project, everyone could rest, but only he couldn't. Especially after the war in the southwest had broken out, Zhang Shouji's mind had been completely focused on this project. Now that he thought about it, Wang Chong suddenly realized that he had often overlooked the fact that Zhang Shouji was different from himself, and even different from those soldiers. He was just an ordinary person. Zhang Shouji did not know martial arts, and from last night until now, in order to build these steel walls, he had actually not rested at all. Haha, young master doesn't need to consider me. To be able to follow at young master's side and do something for the Tang dynasty, for the Tang dynasty's army, and for the common people of the southwest is the proudest and happiest thing that Zhang Shouji has ever done in his life. Even when I was building a palace for the imperial household, this old man was not so happy. It's enough for me to experience this once in my life. Zhang Shouji waved his hand. His expression was carefree, and there was an indescribable gratification in it. Young master, if there's anything you need, just tell me. If you need this old man, young master, just tell me. Wang Chong nodded. Seeing Zhang Shouji's gaze, Wang Chong knew that anything else he said would be superfluous. Buzz. A finger suddenly pressed against Zhang Shouji's sleeping acupoint. It was not Wang Chong but Chen Shusun. Take Master Zhang away. Before he wakes up, no one is allowed to wake him up. Chen Shusun said. Is young Master all right? Wang Chong nodded. Master Shouji has expended too much energy, and I heard from his disciple that he hasn't rested in the last few days. We can't let him work too hard. In truth, in previous battles, we rarely allowed craftsmen to participate. No one in the Tang dynasty has ever done what young master has done. I don't know if this is good or bad, Chen Shusun said. Perhaps not in the past, but there will definitely be in the future. The form of war will also have to change a little, Wang Chong said. That's right, Lord Protector General sent me to ask. Does young master have any thoughts on the upcoming war? Chen Shusun said. Xianyu Zhongtong currently held a great deal of respect for Wang Chong. The fact that he had sent someone to inquire about Wang Chong's opinion was enough to show his attitude. I don't know for now. Wang Chong shook his head. In the current situation, the Mengshi Yusang army is far superior to us. We are better suited for defense than offense. Positional and defensive battles are advantageous to us, but taking the initiative to attack might not necessarily be advantageous. At the very least, in this situation, we have the advantage, Wang Chong said. This mountain had actually already been transformed by Wang Chong into a fortress. Although it seemed to be segmented and filled with gaps, Uzun's cavalry were actually unable to display their might here. On the contrary, Lion City was more advantageous to the Uzun army. At the very least, their speed would not be reduced. And the siege ladders that Uzun had painstakingly built with so much manpower and resources were completely useless here. The walls were still there, but the siege ladders were useless. Moreover, Xianyu Zhongtong's strategy in Lion City was different. Wang Chong had adopted an aggressive defensive strategy. All the walls had been built in sections so that Yu Sang and Mengshi Zhao would not be able to break through. At this stage of the battle, the Tang dynasty had no path of retreat. When an empire lost the respect of the surrounding countries, the only method was to openly defeat them on the battlefield, crush them, and win back their dignity. As for Wang Chong, he had no other choice. If he wanted to prevent the empire behind him from sinking into a quagmire of decline, and disaster, and change the empire's miserable fate, the only way was to completely defeat the Mengshi Yusang army. No matter what price he had to pay. Roar. As he was speaking, the rear of Mengshi Zhao's army suddenly became restless, the roar of a beast resounding through the clouds. The Mengshi Zhao army on the left and right were thrown into an uproar, all of them scattering like they had run into the plague. Young master, what is that? Eagle suddenly couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Wang Chong said nothing, but his eyes were madly twitching. He had heard this sort of roar before, but it did not belong to this world. Giant elephants! Wang Chong muttered. What? Eagle subconsciously asked. But before he could finish, he was drowned out by a heaven-shaking rumble. Rumble! From a distance, the earth seemed to be quaking, as if some massive creature was walking out from behind it. In just a few breaths' time, a black silhouette the size of a hill slowly appeared in everyone's field of vision from afar. These black shadows were extremely heavy, their bodies seemingly brimming with immense strength. Just by looking at them from a distance, one could feel a powerful pressure. And when one saw the ant-like Mengshi Zhao soldiers next to them, this pressure only intensified. Boom! The originally quiet mountains suddenly burst into a buzzing sound, with a hint of panic. None of the 180,000 Annam Protectorate soldiers that had survived until now were ordinary. Whether it was in spirit or will, they were the elite of the elite. But when they saw those black shadows, even before they could see them clearly, their morale was already shaken. This was not a common sight. The White Elephant Corps. Chapter 591. The White Elephant Corps? Wang Chong turned his head. Although he had many memories from his previous life, none of them could compare to these old generals who had spent their entire lives dealing with Mengshi Zhao and who had experienced the Battle of Arai. Chen Shusun nodded, his expression extremely grave. The Arai region is different from the Central Plains. The trees there are lush and the climate is hot. There are many wild behemoths there, and one of them has a long trunk and immense strength. Mengshi Zhao calls it a giant elephant. Jelifeng had long ago wanted to tame these behemoths, and in the end, they managed to train an army called the White Elephant Corps. This White Elephant Corps doesn't have many people, but they are extremely formidable. We suffered a great loss at their hands in the Battle of Arai. A large number of soldiers died at their hands. Chen Shusun said. Rumble. The earth quaked as the behemoth corps got closer and closer. Finally, Wang Chong saw the giant elephant corps that Chen Shusun had spoken of. These were massive elephants. Although Wang Chong had seen elephants before, these elephants were completely different from the ones in Wang Chong's mind. Wang Chong had never seen such massive elephants. Each elephant was 6 or 7 meters tall, with some even reaching 8 or 9 meters. Just looking at their massive bodies was enough to stun one's heart. How could there be such large elephants? Wang Chong was also stunned. Wang Chong had never seen this White Elephant Corps, nor did he have any impression of them. They had probably been destroyed when the otherworldly invaders had appeared. But when he saw these massive elephants, Wang Chong felt an unimaginable shock. The adult wild elephants of the African continent, even the largest, were only 4 meters tall, but the elephants of the White Elephant Corps were more than twice as tall, and their bodies were 16 or 17 meters long. Their protruding tusks were 3 or 4 meters long. Even with Wang Chong's experience, he had never seen such massive wild elephant. These white elephants are even wearing armor, the eagle murmured. Compared to Wang Chong, who had seen it before, he was still mentally prepared. However, the eagle was completely unprepared. The eagle felt an indescribable shock at the sight of such a colossal creature. Its inscription, elephant armor, Wang Chong murmured. The eagle was right. These elephants were covered in thick white armor, similar to the white plate armor worn by the Uzan people. Each plate armor was at least a foot thick and covered in inscriptions. With just a glance, Wang Chong immediately recognized that those were the toughening and defensive inscriptions that he was most familiar with. Given the thickness of the plate armor, even ballistae would find it very difficult to deal any substantial damage to them. In fact, the most shocking thing was the size of these elephants. Elephant armor inscriptions. I'm afraid each of these elephants weighs more than 10,000 pounds. They're even heavier than a steel city wall. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Each of the steel walls that Wang Chong had constructed weighed several thousand pounds, but compared to Mengshi Zhao's elephants, they seemed insignificant. Wang Chong suddenly understood what Mengshi Zhao was planning. Assemble the ballistae and prepare to intercept them, Wang Chong ordered. Yes, young master. The messengers quickly left to carry out the order. At the same time, Mengshi Zhao's army was also undergoing a transformation. Ha! Ha! Amidst the shouts, the Mengshi Zhao soldiers surged forward around the white elephants, forming a human wall in front of the elephants as they pushed forward. And then, the most worrying matter occurred. Roar! Ha! Following a series of shouts, one large shield after another flipped up, forming a huge shield above their heads and pushing it towards the mountain. Seeing this, it wasn't just Wang Chong. Chen Shuchong, Wang Yan, Xianyu Zhongtong, the Eagle, Luoji, and Lin Wushu all paled. No matter how slow they were, they understood that these shield-bearers were there to protect the white-armored elephants. Rumble! The earth shook as the White Elephant Corps got closer and closer. Standing on a high mountain peak, one could see one giant elephant after another constantly approaching. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the vast land. If one were to take a closer look, There were more than 1,000 of these elephants that were scattered all over the place, and they were approaching the mountain range. Although there weren't many of them, they were spread out over the vast plain, giving off an intimidating pressure. Ha! Ha! Finally, with an ear-piercing roar, the first wave of the white elephant corps finally reached the base of the mountain. Ready, fire! With this order, countless arrows howled down from the sky like locusts. Ding, 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 the arrows rained down on the 7 to 8 meters tall elephant. Ding, ding, dang, 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 all of them were blocked. The white elephant armor was like a thick wall, blocking all the arrows outside. Ready! At almost the same time, the white elephant corps soldiers reacted, raising their shields high above their heads. 7 or 8 soldiers rushed forward. Some of them slid down the elephant's trunk and opened up their shields to protect the elephant's tiny eyes. Not a single arrow was able to get close, and it was far from over. Begin. A white armored Mengshizhao officer raised his sword and swung it down. Swish! Countless chains flew out, vibrating in the air as if they had a mind of their own, quickly locking down the steel walls. The other end of the chain was quickly locked onto the elephant's body. Pull! Following the order, smoke and dust billowed on the mountain, and the huge steel wall collapsed with a loud bang. Then, with the help of iron chains, it was quickly dragged out of the mountain. In the face of the elephant's enormous strength, even the 7 to 8,000 Jin steel walls that Wang Chong had spent a great deal of wealth seemed insignificant. In the blink of an eye, a huge steel wall was dragged away by the giant elephant. Without the cover of the steel walls, the Annam Protectorate soldiers behind the walls all had unsightly expressions. Let's go, let's go! Hurry and report to the lords. Let them decide. In the face of the swarm of white elephant corps soldiers, the entire phalanx turned pale and rushed higher up the mountain. Ha ha, we've lost. The Tang dynasty has lost. The Mengshizhao army cheered. The mistakes of the past serve as a lesson for the future. The previous bitter defeat had left everyone deeply fearful of the Annan Protectorate army. But this time, the situation was completely different. Without the protection of the steel walls, the Annam Protectorate's advantage was gone, and they could no longer hold on. Rumble! With a rumble, in the blink of an eye, another steel wall collapsed, bound by 7 or 8 chains, and was dragged away by the elephant step by step. Boom! 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 One wall after another, they fell one after another. In a short period of time, at least 30 to 40 steel walls were dragged away. Hold on, don't let them drag you away. Behind a steel wall, more than 20 Annam Protectorate soldiers were doing their best to drag the steel walls in front of them, engaging in a tug-of-war with the elephant. But in the next moment, with a rumble, dust roiled, and a huge rumble, more than 20 Annam Protectorate soldiers, along with the heavy steel walls, were all dragged down the mountain by the elephant. Screams rang out from the top of the mountain. Although they knew that the elephant was extremely powerful, no one had expected it to reach this level. More than 20 elite warriors at the peak of the true martial realm joined hands, but they were still not a match for this giant elephant. I'm afraid that even those at the 3rd or 4th tier of the profound martial realm wouldn't be a match for it. The eagle's eyelids twitched when he saw this scene. He had already broken through to the 3rd or 4th tier of the profound martial realm. In other words, in terms of pure strength, if he didn't use the 6-armed Ksitigarbha Vajra Guardian, even he wouldn't be a match for this elephant. And giant elephants like this could be found everywhere in the White Elephant Legion. The situation isn't looking good. In order to deal with the Tang dynasty, Jelifeng has schemed and schemed. This White Elephant Corps is actually a result of his meticulous accumulation to deal with the Tang dynasty in positional warfare. Chen Shusun said. More than 1,000 elephants. Their strength is basically between the 3rd or 4th tier of the profound martial realm and the 8th or 9th tier. Some of them are even close to the peak of the 9th tier. Chen Shusun looked at an 11 or 12 meter tall elephant in the distance. That was probably the oldest, tallest, and strongest elephant in the entire white elephant corps. Many of the hairs on its body were gray-white, but its steps were still light and agile. This was probably the Elephant King of the White Stone Legion. Not even Chen Shusun had the confidence to deal with such an Elephant King. Such an Elephant King, in addition to more than 1,000 elephants, posed an enormous threat to the Tang dynasty. If Mengshi Zhao's people completely uproot these steel walls, even if we still have an army of 90,000, we really will be doomed, Chen Shusun said in a low voice. The Annam Protectorate had dealt with Mengshi Zhao's White Elephant Corps before. Chen Shusun was well aware of the White Elephant Corps' power. In terms of status of Mengshi Zhao's 4 elite legions, the White Elephant Corps was actually far above the White Stone Legion. The reason it hadn't reached Uzin's first legion was because the White Elephant Corps didn't have that many of them. There were only 1,000 or so of them. Elephants are just inanimate objects. I don't believe they can be as nimble as martial artists. If it weren't for the protection of Mengshi Zhao's troops, these elephants would be nothing more than targets. A voice came from the side. At some point, Lin Wusu and the others had walked up. As soon as they arrived, they turned their gazes to Wang Chong on the summit. "Young master, let me lead some men to kill these elephants. This general is confident that we can stop Mengshi Zhao's people at the base of the mountain." "No need." Wang Chong waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the base of the mountain. "We still haven't reached that step." Boom, boom, boom. Just as everyone was talking, another steel city wall was uprooted and dragged out by the giant elephants, leaving a long mark on the ground. Chapter 592. "But, my lord, if this continues, our defenses at the base of the mountain will be completely dismantled," Lin Wushou said somewhat anxiously. He had come here to ask for orders to lead the troop. Originally, there was no need for him to do this. But for some reason, Wang Chong had yet to issue the order. "Mengshi Zhao hasn't attacked the mountain yet. They're waiting for us to leave our position and attack them," Wang Chong calmly said. His gaze was fixed on the base of the mountain, his mind in turmoil as he rapidly thought of a countermeasure. One had to admit that Jelifeng and Daluan Ruozhen were truly worthy of being the leaders of the southwest border. The existence of the White Elephant Corps truly was a sore point for Wang Chong. In a battle of 100,000 against 500,000, the greatest advantage was the favorable terrain and defenses. Moreover, Jelifeng was drawing support from the White Elephant Corps to slowly uproot the mountain's defenses and was in no rush to attack. If Mengshi Zhao was in no rush to attack, Wang Chong would have no way of leaving the mountain to attack them. And as long as Wang Chong did not move, there would come a day when the steel walls on the mountain, the lifeline he had painstakingly built with a great deal of wealth, would quickly be torn down by Mengshi Zhao, and the Annam Protectorate would be forced into a corner. "But young master, are we just going to sit and wait for death?" Lin Wushou looked at Wang Chong said, unable to conceal the disappointment in his eyes. "Not necessarily." Wang Chong thought for a few moments, then suddenly said, "Call over the Master Archer Phalanx." A few moments later, the leader of the Master Archer Phalanx appeared in front of Wang Chong. "Young master." The leader of the Master Archer Phalanx lowered his head in greeting. "Is there any way to deal with the White Elephant Corps' giant elephants?" Wang Chong asked. "The giant elephants are covered in full-body armor. When Mengshi Zhao forged them, they had already considered defending against the Master Archer Phalanx," the leader of the sharpshooters said sincerely. "The White Elephant Corps only had 1,000 giant elephants. If they didn't defend, they would be wiped out in a single exchange. Therefore, Jelifeng had made thorough preparations at the beginning of the construction. What about the joints? If we can hit the joints, we can slow down the elephant's movement." Wang Chong frowned. "No. The reason why Mengshi Zhao chose the plate armor of the Uzun people and made it even thicker than the Uzun people's was because of this. Apart from the defensive power of the plate armor, The other reason was that there were very few joints on the plate armor. So there's not much of a chance. The leader of the sharpshooters sighed. What about the eyes? No matter how powerful the plate armor was, it shouldn't be able to block the eyes of an elephant, right? If we can hit the elephant's eyes, we might be able to kill them in one fell swoop. Wang Chong said in a deep voice. The giant elephant's eyes are indeed a useful place, but the giant elephant's eyes are very small, which is completely different from its huge body. But, young master, you've also seen that the White Stone Legion has prepared 10 soldiers for each elephant to protect them the entire time. Moreover, these soldiers are all well-trained soldiers. Our chances are too few. If there's no chance, we'll create one. Since there are soldiers protecting them, we'll kill them. Lin Wushou suddenly interjected. As he spoke, he made a fierce cutting motion. It's useless. The White Elephant Corps has definitely defended against this move. If we want to get rid of those defenses, we'll have to kill every member of the White Elephant Corps. This time, without waiting for the leader of the Master Archers to speak, Chen Shusun spoke up. Things on the battlefield definitely weren't that simple. Zheluofeng had placed such importance on the White Elephant Corps that he had equipped them with the best armor and innumerable defensive inscriptions. He had even added armor to their bellies. This meant that he had already thought of everything. The only thing she hadn't considered was the eyes. No matter how they were protected, they couldn't possibly cover up the eyes of the elephants. But even so, Zheluofeng had still prepared a massive army to protect them. From a certain point of view, the people of Mengshizhao had already considered all the flaws they could think of when they were first established, and they had made thorough preparations. Boom, boom, boom. Dust roiled at the base of the mountain. As they spoke, the first ring of steel walls around the mountain had basically been uprooted. Giant elephants dragged the heavy steel walls. Escorted by dozens of White Elephant Corps soldiers, these steel walls weighing 6,000 to 7,000 jin were slowly dragged into the distance. Cries of alarm rang out from the base of the mountain. Having lost the protection of the steel walls, after failing to engage in a tug-of-war with the elephants, the Annam Protectorate soldiers had no choice but to move higher up the mountain. From start to finish, Mengshizhao's people did not pursue them. Only when a few Annam Protectorate soldiers got too close would they stop them. The entire uprooting operation was unbelievably calm. And if one looked down from the summit, one would realize that Mengshizhao had even dispatched a large number of generals for this operation, personally supervising each location. If anyone made any radical movements, they would be sternly ordered to stop. In fact, if anyone moved even a little too far forward, crossing some invisible boundary, they would immediately be whipped. The entire process of attack and defense was unimaginably harmonious. Seeing this scene at the base of the mountain, not only did the people on the summit not relax, but their hearts were heavy. Mengshizhao's people have become very cautious. This is even more frightening than if they had turned out in full force. If this continues, in less than 3 days, all of our defensive fortresses will be uprooted. The entire mountain was quiet. Apart from the occasional conflict during the uprooting process, it maintained a rare peace. But the true atmosphere on the battlefield was completely different from what one would imagine. Compared to the intense battle before, the current atmosphere was countless times more tense. The anxiety and unease spread throughout the army like a plague. Ha ha ha, Uzun's prime minister speaks too highly of this brat. I'd like to see just how you'll break my White Elephant Corps. In the middle of the vast White Elephant Corps, Duan Yongyan, dressed in white armor, heartily laughed as he looked up the mountain. The White Elephant Corps had already uprooted an entire layer of the Tang people's steel walls, but other than a few scattered defenses and a few itchy volleys of arrows, the Tang people had been unable to mount any effective attacks. If this continued, without wasting a single soldier, he would be able to easily push the Annan Protectorate army into a corner and completely eradicate it. Your Majesty, General Duan's White Elephant Corps is showing its effect. In Meng Shizhao's tent, a Meng Shizhao general suddenly spoke as he looked up at the summit. From the very start, all of Meng Shizhao's soldiers had been watching the movements of that slim figure on the summit. Everyone was waiting for their reaction. He was even sure that even the Uzun people were doing the same. But in reality, the mountain was quiet and there was no response. There was no doubt that they were truly helpless this time. We've grasped their weakness this time. No matter how formidable this Qilin son of the Wang clan is in the art of war, no matter how young he is and how wise he won't be able to come up with any sort of plan this time. The bearded and scarred Meng Shizhao general said. Everyone looked up at the mountain with much more relaxed expressions. There are times when one has to be able to endure, Jelifeng indifferently said. As the emperor of Meng Shizhao, although she rarely went to the front lines, whether it was in terms of vision, experience, or magnanimity, Jelifeng had displayed abilities that far surpassed that of an outstanding leader on the battlefield. If we don't retreat, we retreat. Sometimes, retreat is actually an advance. The Annam Protectorate's strength lies in its terrain and its steel walls. Our army of 100,000 was repelled by them, and we even suffered grievous casualties. But if we weren't so impatient, they naturally wouldn't have any opportunities to take advantage of. Your Majesty is wise. The generals bowed. If there were still people who doubted Jeluofeng's decision, now that they saw the results before them, no one doubted his decision anymore. Pass on my order. Tell Duan Yongyan to maintain his current momentum and not advance rashly. Otherwise, he will be held accountable for everything. Jelifeng said. Yes, Your Majesty. The messenger quickly left to carry out the order. Somewhat interesting. On the other side, Huashu Wuzong and Daluan Ruozhen were also watching this tug-of-war. It seems like Jelifeng's White Elephant Corps is even more effective than our siege weapons. Huashu Wuzong stood there like a towering mountain, his face expressionless. Daluan Ruozhen smiled but said nothing, only lightly waving his feather fan. It's time for him to put in some effort. Is there really nothing that can be done about that child? Huashu Wuzong said. It seems like Meng Shizhao's White Elephant Corps truly is effective. However, before the dust settles, all of this is still unknown. The white feather fan suddenly paused in the air as Daluan Ruozhen spoke after a few moments of thought. But this is also a good opportunity for us. Pass on my order. Have Long Qinba lead the army and get ready. If the situation doesn't look right, immediately strike. If we can remove the Annam Protectorate in a few days, this will be of enormous benefit to us. It's about time that the War of the Southwest came to an end. Huashu Wuzong nodded, non-committal. As long as Huashu Wuzong's opinions weren't too serious, Huashu Wuzong would usually not interfere. Rumble. A group of soldiers quickly departed. Long Qinba quickly led a group of Uzun soldiers into the ranks of the White Elephant Corps. If Wang Chong's Annam Protectorate dared to leave the mountain, what awaited them would be the bitter assault of the Uzun army. Boom! Dust billowed and soared into the sky. Following a series of rumbles, another steel wall collapsed under the hooks of countless iron chains, and was dragged into the distance step by those colossal creatures clad in white plate armor. Chapter 593. Boom boom boom. The sounds of buildings collapsing came from the mountain. The situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous to the army. Gongzi, give the order. On the summit, everyone was waiting for Wang Chong. At this rate, only death awaits us. Lin Wushou and the others turned to look at Wang Chong. Although he couldn't see the expressions of his father and Xianyu Zhongtong, Wang Chong knew that they were all waiting for him. It was a familiar feeling. In a trance, Wang Chong felt as if he had returned to the past, back to the bitter battle with the otherworldly invaders. Gongzi, give the order. Rather than passively waiting for death and watching them tear down the walls, why don't we charge down and fight to the death with them? One by one, the generals said vehemently. Even Luoji seemed tempted. In the current situation, It wouldn't be long before the Mengshi Zhao soldiers completely uprooted the steel walls of the mountain. When that time came, they would still have to face the elephants of Mengshi Zhao's army. But by then, their morale would probably be completely different. Gongzi, no matter what, we can't allow Ozen's army to continue. Luoji couldn't help but speak up. Besides, there's no better way now. He was clearly leaning towards Lin Wusho's suggestion to attack. The only ones who remained silent on the summit were probably the Eagle and Chen Shusun. Gongzi, benevolence does not wield wealth, and benevolence does not command armies. At some point, Chen Guanshuan had also appeared on the summit. In the Annam Protectorate, his status was even higher than that of Luoji and Lin Wusho, and he was almost on the same level as Xianyu Zhongtong. The moment Chen Guanshuan spoke, the situation immediately changed. Although it was just the phrase benevolence does not wield wealth, and benevolence does not command armies, it was enough to express the opinion of him and the other generals. In possession of Zhangzhou Jianqiong's token, Wang Chong wielded the highest authority in the Annam Protectorate. Moreover, the only person who could oppose him, Xianyu Zhongtong, had already handed over his military power, so it was even more impossible for anyone to oppose him. However, Chen Guanshuan and the others waited at the foot of the mountain for a long time, but Wang Chong's orders did not come. Wang Chong had even repeatedly ordered that no one was allowed to attack without permission. In the eyes of the crowd, it was clear that Wang Chong was young, so it was inevitable that he had the temperament of a young man. He didn't want too many casualties. However, the army itself was a cruel battlefield. Wang Chong's actions were clearly wrong. Whether it was out of love for Wang Chong, admiration for his military skills, or to protect the army, Chen Guanshuan felt that he had to urge Wang Chong to make a decision as soon as possible. If it could facilitate the completion of the grand strategy, an appropriate sacrifice was completely acceptable. No need. Before Chen Guanshuan could finish speaking, Wang Chong's eyes flashed. With a wave of his hand, he immediately rejected Chen Guanshuan's proposal. The matter is still far from reaching that step. For a moment, the surroundings were deathly still. Everyone stared in shock at Wang Chong. It was clear that Wang Chong's actions had far surpassed his expectations. Wang Chong paid no attention to the people behind him. He strode forward, crossing the ramrod in front of him and gazing down the mountain. The trumpeting of elephants continued to ring out, and the base of the mountain was a bustling scene. The Annam Protectorate was like a lone island floating in the middle of the Mengshi Yusang army's sea. But when he saw this sight, Wang Chong's eyes shone with an unprecedented determination. Everything has a weakness. Even the white elephant corps that Jelifeng painstakingly trained is no exception. Countless thoughts flitted through Wang Chong's mind, and in a flash, he was thinking of many things. But they did not belong to this world, but to another. The elephants that Jelifeng had trained were very rare in this world. Even the Eagle and Chen Shusun had rarely seen them, and they had always described them as beasts. But in another world, it was something that couldn't be more familiar, something that couldn't be more common. It was just that these elephants were not as large. Many things began to flow into his mind, and Wang Chong's thoughts grew clearer and clearer. Animals like elephants and humans were usually isolated from each other. They had their own circles and rarely came into contact. But it wasn't as if elephants had never attacked humans before. Quite a few such stories were recorded in the annals of history. Wang Chong clearly remembered that those people had used spring thunder to chase away wild elephants. And the so-called spring thunder was nothing more than the massive explosions produced by gunpowder. In other words, elephants' ears are actually very sensitive to sound, especially loud noises. Wang Chong muttered to himself, his eyes suddenly shining. A giant elephant was still an elephant. The people of this world knew nothing about elephants, but if his judgment was right, then perhaps there was no need to create the so-called spring thunder, because in this world of martial arts there were better things. At this thought, Wang Chong's lips curved in a smile. General Zhao! Wang Chong suddenly called out. Here! Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, General Zhao Hong, who was in charge of the archers, clenched his fists and strode over from behind. If I tell you that I have a way to move the shield in front of the elephant core's eyes, tell me, how confident are you in killing that elephant? Wang Chong asked. How is this possible? Zhao Hong cried out. Behind him, the generals of the Annam Protectorate were also shocked. The eyes were almost the elephant's only weakness, but if anyone could think of it, how could Meng Shizhao not? Thus, with these elephants as the core, it was almost an all-round protection. Wang Chong was on the top of the mountain. No one understood why Wang Chong was so sure that he could move the guards around the elephant. Just tell me, can you do it or not? Wang Chong's expression turned cold. I can do it. Zhao Hong's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly lowered his head and said, This subordinate can shoot multiple arrows at the same time and accurately hit the elephant's eyes. If young master can really do it? How many master archers like you are there in the army? Wang Chong nodded in satisfaction. No less than 50. Zhao Hong said. The Tang dynasty was different from the nomadic Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate and the Goguryeo Empire. Although they did not have that many top-notch master archers and condor shooters, they still had a considerable number of top-notch experts in the army. The only problem was that due to the battle at Arai, a large number of master archers had died, and there were not many left. Call all of them over. Give them the best arrows, Wang Chong said with an unquestionable tone. This subordinate will do as you say. Zhao Hong quickly left to carry out the order. After Zhao Hong left, Wang Chong turned to look at Chen Guanshuan and the others. General Chen, summon the most powerful generals in the army. I will need their help in a while, Wang Chong said. Chen Guanshuan's eyes were filled with doubt. The elephant's armor was extremely thick and could completely block the attacks of master archers. This had been tested earlier. Chen Guanshuan did not understand why Wang Chong was so confident and even asked Zhao Hong to gather the master archers in the army. Not a problem. Your subordinate will do so. Although Chen Guanshuan was puzzled, he did not hesitate at all. Before his voice faded, he turned around and strode away without hesitation. Zhao Hong and Chen Guanshuan arrived very quickly. 57 fully armored master archers appeared in front of Wang Chong, their quivers brimming with arrows. Chen Guanshuan had also brought 6 or 7 elite generals of the Annam Protectorate to Wang Chong's side. All of these people exuded a vast storm of energy, on par with Chen Guanshuan. What do these fellows want to do? The activity on the summit had quickly attracted the attention of the Mengshi Yusang army. The summit could be said to be the focus of all their attention. The slightest disturbance in the wind could attract everyone's attention. General, should we have our brothers be on guard? A guard next to the divine steed of Arai cautiously asked. Deliberately mystifying things. Duan Yangyan sneered, utterly disdainful of the activity on the summit. No matter what Wang Chong wanted to do, since he had not succeeded before, he was even less likely to succeed in the future. This general single-handedly established the White Elephant Corps. When I first established it, I considered all kinds of possible attacks. Thus, when I forged the elephant armor, I had already taken everything into consideration. I don't believe that this brat can deal with our White Elephant Corps. Duan Yangyan snorted disdainfully at the activity on the summit. But even though he said these words of disdain, Duan Yangyan's next actions were completely different. But what you say is reasonable. Pass on my order. Have our brothers tighten their defenses. Nothing can be allowed to go wrong. Yes, your subordinate will go. Young master, is this really going to work? On the summit, everyone had looks of shock and confusion on their faces. Because Wang Chong's words were too shocking, too inconceivable. For such a massive beast, such a powerful creature, to have such a weakness was simply inconceivable. Moreover, Arai was separated from the central plains. Not even the neighboring Annam Protectorate knew much about these behemoths that lived in the primordial forest. How could someone like Wang Chong, who had never left the capital or gone to Arai, know of them? Young master isn't joking, right? Moreover, could young master tell us where you learned of this information? Before Chen Guanshuan could speak, the Annam Protectorate generals behind him spoke up. They had heard that Wang Chong had a way to deal with the White Elephant Corps, so they had come to listen to his orders. It had to be known that not even Xianyu Zhongtong could order them around like this. But upon hearing Wang Chong's order, all of them had come without hesitation. But no matter how he thought about it, Wang Chong seemed to be joking. Roaring an elephant to death? Chapter 594. Haha, although it's not enough to kill them with a single roar, this method can truly destroy Mengshi Zhao's White Elephant Corps. Wang Chong held his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. As he spoke, he turned to Zhao Hong. General Zhao, are you ready? I will follow young master's orders. Zhao Hong took out several arrows from his back and held them between his fingers. At almost the same time, the row of master archers behind him formed a cylindrical formation, all of them drawing arrows from their backs and knocking them on their bows. General Chen. Wang Chong turned his gaze back to Chen Guanshuan and the other elite generals of the Annan prefectural army. His expression was frigid and brooked no rebuttal. Yes, young master. This time, the generals quickly chose to obey. Wang Chong was not the kind of scion who would put on airs. Even though he had Protector General Zhangzhou Jianxiong's token, Wang Chong had never put on any airs. But after interacting with Wang Chong for some time, the generals had gradually come to understand that Wang Chong was not the kind of person who would lightly make decisions, but once he did, he would not allow any rebuttal. In an instant, everyone's gaze was focused on the foot of the mountain. Rumble! Smoke and dust billowed as one steel wall after another was pulled down. Wang Chong's gaze was like lightning as he scanned the area, quickly locking on to a few mountainous elephants that were walking toward him. Begin. A cold light flashed in Wang Chong's eyes as he suddenly swung his arm down. As if on some sort of signal, 6 or 7 elite generals of the Annam Protectorate attacked at the same time. Roar! A furious roar exploded like thunder in the spring, splitting the earth and collapsing the mountains, shaking the entire battlefield. When 6 or 7 elite generals of the Annam Protectorate gathered their energy in their dantian and roared at the several dozen elephants in the east, the power was unimaginable. Rumble! It was as if a storm had passed through the earth. Sand and gravel were sent flying more than 10 zhang into the air. The Mengshi Zhao soldiers were so frightened that they retreated one after another. However, the most unexpected thing was yet to come. Without any signs, those gigantic elephants with terrifying strength that could easily pull a 6,000 to 7,000 jean steel wall suddenly stood up and cried out in fear, as if they had been greatly frightened. Pang! Pang! The bowstrings vibrated, and the moment these elephants suddenly jumped out of the protective shield, sharp arrows instantly pierced into their eyeballs. Some of the arrows had even pierced deep into the mammoth's brains. Rumble! The earth cracked and the mountains crumbled. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, these gigantic elephants with incomparably tenacious vitality suddenly collapsed like mountains of flesh. Whiz! Shock, endless shock. The sight of these elephants toppling to the ground left all the Mengshi Zhao soldiers of the White Elephant Corps dumbstruck. This is impossible. At this moment, the soldiers around the elephant were filled with terror, their minds blank. In Arai's 6 Zhao, the elephants had an extremely important and transcendent status. All the soldiers of the White Elephant Corps revered the elephants like they were God. Their inconceivably enormous divine power had left an indelible impression on all the Mengshi Zhao soldiers. But no one had expected that after being covered in such thick and hard white elephant armor, these enormous elephants would still be so easily killed by a single arrow. But death was far from the end. For some people, not all the elephants had been shot through the head. Some elephants had used their thick eyelids to block the arrows, but this was only the beginning of the tragedy. Ah! An elephant trumpeted, and a Mengshi Zhao soldier's face was covered in fear as he watched the massive foot of an elephant grow in size and stomp down. In an instant, the soldier was crushed into a pile of meat paste. Ong! The severe wounds had caused the elephants to instantly go berserk, entering a fatal and blind berserk state. No one could imagine that an elephant weighing more than 10,000 jin in its berserk state could move so quickly and nimbly. Bang bang bang! In the blink of an eye, several hundred soldiers of the White Elephant Corps, unable to dodge in time, were trampled into meat paste. The closer they were, the faster they died. The soldiers that had been set up to protect the elephants had instead become the earliest victims. How could this be? These elephants really are afraid of noise. On the summit, Lin Wushu, Luoji, Chen Guanshuan, and the others were incredibly excited, all of them shocked and delighted, hardly daring to believe their eyes. Quick! There's very little time. Seize this chance. A voice rang out in their ears, its tone incomparably calm. Everything was just as he had expected. Although the giant elephant was huge, its tolerance for loud noises was exactly the same as an elephant. But although the tactics were effective, Wang Chong was not the slightest bit perturbed. As a general, one should always maintain a calm and rational heart, never to be moved by the outside world. Only by maintaining calm could one make the wisest choice at the crucial moment. Roar! The world swayed and the winds howled. This time, without needing Wang Chong's orders, Chen Guanshuan and the others quickly made their decision. 6 or 7 of the best generals of the Annam Protectorate gathered their energy into a massive beam that enveloped a group of elephants to the southwest. The elephants bellowed. Half of them collapsed, while the other half once more went berserk. If these elephants still had their eyes, they would definitely accept the orders of the White Elephant Corps soldiers. But under the intense pain, their eyes couldn't see anything. All the elephants subconsciously treated the humans closest to them as enemies to vent their anger on. When a Xian realm elephant went berserk, and this elephant was even equipped with heavy elephant armor, that kind of terrifying power was hard to imagine. Ah! 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 Shrill screams echoed across the entire battlefield. When the mountain-sized elephants went berserk in the dense battlefield, the soldiers were like wheat in the fields, falling down in large groups. Blood and flesh were squeezed out from under their armors like mud, while the armors were flattened like cans that had been squeezed out of a can. The entire battlefield instantly turned into an Azura hell. Quick! Stop them! The faces of the soldiers were filled with terror. Some of them tried to band together and attack the charging elephants in a frenzy. But the spears and spears were like scratching an itch. Stabbing the elephant's body with his saber was like scratching an itch through his boot. Not only did he fail to stab the elephant to death, but he was also sent flying by the rebounding force of the attack. The trumpeting of the giant elephants rose and fell one after another. The entire battlefield was in chaos. On the summit, Wang Chong, the top generals of the Annam Protectorate, and the master archers led by Zhao Hong were constantly adjusting their direction, seizing the opportunity to quickly attack. Southeast. Southwest. Quick! There's not much time. While they're in chaos, this is the best opportunity. In a short period of time, Wang Chong and the others had fired at least a dozen volleys of arrows, not pausing at all in between. They were extremely efficient. The advantage of Wang Chong's choice of a mountain range for the decisive battle was now fully revealed. Because of the obstruction of the towering mountains, their vision was limited, and they simply couldn't see what was happening on the other side. Many of the White Elephant Corps soldiers could only hear the screams and the angry trumpeting of the elephants. Before they could react, they had already been hit. The same strategy, the same method of attack, but it didn't work. The entire earth trembled. East, west, north, south, southwest, northwest. The trembling sounds of mountains collapsing could be heard. Every tremble meant that an elephant had been struck by an arrow and fallen to the ground. In a short period of time, at least 200 elephants had fallen. Animals were animals, after all. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't compare to humans. As long as one could find their weakness, even a giant beast like the giant elephant, which weighed more than 10,000 kilograms and had the strength to lift a mountain, could be easily killed. Damn it! Retreat! 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 On the back of the elephant, Duan Yongyan was both shocked and enraged, his entire body dumbfounded. The Tang people had watched helplessly as he tore down their outermost steel walls, and now the rain of arrows had caused the army to lose 200-some elephants. This change was far too great. Hurry! Duan Yongyan shouted these last words with almost all his strength. Even more shocked than Duan Yongyan were the assembled group of Mengshi Zhao generals, Jelifeng, Fenjie, Duan Gechuan, and Duan Gechuan. When the elephants fell to the ground with a mournful wail, everyone was dumbfounded. The surroundings were deathly still, the atmosphere suffocating. Hurry and tell General Duan to retreat. The first to break the silence was Crown Prince Fenjie. It had not been easy to build the White Elephant Corps. These thousand-some elephants had taken a great deal of Mengshi Zhao's energy and resources. Just capturing them was difficult enough, let alone decades of training. If Wang Chong were allowed to continue shooting, the entire White Elephant Corps would exist only in name, destroyed in a single day. Roar! At this moment, a heaven-shaking roar came from the southeast, interrupting the shouts of Chen Guanshuan and Lin Wushou. At almost the same time, two other heaven-shaking roars, like those of prehistoric beasts, came from the mountain and collided with the roar from the southeast. Huashu Wuzong, Wang Yan, and Xianyu Zhongtong had finally taken action. On the battlefield, the elephants were restless, but with the intervention of Huashu Wuzong, Wang Yan, and Xianyu Zhongtong, the situation immediately improved. Okay, let's stop with this wave for now. On the summit, Wang Chong waved his hand as he watched the panicked retreat of the White Elephant Corps, ending this wave of attack. The farther away a sound wave attack was, the less effective it would be. Moreover, the crux of this kind of attack was the element of surprise. If they were prepared, everything would be completely different, and the effect would be greatly reduced. After saying this, Wang Chong's ears fell silent, as if there was no one behind him. Wang Chong froze and turned his head in astonishment. He immediately saw that everyone was staring at him in a daze. Chen Guanshuan, Lin Wushou, Luoji, and even Chen Shusun. What's wrong? Chapter 595. Young Master, please accept this subordinate's bow. This subordinate was rude before. Chen Guanshuan suddenly took a deep breath and walked out of the ranks. He bowed deeply in front of Wang Chong. Behind him, all the highest-level generals of the Annam Protectorate also bowed. They raised their heads and gazed at Wang Chong, their eyes brimming with astonishment, admiration, and deep respect. The generals of the southwest had all heard of Mengshi Zhao's White Elephant Corps. This was an army that Jelifeng regarded with great importance, and it was also a force with terrifying combat power. All of them had personally witnessed the previous battle. But no one had expected that while everyone was still half acquainted with the elephants that lived in Arai, only knowing a few scraps of their claws, Wang Chong had already thought of a way to easily defeat them. This sort of ability was simply miraculous, surpassing everyone's imagination. Young Master, can you tell us how you knew that these giant beasts are afraid of sound? Lin Wuxiu stepped forward, his face full of admiration. If they had known this method of dealing with the White Elephant Corps in the Battle of Arai, everything would have been completely different. At the very least, they wouldn't have been trampled to death by the charge of those giant elephants. Although Wang Chong had resided in the capital for a long time and rarely left, his vast knowledge and wisdom had already reached a level that others could only sigh in amazement at. Haha, this isn't that hard to guess. These giant elephants have very large bodies, but their eyes are inconceivably small, just a bit larger than normal humans. It's clear that their eyes are their weak point. Since their eyes are like this, their other senses might also be like this. So I thought of their ears. Wang Chong held his hands behind his back and faintly chuckled. No matter what, the memories of a soul from another world could never be spoken of in this world. Young Master's extraordinary talent is truly formidable. The top-class generals of the Annam Protectorate were all astonished. Although Wang Chong spoke briefly about it, in the eyes of the crowd, this was completely his normal behavior. As for Wang Chong's age, it was completely ignored. Roar. Although the attack had stopped, the matter of the White Elephant Corps was far from over. The berserk elephants rampaged through the crowd, and the losses suffered by the White Elephant Corps in this battle were almost entirely caused by the berserk elephants. At least 2,000 to 3,000 people were killed by the rampaging elephants. Even so, the White Elephant Corps still had to think of a way to pacify these rampaging elephants. Without elephants, the White Elephant Corps couldn't be called a White Elephant Corps. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Should we send other armies? Your Majesty, let me go. I am willing to lead the army to destroy the Tang people. In the middle of Meng Shizhao's army, several generals were extremely excited and wanted to join the battle. Let's call it a day. Jelifeng let out a long sigh, a rare look of exhaustion appearing in the eyes of this ambitious and ruthless character. The defeat of the Whitestone Corps and then the defeat of the White Elephant Corps, which he had placed his hopes on, had left a deep shadow in the heart of the Mengshi Zhao Emperor. 70 to 80,000 soldiers had died in battle. Generals, there is no need to talk about fighting. Wait until I see the Prime Minister of Uzan and have some ideas before making a decision. Yes, Your Majesty. The generals bowed their heads in greeting. In Arai, Jelifeng's status was similar to that of the Holy Emperor of the Tang dynasty. Her words were law. Any order, no matter what, would be thoroughly carried out. In addition, how are General Duan's injuries? Jelifeng asked. General Duan's injuries have already stabilized, a Mengshi Zhao general said. A Mengshi Zhao general said, knowing that Jeluofeng was speaking of Duan Wuzong. I'll go see him as well. With a wave of his sleeve, Jelifeng left the center of the army. As he left, the long blare of a horn came from the southeast. The vast Uzan army retreated from the mountain, where the Tang people resided like the receding tide. Mengshi Zhao also tacitly retreated. For a moment, a large area around the mountain where the Tang people resided had been emptied. Young Master, they've retreated. Old Eagle suddenly spoke as he looked down from the summit, amid the blustery winds. It's about time for them to retreat. Wang Chong glanced up at the darkening sky and sneered. The siege of the city, the rain of fireballs, the White Elephant Corps, the Mengshi Yusang army had used at least 3 or 4 waves of attacks in a single day, but they had all been thwarted. If you know to retreat at a time like this, it's not too late. Daluan Ruozan, Huashu Wuzong, and Jelifeng were all influential figures of the southwest, people on the same level as Zhangzhou Jianqiong. All of them had to be looked up to. If anyone else had said these words like Wang Chong, they would have been snorted in contempt. But when Wang Chong said these words, no one felt that there was anything wrong with them. He had already used his actions to amply prove that he had the strength and qualifications to say these words. Not even the generals of the Annam Protectorate had realized that Wang Chong's position in their hearts had already surpassed that of Wang Yan and Xin Yuzhongtong, who had been fighting a life-and-death battle with them for more than a month. Pass on my order. The army is to turn on the stoves and start cooking. But young master, what if they use this chance to attack? The eagle said. They dare. With a cold laugh, Wang Chong flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. This kind of tactic was meant to force them to attack, and Wang Chong was more than happy to see them attack at this moment. This is blatant contempt. That child is mocking us. As smoke rose from the top of the mountain, Huashu Wuzong suddenly spoke, his gaze on Daluan Ruozan. His meaning was clear. Rather than saying that Wang Chong was mocking the Uzun, it would be more accurate to say that he was provoking Daluan Ruozan. What can I do? My skills are inferior. Daluan Ruozan smiled bitterly. You'll admit defeat? Huashu Wuzong had a look of disbelief on his face. Huashu Wuzong could not be more familiar with this prime minister of the Ngari royal lineage. Anyone who thought that Wang Chong would really admit defeat would be gravely mistaken. Those people who believed that Daluan Ruozan would easily concede had been reduced to a pile of yellow mud in the past few days. At the very least, if Zhangqiu Jianqiong was around and saw this expression on Daluan Ruozan's face, he would definitely raise his guard. However, this kid really can't be underestimated. Even when Zhangqiu Jianqiong was around, he wouldn't have been able to force me to this extent. Daluan Ruozan's brows furrowed deeply at this last sentence. Huashu Wuzong also fell silent. Having worked with Daluan Ruozan for many years, he couldn't be any more familiar with Daluan Ruozan. There was no doubt that Daluan Ruozan was speaking from the bottom of his heart. To be able to receive such an evaluation from Daluan Ruozan, Wang Chong should be proud of himself. Dusk fell and the sky darkened. The entire battlefield had sunk into silence, with only the torches burning in the darkness, their glow like stars. At this time, the Tang people, Mengshi Zhao's people, and Uzun's people were living in harmony, a rare moment of peace. Buzz. In the darkest hours of the night, no one noticed that several figures had silently appeared on the northwest side of the mountain. This is the place. A figure with two sabers sheathed on his back stood at Daluan Ruozan's side. It was the fierce Uzun General Tumi Sangza, as well as Long Qinba and Serene Xiangxiong. All of them had solemn expressions on their faces. The Prime Minister had never done anything meaningless, and he certainly wouldn't do such a thing now. Just what is this kid doing? Serene Xiangxiong slowly raised his head, looking from the base of the mountain all the way to the summit. This was a long passage, around 10 some zhang long. Unlike the other parts of the mountain, there were no steel walls here, only tens of thousands of caltrops of various sizes. The largest of these caltrops were 4 to 5 feet tall, while the smallest were only the size of a thumb, but all of them were covered in sharp thorns. Hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions, of these caltrops were pouring down from the summit, forming a black river of thorns that was as straight as a waterfall. This river of thorns was particularly striking amidst the walls of the mountain. Could it be that they don't have enough materials, that they don't have enough steel walls? An officer of the Uzun tribe asked in shock. Impossible. Just look at how many thorns there are here. With so many materials, wouldn't the steel walls be enough to fill up this passage? Long Qinba coldly said. He was basically the only one left of the 5 tiger generals. The others were all valiant generals of the tribe like Serene Xiangxiong and Tumi Sangza. But even so, not even Tumi Sangza dared to offend Long Qinba too much. As the leader of the 5 tiger generals, Long Qinba was an extremely valiant existence. Since that's the case, there must be a problem here. That brat probably wants to use this place to do something. Serene Xiangxiong suddenly said. It would be strange if there wasn't a problem with this abrupt river of thorns. Tumi Sangza, can you use your halo to turn all these halos into metal men and get rid of them? Daluan Ruozan suddenly said, a profound look in his eyes. I can, but it won't be very easy. A troubled look appeared in Tumi Sangza's eyes. These thorns, large and small, are almost all covered in toughening inscriptions. With so many thorns, the number of metal men I can make with my abilities is extremely limited, and it will consume an enormous amount of stellar energy. And if I use metal men to clean them up, the metal men don't have bodies and won't be affected by the thorns, but the noise will also alarm the Tang people on the mountain. Moreover, there are far too many of these thorns. My abilities are probably very limited. Chapter 596. Metal element ability users were not invincible. In his battle with Luoji, Lin Wushu, and Chen Guanshuan, Tumi Sangza, had consumed a great deal of his stellar energy. Moreover, summoning the metal giants consumed stellar energy. His strength was simply not enough to clear away these hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of metal brambles. Even if he summoned 100-some metal men, he still wouldn't be able to accomplish this arduous task. Dalawan Ruozan silently raised his head to the summit, countless thoughts flitting through his mind. Although he couldn't see anything in the pitch-black darkness, Dalawan Ruozan suddenly saw that figure standing motionlessly on the summit, seemingly plotting something. In all his years at the helm of the Ngari royal lineage and 10-some years of fighting with Zhangqiu Jianqiong, Dalawan Ruozan had never found anyone so unfathomable. At every moment, his opponent seemed to be plotting something. This caused Dalawan Ruozan to fall into a daze, as if he was seeing another version of himself. Truly a formidable foe, Dalawan Ruozan muttered to himself. After a few moments of silence, Dalawan Ruozan turned to Longkinba. "Are you ready?" Replying to Prime Minister, "We're ready. All 5,000 warhorses have been wrapped in the cloth provided by Mengshi Zhao." Longkinba sternly said. "Very good. Then let's begin," Dalawan Ruozan firmly said, his eyes turning cold and piercing. War was never limited to the day. Night was also a fierce battlefield, but unlike the day, without the visibility of the day, the Annam Protectorate's defensive capabilities would be greatly reduced. Dalawan Ruozan had specially chosen the middle of the night, when people were the most sleepy, to prepare for his assault on the camp. Boom! Dalawan Ruozan had just given the order when there was a massive boom from the southwest. Flames soared into the sky and battle cries filled the air. Looking from afar, one could vaguely see an army rampaging inside, wantonly slaughtering. Report. Almost at the same time, a warhorse galloped forward. An Uzun herald rushed over, looking travel-worn. "Prime Minister, Mengshi Zhao's people are under attack. The Tang people have raided the camp in the middle of the night." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions suddenly became incomparably interesting. When they thought of robbing the Tang people's camp, the Tang people robbed the Mengshi Zhao's camp first. What's going on? Don't tell me that Mengshi Zhao's people aren't prepared? Dalawan Ruozan said with a hint of anger. Jelifeng was also an ambitious and ruthless powerhouse of the southwest. It would have been one thing if others had been on guard against this kind of mistake, but how could he have made the same mistake? "No, the people from the Annam Protectorate are wearing our Uzun armor," the messenger said hurriedly. Swish. These words caused Longkinba, Tumi Sangza, Serene Xiangxiong, and even Dalawan Ruozan to instantly grimace, all of them grimacing. "Damn it!" Longkinba fiercely clenched his fists, his face ghastly pale. This was not the first time he had clashed with Wang Chong, so he didn't need to think too much to know that this was Wang Chong's plan. It was one thing for this bastard to raid the camp, but he had even disguised himself as them. Mengshi Zhao must have misunderstood their identities, allowing Wang Chong to successfully raid the camp. Bang! While the generals were still reeling from the sudden change in Mengshi Zhao's army, there was another explosion and a roar that shook the heavens. But this time, the sound did not come from Mengshi Zhao's camp, but from the mountains behind them. "Kill! Capture the Uzun! Don't let them escape!" Young Master already had a plan. "Raiding our camp is nothing but wishful thinking." As the voices came from the mountains, both Dalawan Ruozan and the other generals grimaced. "We've been tricked." Everyone was looking at Dalawan Ruozan, but none of them said a word. "Ha ha ha, young master, these fellows really did take the bait." On the summit, in the darkness of the night, the generals roared with laughter as they looked up and down the mountain at the two blazing torches. A strong point is a weak point, and a strong point is a weak point. If Dalawan Ruozan wants to use the methods of raiding camps he learned from the Central Plains to deal with the Tang dynasty, then I can only say that he's found the wrong person. Wang Chong looked down the mountain, a faint smile on his face. Although he couldn't see anything, Wang Chong was sure that Daluan Ruozen's expression must be very interesting at this moment. Uzun did not know any military strategy. Although the Great Snow Mountain Temple had a transcendent status and was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, in terms of military strategy, it was just a barren land. The Central Plains had always been a land of military strategy. Compared with the military strategy culture that had been accumulated for thousands of years in the Central Plains, even the Great Snow Mountain Temple was not worth mentioning. As expected of a prime minister who likes to raid camps at night, Wang Chong couldn't help but laugh in his heart. It was no secret to Wang Chong that Daluan Ruozen liked to raid camps at night. At this time, it was already quite good to have this kind of idea of raiding camps. Unfortunately, his opponent was Wang Chong. Wang Chong was only on guard against him. He didn't expect that Daluan Ruozen would really be tricked and send people to raid the camp. Good news, Huang Fuqi's Weibo has been opened. If you want to know how I'm doing in my daily life, you're welcome to follow me. The official account's exclusive video, War God So Young Sun 1, has been uploaded. Everyone, please follow me. Add the WeChat account and search for Huang Fuqi. Click on the profile picture and you'll find it in the history. Smiley face, how was it? Wang Chong asked. Following young master's orders, we prepared ballistae and set up an ambush. The vast majority of them were killed by us. Less than 1,000 managed to escape, a commander reported. One of the generals who passed the order said, "That's enough. Let them go. In addition, have the Uzun and Mengshi Zhao soldiers who died in battle during the day collect their armor. Although we've already used this move before, as long as the Mengshi Yusang army remains, we can still use it." "Yes, young master." The messenger quickly turned and left. In the battle during the day, 60 to 70,000 soldiers had died on the mountain. In this era, many armies would choose to bury these corpses, push them down the mountain, or abandon them somewhere else. But to Wang Chong, these corpses were still things that he could use. Although the Annam Protectorate could only passively defend during the day, it was completely different at night. Given Wang Chong's personality, he would never resign himself to death. This was the only opportunity for the Tang people to strike, as well as the best. As long as Uzun and Mengshi Zhao were still allies, Wang Chong could constantly pretend to be Uzun soldiers to attack Mengshi Zhao, and then pretend to be Mengshi Zhao soldiers to attack Uzun. "Call General Chun and the others back," Wang Chong said as he gazed at the fiery light at the base of the mountain. "In addition, tell them to circle around Uzun's camp on their way back and raid the Uzun camp before coming back. Tell them not to linger in battle and not to linger in one place." "Yes, young master." Raiding a camp had to be done when the enemy was unprepared. There was only a split second, so the opportunity had to be seized. In addition, they had to constantly charge forward and not linger in one place. By raiding a camp, they had to leave with a single stomp and not linger in one place for too long. Otherwise, it would become a proper battle. Haha Luoji, Qin Guanshuan, and all the other generals of the Annam Protectorate had returned with their armies. Even from a distance, one could hear their hearty laughter. Pretending to be Mengshi Zhao's soldiers to attack Uzun's soldiers, pretending to be Uzun's soldiers to attack Mengshi Zhao's soldiers, only Wang Chong could think of such a thing. "My lord, this plan is too ingenious. The Uzun and Mengshi Zhao soldiers are probably going to explode with anger. Daluan Ruozen has been completely suppressed by young master this time. With young master here, what does our Annam Protectorate have to fear? That's right. What Jelafeng, what Duan Gechuan, what Huishu Wizong, what Daluan Ruozen are worth in front of young master?" Torches flickered, and under the illumination of the flames, everyone's faces were fiery red, and they looked incomparably excited. The War of the Southwest was like a mountain weighing down on everyone's heart. Every day was heavy, the atmosphere so heavy that it was hard to breathe. But it was different with Wang Chong. Not only could he keep out legendary figures of the southwest like Huoshu Wuzong and Daluan Ruozhen, leaving them helpless, he could even launch an attack and toy with them in the middle of the night. It's good that generals are confident. Wang Chong also chuckled. It could be seen that this victory had greatly boosted everyone's confidence. This had imperceptibly raised the morale of the army and boosted everyone's morale. This was one of the reasons Wang Chong had sent them out to raid the camp. But although he was happy at the start, Wang Chong couldn't help but frown at the end. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Huoshu Wuzong didn't understand me and simply didn't expect me to raid the camp at a time like this, so he fell for the trick. But this sort of thing can only happen once. Generals, you absolutely must not be careless. Neither Huoshu Wuzong nor Daluan Ruozhen are easy target. Although he was very happy to hear the praises of the crowd, if he were to underestimate Huoshu Wuzong and Daluan Ruozhen because of this, he would be in deep trouble. Huoshu Wuzong and Daluan Ruozhen's reputation had been forged, not built from flattery. Even the ferocious tiger of the southwest, Zhangqiu Jianxiong, couldn't do anything to them, so how could people like them be easy to deal with? Even though they had won consecutive victories, Wang Chong didn't dare to underestimate them. It wasn't because he was afraid of them, but because Wang Chong knew that it wasn't that Huoshu Wuzong, Daluan Ruozhen, Duan Gechuan, and Jelifeng didn't want to make a move, but that they didn't think that it was the right time for them to do so. When that time came, it would be the true decisive battle. Whether it was the Tang dynasty, Mengshizhao, or Uzun, none of them would have any path of retreat. The casualties at that time would definitely not be as high as they were now. Yes, young master. Hearing Wang Chong's words, the crowd roared in agreement, their expressions filled with deep respect. There shouldn't be any trouble tonight. Everyone, go back and rest. Stay alert. Yes. Chapter 597. Prime Minister, when are we going to launch the general offensive? In the Uzun commander's tent, Jelifeng, Duan Gechuan, Fenjie, Duan Yongyan, and all the other Uzun generals were gathered together. Wait a little longer. Now is not the time. Daluan Ruozhen's voice was firm and unquestionable. A hint of anger appeared in the eyes of all the Mengshizhao generals, but none of them dared to say anything. Although the two sides of the Uzun Yusang army were equal, everyone knew that the true commander of this battle was not one of Mengshizhao's men, but the prime minister of Uzun, Daluan Ruozhen. All the offensive plans had been formulated by Daluan Ruozhen. Has Prime Minister still not gotten a good grasp of that brat's background? Jelifeng said with a frown. That brat from the Wang clan had displayed a military strategy that was completely different from any of the generals they knew of. Daluan Ruozhen wanted to probe him, and Jelifeng had no objections. He was not a daring and ambitious person. Once he agreed, he would be handing over the decision of the entire battle to Daluan Ruozhen, as well as the timing of the general offensive. Since he had made this promise, Jelifeng would definitely keep it and would not randomly interfere. But in this probing operation, from day to night, Mengshizhao had already lost far too many men, and the night raid had especially enraged them. This was also the reason they had appeared here. No one had expected that the Tang people would still dare to attack them in this sort of situation. This was a naked humiliation. But if after paying such a high price, Daluan Ruozhen still said that he had not obtained any information, that he had not gotten a good grasp of that brat's background, then Jelifeng would find it rather difficult to accept. More or less, but I'm still lacking something, Daluan Ruozhen said faintly. He glanced at Jelifeng and smiled. Your Majesty, I know it's hard for you to accept, but think about it carefully. At the banks of the higher river, your White Stone Legion easily defeated the Annam Protectorate. If this is still the same Annam Protectorate, with the lineup that the king sent out yesterday, your Mengshizhao's people would be able to defeat it without our Uzun's intervention. But is that really the case? Jelifeng, Mengshizhao and the other generals fell silent. Although it was just a test, Meng Shizhao also launched a powerful attack. Whether it was the White Stone Legion or the White Elephant Legion, neither held back. Compared to the Battle of Arai, Meng Shizhao was fighting on the same level of power. But the result of the battle was the opposite of everyone's expectations. At least, one thing Daluan Ruozhen said was correct. Even Jelifeng had to admit that the Annam Protectorate with Wang Chong was indeed different from before. But Prime Minister, when will we attack? The Tang dynasty can't spare any manpower right now, but if we delay any longer, the advantage will no longer be on our side. Jelifeng said patiently. Meng Shizhao's greatest advantage in defeating the Tang people at the banks of Arai was numbers. More than 300,000 Meng Shizhao elites had been dispatched to deal with the 180,000 Annam Protectorate soldiers who had left the cities and entered the wilderness, and they had won in one battle. And now, in the alliance between Meng Shizhao and Uzun, in Jelifeng's view, their greatest advantage was also numbers. It was precisely because the two armies occupied an absolute advantage that they had the confidence to win against the less than 100,000 Annam Protectorate with 400,000 to 500,000 soldiers. Giving up the advantage in military strength and testing the waters time and time again, they would only lose their advantage. As for the Annam Protectorate, they should swarm in together and use their advantage in numbers to completely annihilate them. This was the best strategy. No matter what methods the opponents used, in the face of absolute numbers, they were all insignificant tricks. Your Majesty, I know that you lost a lot of troops last night and are very angry. But now is not the time to be angry. The opponents we are facing are much more powerful than we imagined. Daluan Ruozhen didn't hide anything in front of Jelifeng. Although Zhangzhou Jianxiong is known as the ferocious tiger of the Tang dynasty, even he wouldn't be able to force us to this extent. Zhangzhou Jianxiong is a crafty old fox. If it were him, he wouldn't have left the city. If he had left the city, with our current military strength, we would have long since unified the southwest. Jelifeng said straightforwardly. Someone like Zhangzhou Jianxiong would never allow himself to fall into such a disadvantageous position. Given his personality, he wouldn't give anyone the slightest opportunity to exploit. If Zhangzhou Jianxiong was still in charge of the southwest, Jelifeng wouldn't have a chance at all. Even the ferocious tiger of the southwest couldn't do anything to them, so how could someone like him be dealt with so easily? It wasn't because he was content, but because Zhangzhou Jianxiong wouldn't give him the chance. This was completely different from Wang Chong's style. No crafty old fox like Zhangzhou Jianxiong would be able to force him into this state. Not even Zhangzhou Jianxiong would be able to reverse the situation, but that boy on the mountain had done it. Haha, although that boy is very formidable, don't praise him too highly. Daluan Ruo grinned and stretched out 2 fingers to pinch a corner of the cloth. With a tug, he revealed a sand table that had been made at some point in the tent. The mountain range on the sand table was particularly large and detailed. Even the steel walls on the mountain range, the steel walls that had been uprooted at the base of the mountain, and the disposition of the soldiers could be seen on the sand table. Prime Minister, seeing this detailed sand table, everyone in the tent was slightly moved. No one had noticed that Daluan Ruozhen had made such a detailed sand table in such a short period of time. This level of observation and efficiency had left a deep impression on all of them. Ha ha! Daluan Ruozhen only chuckled. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one emerge victorious in every battle. It wasn't as if he had done nothing since yesterday. I've basically figured out that boy's strategy. The hills of the southwest are low, and the majority of the land is flat plains that are conducive to cavalry charges. Thus, he intentionally led us to this mountain. First, he could slow down the cavalry's charge, and second, he could minimize our advantage in numbers. No matter how many soldiers we have, this mountain can only hold a limited number of soldiers. In other words, even if we still have more than 400,000 soldiers, The number of soldiers that can participate in the assault at the same time is still limited. Everyone in the tent frowned. They hadn't thought so before, but now that they thought about it, that boy really had chosen this place on purpose. As for that boy's strategy, it's very simple. He's using the terrain and the steel walls to build a fortress. This way, the Tang people are most skilled in positional warfare. As for his strategy, all of you should have already experienced it. Daluan Ruozhen looked at the generals of Mengshi Zhao. It's to constantly make use of all kinds of formations. This kind of advancing and retreating to destroy your formation. If you chase after them, you'll lose your formation. If you don't chase after them, they just need to repeat what they did before. Then what do we do now? Zhao Yuofeng creased his brow. Mengshi Zhao had already lost nearly 100,000 men to Wang Chong using this method. There was no doubt that this method, although simple, was very practical. In particular, that boy had obviously used this set of tactics to the acme of perfection. Haven't you noticed? Until now, Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong haven't made a move. Now, it's not that I don't want to launch an all-out attack, but I need an opportunity, a suitable opportunity to launch an all-out attack. Otherwise, once we forcibly launch an all-out attack, you saw the result yesterday. Do you want to pay a greater price than that? Daluan Ruozhen looked at Jelifeng and said. Inside the tent, all the generals of Mengshi Zhao, including Jelifeng, were silent. This war had already exhausted all of Mengshi Zhao's national strength. What looked like 300,000 soldiers was actually all of Mengshi Zhao's strength. If all of them died here, how could they deal with the possible attacks of the Tang dynasty in the future? Moreover, if they suffered too many losses and did not have enough troops, Mengshi Zhao would become Uzun's servant. How could they be allies? What does Prime Minister think? A voice suddenly asked. It wasn't Jelifeng, but Duan Gechuan, who had been silent all this time. Duan Gechuan hadn't said anything since he entered the tent. In fact, in the process of forming an alliance between Mengshi Zhao and Uzun, Duan Gechuan had tried his best to hide himself. Many times, people had overlooked his existence, but when Duan Gechuan opened his mouth, whether it was Jelifeng, Fenjie, or the other Mengshi Zhao generals, all of them naturally accepted that he was overstepping his bounds. Even Jelifeng had no objections. Give me 3 days. After 3 days, I will give you an answer. Daluan Ruozhen said. Okay. Duan Gechuan's words set the tone for the entire meeting. A faint white light rose from the east. In the southwest, where the clouds of war were thick, this was the only way to know that the sun had risen. In the wilderness there was silence. Wang Chong sat cross-legged on the summit of a mountain, motionless. Spiritual energy gathered from all around him and sank into Wang Chong's body. The spiritual energy flowed into Wang Chong's meridians and circulated through his body. Eventually, it met with an invisible barrier and came to a halt. Ah, it's still a little lacking. Wang Chong gave a long sigh and opened his eyes. The war in the southwest had already reached an extremely intense level. Wang Chong could sense that the Mengshi army was impulsive to launch an all-out attack at any time. After continuous probing and launching small-scale battles, this was also the natural and inevitable method they would adopt at the same time. Because numbers were their greatest advantage. Chapter 598. The killings these days, especially the last strike that killed Jiao Sero, had accumulated a large amount of blood qi in Wang Chong's body. But this blood qi was surging like waves, and he had been unable to convert it into the power of the profound martial arts realm. Why can't I break through? Based on my previous life's holy martial arts realm cultivation, the profound martial arts realm is no problem for me at all. But why is it that I'm stuck in the true martial arts realm? Is it because I've cultivated the little Yinyang art and absorbed the blood qi? Wang Chong thought to himself. The great Yinyang heaven creation art was known as the greatest evil art in the world in his previous life. It was also one of the top 10 divine arts, and its speed of advancement was unimaginable. But even so, to tell the truth, Wang Chong didn't know much about this secret art. Especially when it came to breaking through to the next realm. Wang Chong had never asked his master, the evil emperor, how to break through to the profound martial arts realm. Now that he thought about it, this was a huge miscalculation. And if he thought about it carefully, perhaps his master, the evil emperor, wouldn't have expected that he would reach the peak of the true martial arts realm so quickly and be on the verge of breaking through to the profound martial arts realm. After all, it required killing a large number of warriors and absorbing their power, and Wang Chong was only a teenager. But on second thought, Wang Chong felt that something was wrong. Somehow, Wang Chong remembered the art of life slayer that So Young-sun had taught him. The art of life massacre was born out of Senior Su's art of god and demon obliteration, and the art of god and demon obliteration is one of the mystical arts of the righteous path. Compared to the great yin-yang heaven creation art, yin and yang go against each other. Could it be that this problem arose because I cultivate in both evil and righteous arts? Whether it was the art of god and demon obliteration or the great yin-yang heaven creation art, they were both unparalleled mystical arts that Wang Chong had never come into contact with in his previous life. Many peerless experts have not even had the chance to come into contact with one of these two mystical techniques, let alone cultivate both at the same time. Now, Wang Chong felt that he was walking on a path that he had never thought of, an unfathomable path. Wang Chong thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so he simply stood up. "The eagle, how is my big brother? Eldest young master has taken young master's medicine and is much better now," the eagle said sincerely. "Yes." Wang Chong nodded and quickly walked in. "Did you observe it?" In a place that Wang Chong couldn't see, a voice came, carrying a special meaning. "Milord, they've already started cooking," a Mengshi Zhao man respectfully said to the people behind him. Behind him, there were a few other people, all of whom were sent by Jelifeng to assist Daluan Ruozhen. "Carefully observe the number of cooking fires they have," Daluan Ruozhen said. The few people responded and quickly disappeared into the distance. No one knew what Daluan Ruozhen was doing, but neither Jelifeng nor Duan Gechuan said anything. For 3 days in a row, Daluan Ruozhen had been sending people to observe the Annam Protectorate's daily cooking from all directions of the mountain range. After 3 days, Daluan Ruozhen's brows slowly furrowed. "How is it, Prime Minister? What happened?" Jelifeng said. Although he didn't do anything in the past few days, everything Daluan Ruozhen did couldn't escape his eyes. However, Daluan Ruozhen didn't say anything, and even Jelifeng didn't know what he was doing. "The situation is not good." Daluan Ruozhen's brows furrowed so tightly that Jelifeng's heart skipped a beat. "Do you remember what I said to you before? It seems that child has not only brought a large number of steel walls, but also a large number of rations." "How is that possible?" Jelifeng and the generals behind her all paled. The Annam Protectorate had already found it difficult to deal with the steel walls they had built. If they also had a large number of rations, then they would be helpless. "Why is Prime Minister so certain?" Crown Prince Fengjie couldn't help but ask. "Your Highness, do you still remember why the Annam Protectorate abandoned the city to break out?" Daluan Ruozhen said. "Of course it was because they didn't have enough rations and had no choice but to do so." "That's right. Based on my estimation, their rations wouldn't last a day, but that's not the case at all. You must have noticed that I've asked people to observe the number of stoves they have for the past 3 days, but the number of stoves the Tang people have not decreased at all." Daluan Ruozhen's expression was solemn. "This means that the Tang people definitely have more rations than we know. They must have enough rations in reserve to dare to do this." As soon as Daluan Ruozhen finished speaking, even Duan Gechuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He didn't have much contact with Daluan Ruozhen and didn't know much about General Uzhen's style of doing things. However, even Duan Gechuan didn't expect that Daluan Ruozan could see so many things from the number of stoves the Tang people had. The reason why I stopped His Majesty and didn't want to launch an all-out attack was because I wanted to find out the number of rations the Tang people had and then make a decision. But now everything is developing in the direction we don't want to see the most. Daluan Ruozan said. It was rare for anyone to see Daluan Ruozan so solemn and panicked, but there was no doubt that the rations Wang Chong had prepared had completely disrupted his plans. The Tang dynasty has always taken a lot of time and effort to prepare rations. Just how did he do it? Prime Minister, I still find it hard to believe. Crown Prince Fenjie muttered to himself. If what Daluan Ruozan said was true, then Wang Chong's abilities were unimaginable. There's no meaning in discussing this. That brat has already done it. There's no doubt about it. Daluan Ruozan's expression was incomparably ugly. Daluan Ruozan hadn't cared that the Annam Protectorate led by Wang Chong had defeated Mengshi Zhao and Uzan in succession, but when he determined that the Tang people had enough rations, Daluan Ruozan instantly found it hard to remain calm. Because this meant that Wang Chong and the Annam Protectorate had the ability to contend against them for a long time. Is there really no other way? Huashu Wuzong normally didn't interrupt, but at this time, he couldn't help but show his concern. Let me think. There has to be another way. Daluan Ruozan waved his hand, clearly somewhat distraught. All of you go out first. Let me have some peace. An imperceptible trace of worry flitted through Huashu Wuzong's eyes. He had worked with Daluan Ruozan for so many years, but he had rarely seen him pushed to this point. Everyone, go out first. Huashu Wuzong quickly led everyone out of the tent. From dawn to dusk, Daluan Ruozan sat alone in the tent. No one dared to disturb him. However, they didn't have to wait for too long. Around dawn the next day, Daluan Ruozan finally walked out of the tent. Ha ha, you think you're so smart, you think you're so smart. Before Daluan Ruozan appeared, a hearty laughter came from the tent. The tent door opened, and the haze that had been hanging over Daluan Ruozan for the past few days was swept away. Prime Minister, how was it? Everyone went up to greet him. To be honest, Daluan Ruozan's reaction yesterday really shocked everyone. Ha 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 ha, Prime Minister, did you find a solution? Jelifeng walked over with his head held high. He had sent people to keep an eye on Daluan Ruozan this entire time. If there was even the slightest sign of trouble, he would be notified. Not bad, I've already found their flaw. No matter how much he calculated, that brat still missed something in the end. Your Majesty, give me 10 days and I will definitely let you have a taste of what you want. Daluan Ruozan heartily laughed, his expression glowing. Ha ha, this is the wise minister I know. Jelifeng had a gratified expression on her face. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the two commanders, Uzan, Mengshi Zhao, and all the other generals immediately relaxed. Prime Minister, did you really find the flaw in the Tang people? Fenjie's eyes glowed as he excitedly asked. That's right. Although that brat from the Wang clan is formidable, he hasn't reached the point where his plans are flawless. Do you see this mountain? This is where he was the smartest, but it is also where he blundered the most. Fenjie, Duan Yangyan, Tsiren Xiangxiong, all of them looked at Daluan Ruozan as he walked out of the tent, exchanging glances. Prime Minister, please instruct me. Fenjie humbly said. Don't you see this place? Water can be dug out of the plains, but Your Highness the Crown Prince, let me ask you, can water also be dug out of a mountain? Daluan Ruozan's words left all the generals of Mengshi Zhao and Fenjie dumbfounded. Even Long Qinba was confused, not understanding what his commander meant. Only Huashu Wuzong had a pensive look on his face, as if he understood something. Does Prime Minister mean to say that they lack water? A voice rang out. Duan Gechuan suddenly interrupted. Correct. Daluan Ruozan had a solemn expression. It's easy to get rations, but where do we get our daily drinking water from? Don't we need water to light a fire and cook? If my guess is correct, that son of the Wang clan's only source of water was that torrential downpour several days ago. But no matter how prepared he was, he definitely didn't store much water, and it definitely wasn't enough for 80 to 90,000 horses. Even if he came prepared and prepared a large number of bags of water, it definitely wouldn't be too much. In 10 days, at most 10 days, I'm confident that they'll have used up most of their water supply. That will be the best time for us to attack. The more Daluan Ruozan spoke, the brighter the eyes of the generals became. Towards the end, even Jelifeng couldn't help but have a strange look in her eyes. Ha 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 ha, Daluan Ruozan, I truly didn't make a mistake. You truly do have a good plan to defeat the enemy. Jelifeng heartily laughed, her anxiety of the last few days swept away. That's right, Your Majesty. This general suddenly remembered something. During the night raid a few days ago, we found that quite a few bags of water were missing. A Mengshi Zhao general suddenly remembered something and spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere immediately became completely different. Everyone was certain, and there were no longer any doubts. Young Master, the Mengshi Yusang army at the base of the mountain has begun to move. A guard on the summit suddenly reported. Wang Chong immediately stood up and began to walk forward. As expected, from the summit, he could see that the Mengshi Yusang army that had been silent for the last few days had suddenly begun to move. A hint of confusion flitted through Wang Chong's eyes. Chapter 599. Daluan Ruozan? Wang Chong was inwardly surprised. It had been several days since he had seen this Uzan Prime Minister. As the saying went, those who came did not come with good intentions. For Daluan Ruozan to come out at this time could not have been anything good. Prime Minister, I trust you have been well since we last met. Wang Chong spoke first, his voice rumbling in all directions. Young Master, it's been a long time. Daluan Ruozan leisurely waved the feather fan in his hand, a smile on his face. Seeing Daluan Ruozan's expression, Wang Chong's heart thumped. There was definitely something strange about this man who could still smile and look so calm after suffering so many casualties. Prime Minister seems to be in a good mood, Wang Chong said calmly. Haha, young master has been very comfortable these last few days, Daluan Ruozan said with a smile, his expression even more relaxed. To tell you the truth, this minister has come today to tell young master something. Wang Chong had a pensive look on his face. Prime Minister is truly in a leisurely mood. Haha, young master, don't misunderstand. This minister actually admires young master. The smile on Daluan Ruozan's face grew wider and wider, the fan in his hand growing slower and slower. Whether it's Lion City or this city of steel, young master's vision and talent have left a deep impression. I can see that young master has come prepared. But this minister would like to ask, has young master prepared enough water? With these last words, Daluan Ruozan put away his feather fan and began to laugh heartily. Buzz. Wang Chong's pupils constricted, his expression suddenly changing. In the distance, Daluan Ruozan withdrew his troops and vanished once more, leaving only his laughter echoing throughout the battlefield. At the summit of the mountain, Wang Chong was motionless, his expression extremely grave. A gentle breeze blew past, but his body felt incredibly cold. What's wrong, young master? The eagle walked over from behind and asked with concern. He found out. This was the only thought left in Wang Chong's mind. There was a huge flaw in all of Wang Chong's plans, and it couldn't be fixed no matter what, and that was the water source. There was very little precipitation in the southwest, and a torrential downpour like the one before was already extremely rare. However, the daily necessities of nearly 100,000 men and horses had to be solved. However, water was different from steel. Wang Chong could not transport water like steel. Moreover, in order to deal with Uzan and Mengshi Zhao, Wang Chong had chosen to fight in the mountains, which made it even more difficult for Wang Chong to obtain water. This was something that could never be remedied. Wang Chong had been trying his best to hide this, but in the end, Dalawan Ruozhen still found out. Call Mr. Zhang Shouji over. Under the flagpole, Wang Chong suddenly spoke. Young master. Zhang Shouji had arrived much faster than expected. Behind Wang Chong, Zhang Shouji respectfully bowed. Zhang Shouji's face was still pale, but after the eagle had struck his sleeping acupoint, his complexion was much better. In addition, Wang Chong had given him some pills that could strengthen his body and revitalize his blood. In the end, they had still had some effect. Senior Zhang, how much water do we have left? How much has Su Yiqin prepared for us, and how much longer can the army last? Wang Chong said after a long silence. Lady Su has already been very attentive and prepared a large number of water bags for us. However, water is a very special thing and cannot be transported like ordnance. In addition, when we arrived here early, according to young master's orders, we dug many reservoirs on the summit. We also received quite a bit of the torrential rain. In addition, young master had us arrive early and dig a water source nearby so that we could prepare for the battle. So, our water supply is actually quite good. In addition, in the previous night attack, we also looted many water bags from Meng Shizhao's people. However, the daily water consumption of 80,000 to 90,000 soldiers is not a small number. No matter how much water we have stored, it is ultimately not enough. Zhang Shouji said. Only he and Wang Chong knew about the water supply of 80,000 to 90,000 soldiers. No one else knew at all. It was to avoid the possible panic that might be caused. Water was different from food. It seemed inconspicuous, but it had to be used every day. Cooking, daily drinking, and war horses were all indispensable. Without sufficient water, the army would have problems, and it was even more fatal than food. The key was that Wang Chong had chosen to fight on the mountain, which meant that the problem of water supply was destined to be a natural defect that could not be remedied. This was fish and bear's paw, they could not have their cake and eat it too. Dalawan Ruozhen had hit his Achilles heel. Tell me, how many days can we last? Wang Chong said calmly. 10, 12 days. Zhang Shouji said. Just how long? Wang Chong frowned as he spoke once more. 10 days, no, 9 days at most. Zhang Shouji hesitated, clenched his teeth, and finally told the truth. Whoosh! The expressions of the eagle, Chen Shusun, the guards on the mountain peak, and the messengers all changed. Earlier, when Dalawan Ruozhen had come out to talk to Wang Chong, they had already sensed that something was wrong. But now that they only had 9 days' worth of drinking water, they realized that the situation was far more serious than they had imagined. In an instant, the atmosphere on the mountain peak became incredibly heavy. But the entire mountain peak was silent. Everyone kept their mouths shut, not daring to utter a single word. So, after 9 days, they will launch a large-scale attack? The eagle said worriedly. There's no need for 9 days. 5 days, 6 days at most, and they will launch their attack. Dalawan Ruozhen will not wait until we run out of water to attack. Wang Chong said gravely. Dalawan Ruozhen would not wait that long, and neither would Jelifeng. In 5 days, the army would immediately experience an obvious water shortage. The war horses and their daily drinking water supply would all experience an obvious change. If they had not known beforehand, the army would not have had any problems. But Dalawan Ruozhen clearly knew this, which was why he had specially met with him. And on the 6th day, the situation would worsen, and morale would be shaken. The war horses' drinking water, the soldiers' drinking water, would rapidly decrease. Everyone could sense this change. But Wang Chong had no choice but to do so, because once they changed their strategy, they would consume a large amount of water. Given Dalawan Ruozhen's style, he would definitely change his strategy and delay it until the 7th day. Or if he discovered that Wang Chong had continued to do so, the Annam Protectorate's water supply would be depleted much faster, and they would not be able to last until the 9th day. Once the army ran out of water, only death awaited them. Young master, why don't we start a water restriction now? Perhaps we can still last until the 12th day. Zhang Shouji probed. No need. Wang Chong said without hesitation. If we change our strategy now, morale will drop. Dalian Ruozhen will immediately launch his attack in less than 5 days. Also, don't forget why we're here. Old Eagle and even Chen Shusun trembled in shock as they reacted. Wang Chong had told them before that a war had 2 aspects: tactics and strategy. In terms of tactics, their goal was to hold back the Mengshi Yusang army and hold them down. As for strategy, the outcome of a war would not be decided by just 1 or 2 battles. For Wang Chong, there was another factor that would decide the outcome of this war of the Southwest. The imperial court. I wonder if Big Uncle and the King of Song have made any moves? Wang Chong quietly said to himself. The Tang dynasty truly had declined. The people longed for peace, and the long years of peace had caused the Tang dynasty to gradually lose its initial drive. Wang Chong was sure that the Tang dynasty was currently surrounded by other powers that were restless and full of hidden dangers. The Turks, Goguryeo, Arabia, Karak-Spazinu, and the kingdoms of the western regions, past and potential enemies of the Tang dynasty, were working with the Mengshi Yusang armies to restrain the Tang dynasty's forces. But the Tang dynasty was still the Tang dynasty. It had accumulated over 100 years. Wang Chong was confident that as long as he could delay the Mengshi Yusang army for a while, the imperial court would eventually send reinforcements. How is it? Outside Uzun's tent, everyone was gathered. Dalian Ruozhen and Jelifeng were at the front, Huashu Wuzong and Duan Gechuan at the back, and then the other generals. Nearby, the mountain where the Tang dynasty had set up camp looked like a massive beast from prehistoric times. But everyone's gazes followed Dalian Ruozhen to the smoke curling up from the summit. Every day, the commanders of both sides would punctually appear at the 3 meals of the Tang army to observe. This had already become a marvel for the Mengshi Yusang army. The amount of smoke hasn't decreased in the slightest compared to yesterday. The Tang people still haven't controlled their water usage. Fenjie added. He had been a hostage in the capital of the Tang dynasty and had lived there for some time. He had dabbled in the art of war, Confucianism, and many other things. Thus, he had a little understanding of how to judge the temperature of a stove. This is the brilliance of that son of the Wang clan. Dalian Ruozhen sighed. Putting aside their respective standpoints, Dalian Ruozhen actually felt a great deal of admiration and praise for Wang Chong. This was definitely a formidable foe. If he was allowed to fully mature, not even Dalian Ruozhen knew how much he would grow. But it was precisely for this reason that Dalian Ruozhen could not allow him to leave alive. The great Tang army is already beginning to doubt my words. If he starts to control the water usage right now, the water will last a little longer, but the army will probably begin to panic. And the longer it goes on, the worse it will get. This will be much worse than not controlling the water usage. But will this be of any use? Crown Prince Fenjie asked. Of course not. Dalian Ruozhen roared with laughter. No matter what he does, it's useless. This is his Achilles heel. No matter how smart he is, he can't do anything about it. Your Majesty, the moment you've been waiting for has come. In 7 days at most, we will launch our all-out attack. Chapter 600. On the 2nd and 3rd days, Dalian Ruozhen and Jelifeng continued to observe, but the number of Annam Protectorate posts never decreased. But the mood had subtly changed. Just when Jeluofeng and Dalian Ruozhen believed that this would always be the case, on the 4th day, something completely unexpected occurred. Flap flap. A massive pigeon, pitch black in color, flapped its wings and landed in the Uzun army tent. It's news from the northeast. Dalian Ruozhen glanced at the symbol on the pigeon's leg and took off the leggings, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The northeast of the Uzun Empire was naturally the Tang dynasty's Longxi. That was where Weitadra Konglo and Dusong Mangpoj were currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Big Dipper army commanded by Geshu Han. Weitadra Konglo had no problem suppressing Geshu Han, and the Big Dipper army could only defend, not fight back. Daluan Ruozan did not understand why Weitadra Konglo had sent a message at a time like this. With a hint of confusion, Daluan Ruozan tore open the message in the leggings. Bzzz. Daluan Ruozan suddenly paled. What's happened? Huashu Wuzong walked out from behind him. Take a look for yourself. Daluan Ruozan handed over the letter. There was only a very short paragraph on the paper. The Tang dynasty's war god, Wang Zhongxi, had left the capital and was heading for Longxi. Huashu Wuzong paled. This is troublesome. Huashu Wuzong muttered to himself, his expression grave. From the top to the bottom of the Uzan Empire, including the Tsenpo, if there was one person that everyone feared, then that person would be the war god of the Tang dynasty, Wang Zhongxi. Between the Uzan and the Tang dynasty, in the several wars led by Wang Zhongxi, the Uzan had almost always suffered a crushing defeat. Even the great General Lord Weitadra Konglo had suffered a crushing defeat at Wang Zhongxi's hands. The Tang army led by Wang Zhongxi had even almost attacked the plateau and occupied the capital of the Uzan Empire. Later on, when they heard that Wang Zhongxi had entered the palace to become the Crown Prince's junior guardian, the entire Uzan Empire almost celebrated. Everyone heaved a deep sigh of relief. To the entire Uzan Empire, Wang Zhongxi's action was absolutely earth-shattering news. We don't have much time left. The great General King won't be able to hold on for much longer. Daluan Ruozan said with an ugly expression. In the entire Tang dynasty, there was one person that Daluan Ruozan could not control, Wang Zhongxi. This person's level had completely surpassed Daluan Ruozan's. Although Daluan Ruozan was not willing to boost the morale of others and diminish his own, in all fairness, Weitadra Konglo was no match for Wang Zhongxi. He had heard that Wang Zhongxi's body was riddled with hidden injuries and that in order to recover, he had been forced to enter the palace to take up the post of Crown Prince's junior guardian. But now, it appeared that these rumors had all been baseless. To the Uzan Empire, this was an extremely bad sign. Wang Zhongxi will need at most 10 days to get from the capital to Longxi. In other words, we only have 10 days at most to completely destroy the Annam Protectorate and pacify the southwest. It seems like we have to move faster, Huashu Wuzong solemnly said. Old Shi, do you still have water? Let me use your water skin. Behind the high steel walls, an Annam Protectorate veteran licked his slightly dry lips and extended a hand to another veteran next to him. No more, no more. The veteran turned the water skin upside down. The last drop of water flowed out and was caught by the veteran. Don't you see? I don't have enough for myself. If I want to drink water, I'll have to wait a few hours for the higher-ups to distribute it. I don't remember having this sort of water restriction before. Do you think they're telling the truth? There really isn't much water left in the army. A voice came from the side. For a moment, the surroundings were deathly still as everyone stared at the soldier who had spoken. You're seeking death. What nonsense are you spouting? A veteran kicked him to the ground, his eyes constantly drifting to the summit. Although he was doing his utmost to maintain his composure, even he himself was feeling intensely uneasy. The atmosphere was silent, and no one noticed that an uneasy atmosphere was spreading through the army. Young master, the situation isn't good. The eagle worriedly looked down the mountain. The thing that everyone had been most worried about had occurred. The lack of water had forced the army to impose water restrictions. This would have been fine in the past, but with Daluan Ruozan's words, everything had changed. Even someone like the eagle, who did not understand the art of war, could sense that the morale of the army was completely different from a few days ago. This was a very unsettling sign. I understand, Wang Chong indifferently said, his face showing no emotion. What had happened had already happened. What he should be thinking about now was how to resolve the problem. Reporting. The enemy troops at the base of the mountain are on the move. A messenger suddenly rushed to the summit and kneeled down. Buzz. Everyone turned to look down the mountain. The Mengshi Yusang army, which they had not seen for many days, was suddenly restless. Tens of thousands of soldiers were surging in from all directions, a cloud of dust and banners flying everywhere. Their imposing aura seemed to blot out the sun. And in this army those mountainous elephants were the most frightening. Not good. The eagle grimaced. The Uzun are about to attack. Pass on my order. All soldiers, get ready. In the midst of the chaos, Wang Chong's calm voice was exceptionally clear, spreading through the entire army. Bang! The drums thundered, and from the summit to the base of the mountain, the entire army became somber. Clang clang clang. The clattering of metal came from the base of the mountain. With the Mengshi Yusang commanders at the center, dazzling rings of light rippled through the entire army. Tens of thousands of war halos of all kinds filled the field of vision. This was the first time in history that the Mengshi Yusang armies had joined forces. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were attacking at the same time, their momentum like a massive wave. This was a stark contrast to the deathly stillness of the Tang army. But even though the mountain was silent, the mood only grew more and more tense. Every soldier of the Annan Protectorate army tightly gripped their weapons, their expressions grim. Chonger. On the summit, just as Wang Chong was solemnly looking down the mountain, a voice rang out at his ear. Father! Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately reacted. He subconsciously looked down the mountain, at the tall, burly, and imposing figure. This was the ability to transmit sound. Although his back was facing him, with his father's ability, it was not a problem at all. In a little while, when the battle begins, leave Huashu Wuzong and Duan Gechuan to me and Protector General Xianyu. Don't move and don't approach. An opponent of this level isn't someone you can handle. Wang Yan opened his mouth and said with a different meaning in his voice. Ever since they arrived at this mountain range, Wang Yan and Xianyu Zhongtong had been sitting on the sidelines, giving almost all the authority to Wang Chong. But this time, the nature was completely different. I understand. Wang Chong nodded with a heavy heart. Obviously, even his father and Xianyu Zhongtong felt that the situation was not good this time. There was no more probing, no more contempt. Uzun and Mengshi Zhao were prepared to use all their strength to exterminate them. And they had chosen this moment, when the Tang dynasty's army was facing a water crisis and their morale was at its lowest. Rumble! While the Annam Protectorate's army was on guard, to the southeast, southwest, east, west, north, powerful figures began to appear, all of them exuding a storm of energy. It's Long Qinba. The eagle suddenly stepped forward. No, there's also Fenjie, Duan Yangyan, Chen Shusun said. One figure after another appeared at the base of the mountain. Long Qinba, Fenjie, Duan Yangyan, Tsiren Xiangxiong, Tumi Sangza, as well as the generals of Mengshi Zhao and the valiant generals of Uzun. All of them stood proudly in the dust, thousands of soldiers behind them. Chapter 601. Although nothing had happened yet, a huge pressure suddenly came crashing down on him. Ever since the start of the battle, the Mengshi Yusang army had only sent 1 or 2 generals. There had been no large-scale deployment of generals. But now everything was completely different. Long Qinba, Fenjie, Duan Yangyan, Tsiren Xiangxiong, Tumi Sangza in the previous battles, any one of these people would have been enough to cause the Tang dynasty a great deal of trouble, let alone all of them. A storm was brewing. At this moment, even the slowest person could tell that they were about to face a fierce battle. Rumble! Smoke and dust billowed. From the south of the mountain range, a torrent of steel surged over. At the very front of the group, 2 silhouettes were moving side by side. They were very eye-catching. Young Master Wang, have you resolved the problem of water? Loud laughter came from the base of the mountain. Daluan Ruozan was seated on the back of an Uzan steed. He was the first to look up at the summit, a smile in his eyes. He could sense that the mood of the Tang people was extremely bad. In the past few days, he had been forced to do all sorts of things by Wang Chong, and Daluan Ruozan had rarely been suppressed to this extent. But in the end, Wang Chong had still managed to find his weak point. "Young master, don't speak with him." Even the eagle could tell that Daluan Ruozan was up to no good in seeking out Wang Chong to speak with him. "It's fine." Wang Chong waved his hand. His expression had been grave, but when he heard Daluan Ruozan's words, he couldn't help but smile. "Prime Minister, I know that you're going to launch another attack today. Let's make a bet. Let's bet on how many Uzan and Mengshi Zhao will lose this time?" Wang Chong faintly smiled, and as he spoke, he walked up to the banner. On the first day, Uzan and Mengshi Zhao lost nearly 100,000 men. "Prime Minister, guess how many of your men will die after this battle ends?" "I guess half the people here are going to die. What do you think?" As Wang Chong spoke, he slowly extended a finger and drew a circle in the direction of the army at the foot of the mountain. Buzz! Hearing these words, Uzan's people didn't have much of a reaction. After all, they didn't understand. However, Mengshi Zhao's people were different. In an instant, the entire army's expressions changed. The atmosphere was completely different from before. Wang Chong's words might just be a threat to others, but to Mengshi Zhao's people, it was a real warning. This was because, among the nearly 100,000 people who died on the first day, more than 80% of them were Mengshi Zhao's men. To these people, Wang Chong's words were definitely not a simple threat. "Haha, young master, you have a sharp tongue." Daluan Ruozan waved his feather fan as an almost imperceptible glint flashed across his eyes. He had to admit that even he didn't expect Wang Chong to use such a move. "However, what's the use of having a sharp tongue, young master? Cleverness can be the bane of one's own ingenuity. Young master purposely chose this place to fight us, but in the end, he dug his own grave." "Prime Minister, don't you think it's too early to say that?" Wang Chong's gaze paused for a moment, then he sneered and said, "Let's wait until after the battle to decide whose grave." "Haha, it's good that young master is so confident. I won't say anything else to you." As Daluan Ruozan spoke, he turned his gaze in another direction. Seeing this, Wang Chong only smiled and said nothing. "Wang Yan, Xianyu Zhongtong, this is your last chance. Do you want to surrender?" Daluan Ruozan's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. "Prime Minister, don't waste your energy. Let's fight." The battlefield was silent. After a moment, Wang Yan's voice finally rang out. His words were concise and straightforward, leaving no room for negotiation. As you wish." With a cold grunt, Daluan Ruozan turned his horse around and walked towards the back of the battlefield amidst the billowing dust. "Begin." Following the cold voice, rows of high-pitched and desolate yak horns sounded across the sky. Strong winds howled and thick smoke billowed. In this tense atmosphere, the first wave of attack was not from Uzan and Mengshi Zhao's cavalry, but from giant rocks. Boom! 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 Huge rocks whistled and tumbled as they soared into the sky from afar. They drew huge arcs in the void and then smashed into the mountain fiercely. Rumble! Dust billowed. Pieces of the steel wall were tilted and some were even sent flying. "Watch out!" Screams resounded over the mountain. Under the assault of the giant rocks, the Annam Protectorate soldiers on the mountain began to take cover. Kill! The moment the giant rocks fell, the entire Mengshi Yusang army also attacked. Rumble! Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, huge metal shields flickered with a cold, dim light. The White Stone Legion, 70% of which had been killed by the Annam Protectorate in the previous battle, attacked once more. This time, everyone was mobilized, even the injured Duan Wuji. His body was wrapped in bandages, and his aura was flickering between light and dark, strong and weak, but his eyes were bright and spirited. "All soldiers, advance. Anyone who dares to retreat will be immediately executed. Kill 5 of the Tang people, and you will be rewarded with a centurion. Kill 10 of the Tang people, and you will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold." Duan Wuji's hoarse voice resounded over the battlefield, and the rings of light beneath his feet began to spread to cover the entire army. Bam! To the southeast, the elephants bellowed as they followed closely behind the White Stone Legion. Under the cover of the Mengshi Zhao soldiers, the mountainous Arai elephants began to charge toward the mountain. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the ears of these elephants were glimmering with a white gold light. These were exquisite metal ornaments. In the battle several days ago, Wang Chong had killed more than 200 elephants with just a few roars, and several thousand soldiers had been killed by the rampaging elephants. In order to deal with the Tang people, Mengshi Zhao had designed these exquisite ornaments to help the elephants block the soundwave attacks. All of this had been the handiwork of Daluan Ruozhen. To the southwest, Mengshi Zhao soldiers dressed in gold and white armor swarmed forward. Whether it was in spirit, energy, or strength, these people were far superior to the rest of the army. They weren't the slightest bit inferior to the Annam Protectorate at the summit, and the quality of their armor was even superior. In all of the Mengshi Zhao Empire, only Crown Prince Fenjie's Dragon Sun Legion could be equipped with such fine armor. This legion was composed entirely of elites, and a significant portion of them were even part of Mengshi Zhao's Imperial Guard. This legion was under the direct command of Jelifeng, and even Fenjie had to obtain Jelifeng's approval before he could mobilize them. As the two armies began to fight, Jelifeng finally handed over Mengshi Zhao's most elite legion to Fenjie. "All soldiers, hear my order. Without my order, no one is allowed to move." Fully armored, Fenjie stared at the summit, his eyes blazing with the desire to fight. "Come, Wang Chong. Today this place will be your burial ground." Fenjie's heart blazed with the flames of war. Never before had Fenjie wanted to destroy an opponent as much as he did now. This was not just for the fallen Jiao Sero, but for himself. In this battle, Wang Chong had overshadowed far too much of his brilliance. If he couldn't surpass his opponent, then the best method was to completely destroy him. Northeast, northwest, south, north. Tsiren Xiangxiong, Longqinba, Duan Hengdao, all the Mengshi Yusang commanders launched their attack. Behind them were tens of thousands of soldiers, boundless like a sea, endless, surrounding the entire mountain range. Clang clang clang. Countless war halos erupted from their feet and spread throughout the army. "All commanders, take up your positions and prepare to attack." On the summit, Wang Chong's voice was calm and composed, spreading through the army. Following Wang Chong's order, the hundreds of Annam Protectorate commanders were like chess pieces, scattered all over the mountain. If one looked down from the sky, they would discover that the distribution of these Tang dynasty commanders was like the stars in the sky. The myriad stars formation. This was an extremely powerful formation in his previous life. It could link the generals who played a key role in the army into a sturdy fortress. This formation could maximize the strength of these generals and radiate their strength to the rest of the army. This formation had not yet appeared in this era, and Wang Chong did not have enough time to train these commanders. However, a rough demonstration of the myriad stars formation was more than enough to raise the fighting power of the army. Boom, boom, boom. Dazzling halos blazed like flames, the halos of thorns connecting with each other to cover the entire mountain. In just a moment, the two armies crashed into each other like a tidal wave. Rumble! No one could describe the impact at that moment. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The entire mountain range trembled violently from the impact. Many broken rocks rolled down from the mountain range. Kill! Kill! The first to attack was not the White Stone Legion, but the even more powerful Giant Elephant Legion. The army parted, and an Arai elephant, 8 to 9 meters tall, flapped its huge ears, and rushed up the slope with heavy steps like a gust of wind. Bang! A steel wall weighing 6,000 to 7,000 jin was swept up by the elephant's trunk, and was immediately flung into the sky as if it was weightless. Then, it was flung down the slope. Ding ding ding! Hooks flew out and latched onto the distant steel walls. Some Tibetan cavalry swiftly turned around and began to madly pull. With a massive boom, the walls collapsed, sending dust into the air. Many of the Mengshizhao soldiers who had been waiting for a long time charged forward. And of all the soldiers, the sharpest was Long Kinba. Bzzz. A sharp saber arc cut through the air, and wherever it passed, screams and severed limbs flew through the air. Even the sturdy steel walls were cut open by this saber arc. Long Kinba's strength had reached an inconceivable level, and wherever he went, he would create a battlefield of Azura. Ha ha, the so-called Tang dynasty is only SOSO.